There you go. Merry Christmas. Holy cow. It's burger overload. There you go. Okay, everything's crashing. Everything's crashing right now.
Game Pass. I love Game Pass.
It's good to be here, celebrating what's going to be our biggest year yet. That includes
Pancake Man, no!
across Bethesda's 8 studios.
Yo, Pancake Man fucking suicided when he saw this dude on the screen.
Redfall's from the studio that brought us Dishonored and Prey.
He fucking suicided.
DNA
He
with
jumped.
fate.
You saw it.
Heroes, open world campaign, deep cuts.
You saw it.
Solo or with friends?
Yeah, I like that shit. Give him a puff. Yeah, give him a puff on that. That's it. Yeah, I need to spark up for this. Yeah. We're smoking one with Big Boss. Let's go. Come on, son.
So relaxed, bro. I think she's a little too relaxed. She's still staring at chat. She looked mad stupid staring at chat like that. She in a trance right now reading this shit. Come on, man. Stare at chat, stare at chat, stare at chat.
All right, let's.
She like a zombie. Come on. Man.
Okay, this is a question for you. Now, I don't know if you've ever done this before. Curly Fox says, I don't know if you said you've never gamed much.
Oh god, I don't want. Dude, why is this? Okay, there we go. Ash is free. What the? Hang on, let me get this out of the way.
Oh my god. Man. Yeah, fuck this game, bro. Fuck this. I guess I'm not allowed to win. I don't deserve it.
The photo has been saved to your album. That's cute! The photo has been saved to your...
I don't know if that's going to change anything or not. Save quick. Worst comes to worst, I could just redo that fight because it was pretty easy.
I guess we are.
You shall not escape, Rob. You will continue to serve me by crafting your wonderful jewelry. That is what your life is for.
Oh, that's such a tragic figure. Like, she's just lonely. Wants someone to be with her.
Yeah, the man.
No. You guys got it. Easy.
Man, dog, how you doing?
Right, I'm gonna run to my death.
Yeah. Would you die? Oh,
Look
man.
at that. Did you see that stage? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
No, it's still kind of wired. Wired? It's still kind of wild how out of nowhere that guy became into being. Kind of just came out of nowhere. You don't know the lore behind that phrase, that saying. Hate Army requested about 2 years ago for me to give like an intro for his videos. And all I could think of at the time, I believe, was like something along the lines of the classic Hate Army, that guy. And then it just kind of ascended from there into vernacular. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to a rather short Saturday situation. It's a pre-anime night deal, so I decided to give everyone a helping hand by booting up earlier than usual, because I got my affairs in order, ducks in a row, and I don't really have much else to do till that time comes. So I figured, let's just go ahead and start up now, and we have some videos to watch, and I'll be looking at Metokur when he boots up around 7 Central. His streams don't usually last long, not even more than 2 hours, so I don't see his stream interfering with what we got later tonight going on. Hello, Almighty_7. Yeah, big ups to the dingas, dongas, and swollen __ ones who are here, and the dingas, dongas, and swollen __ ones who will be arriving in the immediate and far-flung future, such as Snow, Flippy, Almighty7, Chrono, King, Diddy Duke, Juzzy51, that guy, Karma Kid, Repsy, UNFW1, Joe Blah, Knock, and anybody else coming in. Are we gonna raid to save Ann? I think Ann's chilling out. This is the last week he'll be back. This is the final Saturday the final endless Saturday. And the music died because whenever I go off window in this game, the music just kills itself. It's one of those games where it's like, oh, you lost focus, sorry, no audio for you. Alright, but I did say we were going to watch some videos, so I figured we'll start right away. As for the game itself, we're on tank 4-2. I don't know how many tanks there are in the game, I think like 4 or 5. So I'll like do the other modes if I beat the game. Or maybe switch to something else, I don't know. Give me a second here to get things set up. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Out of nowhere, impromptu daytime Saturday stream. Oh, I never do a Saturday stream. Oh, such a cool guy. There it is. We're gonna start with. It was demanded. I was requested, perhaps ironically, to listen to Arlo talking about the Switch 2. So basically, he asked for this. See what he had to say. So, you guys are lucky though, because he made like 3 or 4 videos during the pre-reveal, just talking about the pre-reveal and how cool it could potentially be. And then the reveal happens, and he makes like 3 more videos about it. I guess we aren't as lucky as we think we are.
Happy to help. It's 5:30 this morning. I look at my phone, because, you know, just love looking at my phone at 5:30 in the morning when I can't sleep. And it's a message from Kane, and it says, Blink and Nora, Switch 2 happen. And I'm like, all right, there's one of 2 ways to interpret that. It could be, you know, it's Thursday, Blink and Nora, Switch 2 happen already. Turns out he meant it the other way. It's still kind of crazy to me that Nintendo just shadow dropped it, no warning whatsoever. Apparently,
they did it
when
with the
they
OLED
first
and the
posted
light.
it, they were like slightly cryptic, and like the title was like an update from Nintendo. But like I watched it at like 5:45, and it just said Switch 2 reveal. So like, it's like they had the mystery one for like a whole 20 minutes or something before they just, I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know why they didn't give us any heads up at all. It's weird. I don't know. I can't shake the feeling that this was them just trying to maintain some level of surprise. I don't really know, but that's not important. The Switch 2 is the important thing that we're going to talk about.
Sign up for the
right
GameStop
now,
Switch 2
and I
for
am
your
going to
email.
laugh
I was
and
thinking of
pat
doing that
myself on the
too.
back a little bit.
I don't know how reliable that would be though. I feel like they're going to give you the update an hour
late.
late.
They didn't do the thing where it showed everybody using it. They did the CG like hardware showcase trailer with all the zooms and the white background and everything.
Big ups to Joe. Yeah, we're gonna hear Arlo's take on the Switch too.
I mean, technically, I explored the idea and I had a few different options for what it could be. So I don't know.
He's giving us the
Maybe
pre-stream
one
right now.
Just like,
don't worry, this is a rambling
and, I mean,
channel.
It goes without saying, all the leaks were real.
He's allowed to ramble.
Of course they were. There really was no doubt. But yeah, every single image, everything.
Arlo's videos would be better if he actually used them up. He used to in his old videos. He doesn't do it now because he's gravely ill with like vague health issues that he doesn't want to talk to us about, which is whatever. Like, I'm not going to demand that you like dox your medical issues or whatever.
That we've seen about the console all ended up being real, and whether or not that kind of robbed this reveal of some of its oomph.
Hey, Super Strange Times, how do I feel about the Switch 2? It's kind of just what I wanted, just more of the same with more power.
It's funny how
the people who want or expect innovation out of Nintendo seem to be among the ones most disappointed.
The fact that like the leaks kind of messed everything up, but I think that it does
I'm looking at
recognize
the
that
pets
like,
I have available.
It really is just another Switch, but better. You know, we all know like it's not the most interesting upgrade in the world. It's not a completely different thing. It's just the Switch, but better, which is good. I'll always say it's a good thing. But like they know that, so they.
I know people with big hands were like among the ones demanding for the Joy-Cons to be bigger, so they actually
really
gave you that.
A big fat magnifying glass on that, you know, just like to really, just like intricately show off every single little detail and how every little thing has been upgraded, and I think that was a good idea. I think. Considering like what they were working with,
yeah, exactly.
I think
You know,
that's
if it ain't broke, like
it
just goes back to classic saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Look though, look at all these little things. Even the kickstand is new, and every little tiny line is different. And I don't know, it was a good way to do it. Just make not a big upgrade.
Well, the kickstand is just an OLED kickstand, but without all the the material in the middle.
Itself, it is really nice to at least get. Because we had leaks of the design and everything, but it was always like, here's the shell, here's it with a silicone case on it, or here's a mock-up. It's really, really nice to just finally get an official look of the system itself in all of its glory, all of its mild glory. I really like the way the thing looks. It's really funny how technology works. You know, just like the Switch itself seemed kind of sleek and modern in its own way when it came out, but now it looks looks like a dinosaur. It looks archaic now, this. Like it's just funny.
That's what happens, passage of time.
Somehow it looks more and more modern. I don't really get how that works. Maybe our definition of modern
just kind of changes. I think the specs suggest that stick drift
like
will probably not be a thing.
Line. It's more just like our whatever. I'm not gonna go into that theory right now. The point is though, I really like the look of the thing. I
talked about it on the reveal, Flippy. It seems like the people who wanted it to just be just keep doing what you're doing, but make it better. It seems like some of those people may not have understood what they were asking for.
It looks like a sleek and modern piece of tech. You know, doesn't
have
too much of that Nintendo whimsy.
Leak culture
but then,
sucks.
the color highlights behind the
fuck is
control
this?
sticks, just that little tiny bit, and the fact that the two Joy-Cons have the different color, and you can always see that. I really like that. So even if you do have a plain black Joy-Con, I'm sure there will be colored ones later, but even if you just have the black, the color is in that little ring, and then in the little like strip on the Joy-Con itself. It's a little bit of a shame that you only see it when you take it off, but at the same time, it's very striking. You know, whenever that Joy-Con comes off, just that striking shock of color that matches the little ring.
Is stick drift no longer a thing on the 2? Drift is from wearing down on the interior medical component, right? Yeah. According to the specs, they were using something called, I'm not no tech guy, but I believe it was like Hall's effect, something around that, and then that is supposed to like it's doing it differently from the Switch 1, and should provide for that to not be the case.
thing behind the stick. I just think it looks really good. I think the whole thing is I think it's perfect.
I didn't look at the
wouldn't change a thing.
full specs though.
It looks enough like a Switch, and yet somehow still manages to look just different enough, just new enough to really look like an upgrade, to look like a modern iteration. And this thing really, it is bigger. I mean, I know we've seen like a couple comparisons here and there.
Yeah, I'd be fine with
I really
1080
like how they started with the base model Switch, and then just like zoop, like you get to see like a really clear like how much bigger it is. And I think it's gonna feel really big. I remember, yeah, as I was saying in my reaction, that the original Switch somehow looked smaller in the trailers and whatnot, and then like finally getting it in my hands, it felt bigger than I expected. And I feel like I'm holding up my hands and kind of like making a shape of the original Switch, and then like increasing
1440 30 max settings.
It's gonna be big, you know, percentage-wise.
maybe
I
maybe might be asking for a bit too much from Nintendo there.
Exact number, if it's like 28% bigger or something. Yeah, like on paper it doesn't seem like a lot, but I feel like it's gonna make a really big difference in the hands. And I still think that is kind of interesting.
Oh, if you don't have a Switch, if you don't even have like a Switch 1, oh yeah, I could understand how like there'd be more reason to be excited, of course. Yeah, because you get like a whole generation backwards compatibility. That's how I felt when I initially got my PS5. I was like, oh, I have a whole generation of PS4 games to play, and then that didn't really come to pass. And before you ask, yeah, he's talking a little bit fast here. I have him at 1.25.
Interesting. I don't know if they just did that so it was easier to pack more stuff in there, or you know, pack a bigger battery or the cooling or what. It is a little surprising that Nintendo would do that, and I think that you know, it's basically a guarantee that
you
we're
know that's
also
not entirely
going to
true,
get like a smaller light model or something later. But again, that's a discussion for another day. Plenty of time for that. We got confirmation that the Joy-Cons go in sideways, and I know it wasn't like a real thing. It was all CG, but it was still kind of cool to see how they go in from the sides. I'm really excited for that. It seems like it's you know, it's most importantly, it's going to be less prone to failure. Yeah, my Switch OLED, like they barely even stay on anymore. It's actually like becoming a problem. I almost can't use it in handheld anymore because sometimes like they just will not connect. So I'm excited about that. It also just seems fun. It was fun to slot on the original Joy-Cons. That was a cool idea, but this is, you know, just kind of a change.
Cool idea, bad in execution.
It seems like it's going to be satisfying in its own kind of way.
I prefer the new system they showed off.
Would go on directly from the side.
Too,
I cannot
like
tell
just
here, but I'm looking
it.
at the video, and it seems like each time it goes on or off, it's kind of at an angle. I think it could be that you have to put like the bottom part first and kind of put it in at an angle. I don't know. Either that or they're just doing it to be flashy. See, but then there are other parts where it's only at a very slight angle. So that might not be the case. It might not be the case that you have to do it one side at a time. I don't really know. I guess we'll wait and see on that one. I did not consider this until I started reading some comments about it. But like,
listen to Arlo's take on the Switch too.
It's like, whoa, wow, look at that.
Made quite a few videos on it.
Like, I thought that was funny. But do you think it's at least possible that was somehow just sort of like vaguely suggesting to the viewer that, hey, look, the sticks wiggle all around and there are no issues. There are no drift issues or anything. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It seems like it might be a bit of a stretch, but it also was just kind of funny how purposefully.
One thing I didn't see anyone point out was that when the sticks were like moving around like that in the footage that he's pointing out, when the sticks were moving around, it made that sound effect in Super Mario World when you defeat a boss and they balloon up and like deflate off the screen.
It showed those sticks.
Thought that was a nice touch.
Wiggling around.
Oh no, I'm excited. Lotion me up.
Is that a feature? Joy-Cons that are not prone to failure after a year or something? I don't know. Speaking of Joy-Cons, though,
give me a new Mario Kart.
The C button, they blanked it out. So weird. I mean, that's the C button. Essentially, is the only actual mystery here. Everything else in the trailer, almost. No, yeah, basically everything else in the trailer was all like has been leaked or rumored or suggested in some way. The C button and what it does is really the only like real, genuine mystery. Obviously, like when the thing comes out, software, firmware, whatever wise, like there could be like features that it can do that we don't know yet because things that you could not glean from looking at a picture of the thing. But like as far as like the hardware, that C button.
It's everybody's favorite Nintendo fanboy and Muppet.
I think that means
and he's watching the Arlo guy. Very funny.
Or maybe it's not even a button at all.
Har. You're right though.
Right there would look good. Just a nice little flat square. Would just be a nice little feature. No, I definitely believe that it is a button, and yet they blanked it out. And I guess that means that they want to keep it a secret. But at the same time, like we know it's a C button. We know that there's a C on there. That's Nintendo, I guess. They don't care what's been leaked. They're just going to do their thing. They're just going to do
I'm doing all right, Algernon. Thank you for
whatever they were originally planning
to
do. And apparently it was always their plan to keep the C button a secret. which is, yeah, it's kind of fun, but also just kind of like, come on, like we know what it is. We know what it is. And even if we don't know what even is the point of keeping it a C? It's just a letter C. That doesn't reveal anything, right? Like it doesn't give away anything. If anything, that would just be, I don't know, even more mysterious. What's that button? It says C. What even could that do? What was the point of keeping it blank? I don't really know, but I guess we will still have to wait and see. Here's an exciting one. There was, of course, a rumor that there could be an optical sensor on the side of the Joy-Con. And originally, I feel like the original rumor was saying that it might just be on one of them. However, that could just be because that came from one of the leaks, which only showed one of the Joy-Cons. And so people were like, oh, what if it's only on the left Joy-Con? But then that would be weird. You wouldn't want to use only the left Joy-Con as a mouse. You'd want to use the right one in most cases. But it seems that it is on both. This
Unless
is
you're
not
left-handed.
confirmed at all.
Like me.
But this trailer absolutely does suggest that we're going to be able to use the Joy-Cons as mouses here in the trailer. It shows them
Mises?
going flat on a surface and
Yeah,
kinda,
that's
like,
specifically
scooting
what that
around.
segment was for, and DSP completely
And
missed it. You're gonna have
That's
Joy-Con
so cool.
mice.
That's really cool. That is not something I would have
Mouse.
considered, and yet it
Mice.
is so.
Meese.
It's so simple, and I know Nintendo's not the first one to do it.
I wouldn't be
Lenovo
surprised
Legion
if it's
Go or whatever it is,
specifically
with
like
the
because
original
of
rumor. It's something
the
that has
reception
been
to
done by
Mario
other,
2.
Other similar devices. But I still think it's so
And how like
interesting,
not as
and
fun
it
it
is
was to
such
make levels
a
in
cool
2 compared
way
to 1.
to integrate mouse support into a system. And now that I know that it probably is real and could be on both Joy-Cons, my brain is going crazy. I think I'm probably going to have to do like a dedicated video just to this idea of being able to have such simple, accessible mouse support built into a console. You don't have to hook up a mouse and keyboard or anything. You're going to be able to just pop that thing off, and as long as you have a Surface, you're using it like a mouse. That's great. That's a game changer. That's nuts. That's, yeah, again, I want to start like listing all the reasons I think that's cool and all of the applications, but yeah, we'll probably have to talk about that later. But this does seem to all but confirm that we're going to be able to use the Joy-Cons as mice, and that's so cool. And it does not seem that these Joy-Cons have infrared sensors, and that is kind of interesting. The original Switch, they
WarioWare Move It not
essentially should have
compatible.
just not bothered. They didn't even end up using it, like they
used it for
It was for,
WarioWare.
like 1-2 Switch and Labo. And there were like a couple fun little things, but like they never really did anything else with it, because what do you
used to
do?
own a game like this when it said you were a fish and you had to eat
Sometimes
bigger
Nintendo has these
fish.
really great ideas and they know how to use
You're
them.
right. I guess-
And
I'm
feel
guessing
like
you don't remember the
sometimes
name.
They'll just come up with the idea and they say like, we'll actually figure out how to use it later. And I think that's what happened with the IR sensor. I think they were just like, yeah, it'll come. Third-party developers, they'll figure out how to use it, and just like nobody did because it's just a weird idea. So it seems that it is gone.
Nintendo's
now.
still stuck in the
And,
days
on
of
that note,
THQ and the
we did get
U-Draw
a little,
tablet.
thing,
Yeah, third parties
saying
will figure
how,
it
like,
out.
The Switch 1 games, backwards compatible and all that, but they did have to put the little caveat.
Kind of like
that
the beginning of
not
Spore.
every
I know
single
about
Switch
Spore,
1
I
game
never
will be
played it
playable on
though.
Switch 2, and I have
I know
seen
people
some
were
people,
disappointed about it.
A little bit worried about that. I'm personally not worried at all. I essentially think that's going to come down to just Labo. Like Labo, 1-2 Switch, essentially just things that used the
Oh,
IR
now I'm
sensor.
breaking it in.
Things that are just like obviously incompatible, especially Labo. Everything about Labo depended on the size, the exact precise size of the system and the Joy-Cons. Obviously, this is not going to work with that.
Well, they're not producing Labo anymore anyway.
So I'm not worried about that, really, at all. They just want to cover their bases, and they just, like legally, they're like, we can't advertise that it's going to be backwards compatible without giving everyone the caveat that not every single
Feeding
individual
Frenzy?
game is
That
going to
title's
work.
familiar.
That's fine. Then they
I feel like I've
announced
seen
they were
that
going to be
title before,
hands-on
but I ain't
events
never played it.
to try out the Switch 2 in person, and that got me all excited until I read somewhere else that it's like 2 or 3 places. It's like New York and LA and something. So that's a bummer. I'm like, come on, I live in Seattle now. I'm in a major city. Can you at least hit the major cities?
Seattle, huh?
Yeah.
He's
It's a
in
very
Seattle?
limited thing, and
Interesting.
my phone is sitting right here.
Labo was based. I never got a chance to mess around with it, surprisingly.
I'm waiting for that.
I didn't have like Labo or 1-2
Fly me
Switch or
out
Ring Fit,
to
any of
a
the gimmick
behind
games.
closed doors, hands-on event. We'll see. We'll see. Any day now, I'm gonna get that call. And then they revealed that the big thing, the big schmigiggy, the whole big presentation where obviously they're gonna reveal a bunch of games and all the details and all that stuff, because they didn't give us any real details here. They didn't split the difference like I was kind of hoping they would. They didn't give us.
Spoiler,
price or release date or
overpromised and
anything. Obviously, we're gonna get
underdelivered
all
is
of
the
that,
DSP of games.
April 2nd, and it's very funny how it's very, very funny.
a game where you are a fish eating a fish, but you get to eat fish of your own size before you grow big enough to eat the bigger fish based on your own size?
You know, our
oh yeah, definitely
system
never played it.
of putting
I've seen the name
with the day and the month
Feeding
the
Frenzy.
wrong way. It got people from like basically everywhere else in the world. Got them all excited. They thought it was coming in February. I'm sorry, everybody. Sorry that they used our stupid system. And April, boy, that's a long way to wait. I mean. It wouldn't feel so long.
Everyone thought the American channel was going off Eddie B time.
Reveal everything, and this is just confirmation.
Eddie B date
you know,
format.
I feel like we're all really eager for more, so it is a little bit of a bummer. We gotta wait, what, like 2.5 months? I mean, I know it'll be here before you know it. Time goes by so quickly. It's a real scientific phenomenon. The Earth is just spinning faster. Time is it's moving faster all the time. So now, you know, we'll blink. 2 weeks from now, it'll be April 2nd, so it'll be all right. But yeah, it's
upgrade my weapon.
After all this waiting, now we just have to sit on this teaser, and that's it, and that's all we have until April 2nd. Technically, they could reveal some other stuff. They could just like tweet the price and the release date if they wanted to make the direct.
Interesting. What is that?
Just about games. They technically could. I don't think they will, but yeah, April 2nd. It's cool that it's a direct, because you know, back with the Switch, they were doing directs, but they ended up doing a live presentation, and so it was just called like.
I thought the live presentation was kind of fun.
Presentation or whatever, but it seems that this will be a direct. It's not going to be a live stage show or whatever, which is maybe.
They revealed the Switch in pairs.
The stage show format, it's prone to issues. I know we had some.
The
like,
alien event is such bullshit. Yeah, because he's got two heads. Only one hitbox is active at a time, but the other hitbox, the other head can still eat fish.
So what else have we got? The logo.
It's not very comfy with a touchpad trying to shoot these things.
Is it that they didn't put the two between the Joy-Cons? I don't understand that, because the Switch logo.
Because branding, Arlo. People recognize the Switch icon. Iconography. That's the word
they didn't
for
want
it.
To split it apart. Maybe they just like the Switch branding. That logo needs to stay no matter what. Maybe that was their thinking. But it's just super weird, especially now with there's so much emphasis on the Joy-Cons coming from the sides. It would have made so much sense to put that 2.
No, it would confuse people. They recognize the logo. Just keep the logo and put a big fat 2 next to it.
The same like font, the same exact look.
Normies are regarded, especially American normies.
This is a complete stretch.
It cannot be too confusing.
But could it be like way too many people had done
always got the goofiest
where the 2 was in the
suggestions.
middle, and they didn't want there to be legal problems where people could claim that they stole their idea, you know? It's kind of like how Weird Al has said that it has gotten harder and harder to write song parodies, because every time he comes up with a parody idea, he has to go online and search and see if anybody else has done the same parody, and if literally anybody has, even if it's just like a kid who uploaded a video and it got 3 views.
Yeah, don't throw away the brand power.
Because that person can claim that he ripped them off.
A very subtle, even the most subtle change to like a brand's look,
possible for every
especially the logo,
just to block him.
Can ruin your brand there.
So yeah, I don't know. Is that maybe why they didn't put the 2 in the middle? Just because like someone could claim something? I don't know. I really don't know. It is interesting though, and I think that's it. The only other thing to say is that they have soft revealed Mario Kart. The launch game is going to be Mario Kart. It's not going to be 3D Mario. I was wrong about that. Should have seen it coming. Should have seen it.
3D Mario still be
DLC,
year 1.
The ding dang DLC threw me off. Made me wonder why they would give us a Mario Kart so early. If it weren't for the DLC, this would be obvious. So yeah,
it's because the DLC was outsourced to Bandai Namco. If you actually read the credits, Arlo.
Little tidbit there.
Was in Nintendo EPD.
I refuse
was a couple of EPD people, but mostly Bandai Namco.
In a different video, and in fact, the reveal and the main discussion are here on the main channel, but I am, for the most part, trying to keep the main channel for, like scripted, tightly edited videos, and therefore...
Is this scripted and tightly edited, or
follow-up, just quick, get them out, unscripted discussion stuff here is going to go over on Topic Arlo. I'm going to do one about Mario Kart. Like I said, I might do one about the mouse thing. But yeah, but then here on the main channel, I do have plans. I'll have 2 or 3 other videos going out this month that will now enter full production. Got some scripts to write because there's now that the Switch 2 is officially revealed. We got all sorts of stuff to talk about. Lots of fun times ahead. I got that juice. I got that energy right now. It's been a long time.
Yeah, that's the mermaid's power kicking in with the coin dropping.
And that hype has just kind of gone down and down and down. And it's just, we've been in this lull for such a long time, but I'm feeling, it's finally coming. It's finally here. I'm feeling rejuvenated. Just life, spirit, energy is just filling me again. And I'm
ready. Did he glaze the 2-minute video? Pretty much.
New generation of
he didn't really have anything negative to say, did he?
Feel like embarking on an epic new journey. And I'm very pleased to embark.
I guess you could
upon
argue that we
epic
haven't
journey
seen enough
with
to be
all of you.
negative about.
And it's been a, the Switch generation has been such a great time. It's been the most fun Nintendo generation just ever. Just without a doubt. I mean, nothing can beat the good old days of me being a teenager and playing GameCube games and all that stuff, but like, nah, Switch generation has been great. It's been so much fun. Obviously, because of the whole YouTube thing, it's just been like sharing all of this with all of you, so I guess this is just,
yes, I'm sharing my gaming experience with all of you. It is very meaningful.
We're just starting a new thing, it's a new chapter. A new leaf, as it were. And I am so pleased for you all here with me, and I'm excited to give you a whole
we love you
bunch
too,
of
Arlo.
Switch 2 content. Games are going to be coming out. It's just going to be a great time. It's going to be a real great time.
So his basic thoughts on a Switch 2. Doesn't seem like he has... we didn't see enough for him to be too critical about, so it pretty much is him pogging out. Here's him with evidence that the Switch 2's first year is going to be huge, and this is so that video, despite being a rambling video, he put that on the main channel, which, as he said, is mostly for tightly edited, scripted videos. I guess he was just trying to get ahead of the Switch 2 hype, so he decided to throw a rambling video on the main channel. This video is on the secondary channel, which is where he usually puts the rambling videos on, and I think this is in regards to the report that came out saying they're going to try to have 20 million Switch 2s produced within the first year.
Got a
of course. So unless you're Phil
here for.
I can't believe I said, there wasn't enough for Arlo to be critical about, and then I completely forgot Phil's own reaction.
Yeah, today, but you know what?
Arlo saying something negative about Nintendo. Kick. He fucking hates new Paper Mario.
Switch 2 rumors. They feel a little better now, don't they? I mean, I know that the reveal, it didn't really give us a lot that we didn't already know, but for some reason, just somehow, the fact that it's all confirmed, it's real, it's official, it's announced, it's coming, I don't know. It just makes it feel a little more legitimate. It feels like we're, before we were just
official reveals make things feel more legitimate. Here. I agree.
I don't know.
I don't know why.
Renewed confidence.
It just feels more legitimate.
A very brief
an official
period
reveal.
of time
I wonder why.
Where I was done with the rumors, but something about just seeing the console for real. I don't know.
It's leak culture. Leak culture ruins everything.
Again, I guess I'm good with Switch 2 rumors again, because now it's a thing. Now it's a real thing. It's not just pure speculation. Not just pure rumors, you know what I mean? So let's rumor it up. A while back, there was a rumor where people were giving they were throwing some numbers around about how many units Nintendo might be producing at launch. I believe it's somewhere around estimating 6 or 7 million units at launch, which was a heck of a lot more than they produced for the launch of the original Switch. And so if that was true,
get a Switch 1 for the
that was
longest
indicating
time when
that
it came
Nintendo
out.
was just preparing for
a
much
good
bigger
idea on their
launch
part,
and
good
potentially
forecast.
an even bigger launch
Obviously.
year than the Switch had. And the Switch did have a very good launch. They were selling out. The first year was very successful. It went very, very well. And so
Bad
now
time for her to start singing.
they're trying to keep up that momentum, and they're looking to carry that momentum into the next generation, start the Switch 2 off on the right foot. And now we have another report, rumor, what have you, that sort of corroborates that idea. According to a Bloomberg report. Okay, that's a rumor right there. Bloomberg report. That's the kind of rumor you want to hear. The kind of thing where you go, oh wow, if Bloomberg said it in a report, then it must be true. According to Bloomberg, Nintendo is preparing to sell more than 20 million units of the Switch 2.
Bloomberg got to make up rumors now about the Switch because he lost his presidential campaign.
That is a really, really big number.
Oh, he didn't literally write this article.
It really, really is because yeah, if even the idea of them selling 7 million at launch, if that was oh wow, that'd be crazy, and if they sold through, that would probably be the fastest selling console in that period of time, basically ever. But when I first saw this 20 million plus number,
what if you did? It'd be a funny image in your head.
Reaction, I was comparing it to the launch of
Wrote
the
it
Switch,
straight out of
which
the American
launched
Samoa,
relatively
the only
in
territory
year.
he won in
And I'm
the
thinking,
primaries.
Okay, so 7 million at launch. And then of course you're gonna get like the biggest spike right there at launch, and then it's gonna kind of go down, it's gonna level out, and then you'll see another spike at the end of the year, another like really big several million chunk there. I'm like, okay, I suppose that makes sense. And then wait a minute, no, the Switch 2 is launching like halfway through the year, at least.
June or July, I'm thinking.
I mean, if the big direct is in April, I think it all but guarantees June. I think May is still technically a possibility, and July is of course a possibility, but that would be even crazier.
I'm feeling June, July.
June is like the very, very
If you know
earliest
Nintendo,
that we are going to see.
it's
the
got to be
Switch
June or
2.
July.
And if Nintendo intends to sell over 20 million units in the first
You got to get
year
ahead
when
of
they are
the
launching,
fall if you're expecting
halfway
20 million.
through the year, that is big. That is really, I mean, that would be that. Yeah, I mean, that would be an unprecedented level of sales. That would be really. I mean, because like pretty much with any console, you know, like it's great if you can have like the runaway success, you know, your Switch, your DS, your Wii kind of thing, like, you know, pushing up past
Anything but your Wii U,
but, like,
anything but your
generally speaking,
GameCube.
even like 100, or even kind of like approaching 100. Like, if at the end of the generation Nintendo sold like 100 million units of the Switch 2, that would, from like an investor standpoint, that would definitely be like disappointing. You don't ever want to see less, you know, you always want to see growth. It's always growth mindset. You always gotta sell more and more every time.
That's how
But, like,
capitalism works,
I don't
baby.
know. As far as the industry goes, I feel like any console selling 100 million.
Hello, Big Ben.
That is still a really,
We're talking
really
Switch
good
2 rumors
success.
with
So
the
idea
Muppet.
that they could
We'll be
sell,
restreaming
like,
Metokur later
1/5 of
in
that
2 hours.
or
2 hours.
more within just a half year, like the first half year of the system's
Metokur, we'll
life.
talk about the Blows Blacks
If they managed
drama.
to do that, then
We'll call
suppose that
I
would
call them
indicate
Blows Blacks.
It was most likely that the Switch 2 would end up selling a lot more than 100. Maybe it would. Maybe it will end up selling as well, if not better, than the original Switch. I don't know. I'm still,
Dude,
I'm still
really
slightly
hate this
doubtful.
alien.
I feel like the Switch 2 is definitely going to be a success. I could just see it doing not quite as well, but we really don't know. And, you know, console generations are very long. We don't know where trends of the industry are going to go and whatnot. And it's funny because when I was reading this, I was like, oh, no, wait, of course. They're not talking about just 2025, right? They're just talking about in its first year, in its first calendar year.
Blows
But
Blacks.
no,
At least
do
he's not
believe they are
racist.
saying in 2025. They're expecting
I
to sell
wear
20
women's
million units
clothes, but
plus
at least
in
I'm not
2025.
racist.
And so yeah, if that did happen, then yes, that would mean the Switch 2 is, yes, perfect. It's going to be wildly successful, absolutely. But even if it doesn't end up selling that much, if it is true
Thing
that
is, secret
Nintendo
OnlyFans reveal
intends
never.
to sell that much,
Because they don't
then
exist.
that suggests that
Only
they are
dings.
producing.
It's just
that
his
much.
only
You know what I
pictures
mean?
of my
'Cause, like,
dingus.
That was the whole thing with the story.
You want my ass?
On them
Get
producing
fucked.
around, you know, 7 million units for launch. It's not necessarily a guarantee that they will sell that many, but even just the idea that they are going to produce that many so that it is available to be sold in
Oh my
those
God,
numbers,
holy
and
shit.
you know,
This
basically
mermaid's
everyone who wants to
fucking
buy
nuts.
one is going to have
She's so
access
broken.
to one. That
I feel like I
itself
need
is
to
already
have
a
her
really
here to
good
make
deal,
money.
because one, that's just good.
That's what
it's
it's
just
about,
good for
making
people who want to
money.
buy it and don't want, you know, all the units to get scalped or whatever. But it also suggests a tremendous amount of confidence from Nintendo. They really do believe that the success of the Switch is just going to carry over to the Switch 2, and they are just going for it. They're just absolutely going for it.
I mean, you got to put your best foot
I
forward,
don't know.
right?
I don't know how. I have no idea. at
It's
all.
a big
Like, the
question, too, whether
manufacturing
it'll do
process.
as good as
I
the
don't know
Switch
how
1.
long it takes to manufacture
probably
these
won't,
things.
to be honest.
I don't know, like, at what point do you take
But
the
it's still a
numbers that
Nintendo
you've been
console, so
selling
it'll
and
probably
kinda
still
get
be
an
great.
idea for the demand.
It doesn't need to outsell the
And
Switch
then,
1.
So then, I don't know, you put in an order for the new
It
units.
just needs to
and
do
then, like,
fantastic.
How
The
long
Switch
does that
1
process
is
take?
number 1 in
How
the US.
quickly can you adjust those numbers?
Of all time.
I don't know. Are they just like, no,
So if it even
we're
gets
gonna
within, like, top
manufacture
5, we're
20
good.
million in 2025, and that's it. And we're just gonna hope
No, they can make it within
that
top
they
10. They
sell.
probably won't cry
And
about
if
it.
they don't sell, they'll stay in the warehouses. Or if they do, they're gonna just keep pumping out to the stores. I really don't
25,000
know
for an egg
how
piece?
that
The
works.
fuck?
But if they have any plan whatsoever to manufacture that many, that's incredible, which would be absolutely nuts. And like, that's a big risk. It really is. If that's the sort of thing that they need to commit to now,
it would have
and
to
they
be a
need to get
catastrophic
those
launch for it to
units,
do that.
manufactured now.
People got high
If,
expectations.
you know, if it's not possible to like course
People may have
correct and
problems for
kinda like,
Nintendo,
"Ooh,
but at the
maybe
end of the
we
day,
shouldn't
they
make
always
so
want to
many
play
'cause
Nintendo
it's not
games.
selling that well. I don't really know, but like,
Nostalgia is a hell of a drug.
it could be a big risk for them to make this many. If the demand ends up being quite not as high as they think it's going to be, and now suddenly you have a really big supply, and now they're like flooding the shelves and there aren't enough people to buy them, then that's not necessarily a good look for the company. That could have an effect on its stock prices and whatnot. And I mean, like, I don't know. I don't think I foresee that happening. I do think there's going to be a pretty darn good demand for the system, especially if they have some really good games, you know, within the first year. We're definitely going to get a Mario Kart. If not at launch, then definitely within the first year, and that's going to
Since we saw that, since we were shown Mario Kart in the first reveal, I can't see how that isn't a launch title now. I know it's felt weird because like Mario Kart's never been a launch title, but I feel it's launch.
Mario in there, like it is going to be a really good first year. I really have no doubt. Every time I say I don't know if the Switch 2 is going to do as well as the Switch, I don't mean it's going to like fail in comparison.
3D Mario will be the holiday title.
Switch was lightning in a bottle.
We'll be seeing 3D Mario in April.
And the audience has all changed so much. Things just change, and so you just really never know what's going to happen. Back when the Switch launched, Nintendo was in a worse position. They had like, there was just overall less brand awareness of like Nintendo and its products, but at the same time,
everyone knows Nintendo.
The Switch itself was such a novel idea. The idea of having these more or less home console.
The Switch's novel idea was just the Wii U, but better.
Less novel of an idea now. You know, now we've got
the
all
Wii U, but
sorts
you can
of
actually
other,
take it with you somewhere
things
instead of
for,
just
like, playing
go to the
PC
other
games
room
and whatnot. And now the other, you know, Microsoft and Sony are looking into more handhelds, and it's just, it's not as unique of an idea anymore. And,
always saying what DSP said, it's not unique no more.
The Switch 2 is a very safe iteration of the Switch, so now it's like it comes down less to the novelty and more to the
brand awareness.
loyalty, the number of people who got a Switch and were just so happy with it.
You're not going to be able to catch people the same way you did in 2017.
Or just people
DSP's
who, you know,
kind of right.
Obviously the software comes
He just
down to the
like
software.
phrased it differently.
How good do the games look? That was another reason the Switch sold.
Think about the people who bought the Switch one and compare it to like people who bought the Wii day one, you know, or people who, you know, picked it up because they like live in a retirement home, or you picked it up for your grandparents or something. It's kind of like that, where they pick it up either because they're hopping on a trend or they heard about it. These are just like casuals who just aren't gamers. You can look at the Switch one the same way. It was like this kind of phenomenon for a minute. It was a novel concept, novel idea. You have people hopping on it who aren't gamers. And these are people who won't be coming back for Switch 2. Probably because the trend isn't as new hat as it was back then. He's right in the sense that there are other handhelds out there like Steam Deck, the Ally, whatever the hell that other one is called, and the NVIDIA Shield. My argument against that is that these aren't devices that are targeted towards the demographic that Nintendo wants to market themselves to. So I don't think they'll ultimately be a hindrance to the console when it releases. But to the people who like hopped on it as part of a trend and like just bought one and then maybe bought like a game at launch and then didn't really play with it after, those people probably won't be coming back because they were just attracted by the initial concept of the device. Hello, Scrumbles. But yes, you're right. You're ultimately right, which is why I only give that argument so much weight. But I will acknowledge, like, for the specific swath of people that bought it because it was the new hot thing, to like bandwagon and feel like they're a part of something, those people won't be coming back for Switch 2. But do we need those people? Not necessarily. And yeah, ultimately, the people will pick it up because they want to play Nintendo games.
Sold so well. It wasn't just the home console hybrid thing.
You can tell them you pick up a Steam Deck for like $50 cheaper, but can the Steam Deck play the brand new Mario? It can probably emulate an old Mario.
That already existed technically, but it was on the Wii U, and they didn't want to buy a Wii U, but they were happy buying a Switch. So I don't know. I guess I'm sorry, I'm rambling. It's my job to ramble, but we really don't know what will happen. But I don't know. The idea of them expecting to sell 20 million units plus. If it's true that that's what they're saying, it's Bloomberg. I think it's paywalled. Like, I'm just reading articles about it. It sounds like they're saying in 2025, if they could sell 20 million units in like 6 months.
It seems a bit pie in the sky, but I honestly don't think it's impossible.
That would be a thing. And I don't know. I guess technically we don't know what the price is yet.
Yeah, Metroid has always had trouble when it came to sales. Like, it's beloved in the West more than it is in Japan. Even in the West, it doesn't sell gangbusters.
Overconfidence in the past, that's what the Wii U was. And then even
people
like
love Metroid for what it represents.
Because there was a lot of hype around it.
In the sense of the genre it started with Metroidvanias, Samus is set as a cultural icon, but it doesn't really translate into people buying the games.
Like that with Switch too, but
we see that all the time too, like with Mega Man. Mega Man games don't sell as much as you think they do, or at least the classic ones did not.
Trying to talk about
despite Mega Man being revered as an icon of classic gaming.
Pretty much the overwhelming majority of people say it's probably just going to be 400. I think everyone kind of agrees 400 is the right price. But there are some analysts that are like, oh, it could.
They need a good variety of titles this year. The first year is always the most important. It's why I don't think there will be Fire Emblem this year. Now that I kind of see like I got like a forecast in my head of what it's going to be looking like for the first year, and I think they should focus on more of the big IPs, the big shit, before going into like the secondary IPs like Fire Emblem. So I don't think we'll be seeing Fire Emblem till like 2026, unless it's something that's like a cross-gen title. They should focus on Mario, 3D Mario, and Mario Kart, and Pokemon.
The adopters will pay anything, and that's generally true. The people who buy at launch are...
Oh my god, coming right up, it's a sweet Bean96 re-up, 5 months at tier 1 for 18 months. And they say, help, this is early for a dinger stream. I'm scared. Thank you, Bean. Oh, hopefully I can like mollify your worries here. Big ups, welcome in. This is an early stream because Metokur will be live later, and it's anime night. Welcome in, Bean.
The early adopters will pay anything, and that's generally
I'm playing
true.
The fishy game.
People who buy at launch are the hobbyists, the loyalist fans. They'll pay basically whatever.
Like you, Arlo?
They could
like
always
me?
lower it later, but that's really bad. It's really bad PR. They don't want a 3DS situation again. They don't want to have to lower it later.
The 3DS, they got embarrassed with the 3DS.
So I don't know. Technically possible they could price it so high that ends up affecting year 1 sales, but
it can't be higher than 400 in my opinion. It shouldn't be higher than 400, but what do I know?
Yeah. Switch to rumor. Yay!
Thank you, Arlo. Well, we'll see if they can do 20 million. Now we're gonna watch them talk about Mario Kart. And thank you again, Bean. The massively positive re-up.
The Switch 2 reveal trailer did not give us a whole lot of specific information, but very fortunately, like the original Switch reveal trailer, it did give us something of a soft reveal for a brand new game, Mario Kart 9, which I was going to jokingly refer to as Mario Kart 10 in the title, before I realized that would be terrible for SEO. So I'm just gonna
he wanted the clicks.
Right now, it's that super annoying.
It is Mario Kart 10 because of the mobile game.
For some reason, they just skip the 9, go straight to 10.
We already have Mario Kart 9.
You're just so eager. You're so excited to get to 10. You just like whatever. And the exciting thing though is that this soft reveal, a little less soft than the previous one for Mario Odyssey, because this little teeny tiny clip actually gives
Imagine we start getting more, now that we're out of Wii U games, we just start getting more 3DS and Wii ports or remasters.
A big glimpse into what we can
Hey,
expect
Pharaoh's Anonymous, hello, welcome in.
Mario Kart game. Well, I mean, which may not be Mario Kart. I don't think they're going to do Mario Kart 10, but they might not call it Mario Kart 9.
And thank you, Bean, for the 5-stream streak, all the annoying notice today.
Point is, though,
I appreciate all of them, thank you.
To look at here, and I never imagined that I would be doing a frame-by-frame analysis of a Mario Kart
Arlo doing the real
game,
analysis, unlike Phil.
Here
Let's see what he points out.
This is not going to be as knowledgeable.
What is Arlo going to notice that Phil did not notice, that I didn't notice?
Internet by now. I'm not a huge Mario Kart fan. There's something broken.
Oh, he hates Mario Kart. He's the one guy on Earth that doesn't like Mario Kart.
As basically every other person on this planet. But there's a lot of stuff about this trailer that even has me personally very, very excited. So we're just gonna go through it. We're gonna look at some stuff. I have it here on the exact next frame is precisely when the excitement begins. So here we go. We're gonna skip over the joke about the first frame being the best one. We're gonna let it swivel here. So yeah, there's a lot to take in here somehow. The first and most obvious thing is 24 starting
Oh, I know
lines.
that, DD Duke.
You know,
Oh, he notices 24
essentially
players?
confirming
Obviously.
24-player Mario Kart, which is...
I think Tour is alright for a mobile game. The new Mario Kart seems to be taking some stuff from Tour. I think people will be surprised. Like, if you haven't played the mobile game, I think you'll be surprised when the new Mario Kart shows that it's taken a lot from it. I think it should take the alternate skins. There are a lot of costumes in Mario Kart Tour, a lot of good ones too. I think that should be adapted to the new Mario Kart. Let's get some costumes that aren't separate character slots as well. Just have them be, you know, alts like in Smash Brothers. And give us the score attack function. So Mario Kart Tour's gameplay functions like a score attack system. I would not mind that as a side mode, just like Time Trials.
Cool. I mean, that's real. I mean, if you're gonna do a sequel, what do you do with a sequel? You go bigger, especially like during the Switch generation. How many different games did we get where part of the hook, or even the entire hook, was just
part of the
a
fish
bunch
hook?
of players, you know, and battle royales became really popular.
Yeah, we just got that with
during
Mario
the Switch
Party.
generation.
Though they kind of lied to
And,
us about it. You couldn't have 20-player
Nintendo
lobbies,
didn't,
only
like,
20-player
often go full
20-player
battle
random
royale,
lobbies.
100 players or whatever, but like they definitely recognized that having more players is just more fun. And obviously, I hopefully there will be something, you know, 24-player local play.
This is another thing that I think we'll see a lot of too into the Switch 2 generation. I think people are going in and expecting like better graphics and you know, better capabilities and whatnot. There probably will be that to an extent. But if you just look at that Mario Kart, new Mario Kart footage, I think for the expectations that people may have had after like a decade without a brand new Mario Kart, it probably doesn't look at first glance, it probably doesn't look as good as you would initially expect in your head, like visualizing what a new Mario Kart may look like. Now, it still looks leagues above Mario Kart 8 if you actually do the nitty-gritty comparison. But I think what Nintendo's philosophy will be for the Switch 2 and showing off the potential of what the games can do with the new hardware is not going to be anything. Well, it will be like visual, like just like above the board, like across the board. It'll be like visual enhancements. But I think what they will actually do to show off the potential of the new system is going to be gameplay stuff. We're already seeing that now with Mario Kart 24 players. So just pick a franchise and just like apply that logic. What could we do with the new hardware that we couldn't do on Switch 1 necessarily?
If possible, probably is. That will be cool. But at the very least, 24 players online, you know, some sort of a bigger online element. Maybe we'll have some sort of elimination mode, or it would be kind of silly not to.
Hey, Pancake
we'll
Mix,
talk a little bit more about
where your
that
jiggy's
in a bit.
at,
So yeah,
Tuesday.
24-player Mario Kart. That's already great. It's I mean, like just right there. We've got like a really major confirmation for the next Mario Kart game, just right here in the opening, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, well, like what if
But I
Pikmin
would
5?
like
You get like
to
500
briefly
Pikmin out at once.
Speculate.
I don't know.
Just
200
wildly,
at least.
Foolishly.
Thank you for the 15 stream streak.
Probably completely off base here. But I can't help but notice like this little area over here. It almost looks like a place where you could run around, and I'm really...
So he's talking about this area right here. Maybe, can we get a dingus zoom in? Everything he's saying for this segment is in reference to the area right here. So I may have watched a little bit of this off stream. But his illusion is that it seems like this area suggests to him, and I haven't seen anybody else make this prediction. He thinks there will be an adventure mode akin to Diddy Kong Racing or Crash Team Racing to supplement it'd probably be like a $70 game, just to give you something to do, single player adventure, which I would not mind, a single player adventure, but he seems to think you'll be able to get out of the cart and actually like run around and do some platforming.
Trying not to get my hopes up here, because it
could happen.
I'm probably just wrong, but you know, whatever, let's explore every idea we can. I do have to wonder if you could have a character up here walking around, I don't know, just like there's like an area and there's a staircase and there's like a little ledge here. And I'm also noticing that, you know, right here, the path, it's getting diverted off of the actual track to go this way. So it does seem like at some point in some mode you will be going down this track, and I know that there are tracks in Mario Kart 8 where the paths change.
Yeah, all the ones that came with the DLC had those different routes per lap.
I'm imagining a mode or some sort of feature. What if there was some, so getting my hopes up, what if there was a spectator mode? A spectator mode where you could actually have a character
8 does have spectator
running
mode.
around on the sides of the tracks.
Oh, okay.
And watching the players, and maybe even like on a little
like platforming on the side while the race is going on. That kind of like an actual in-game spectator mode. I don't know.
From the actual perspectives of the camera, so you can actually see what's going on.
Some gimmick shit. I don't know. Would people care?
Look how there's like a little ledge here, and it's overlooking.
It would be a great way of showing off the tech, like, oh, you can run around while people are like online live people are racing.
Probably not like talking with them because this is Nintendo we're talking about. Maybe if they're friends and you're watching the players go by. I just think that's a cool idea. Could be completely wrong. Obviously,
you might be, Arlo.
Probably is, but at the very least, you know, shifting tracks. There is going to be a thing where you can go on the regular track. I would imagine either that or this is just a this is just a track where it looks like a regular basic Mario Kart track, but psych, it goes over here into some other sort of thing. So I don't know. Those were the takeaways for me. This little chunk right here. Hoping that there's some sort of like cool runaround spec. I just think that's a cool idea.
If he's right, I could see that happening as you queue up for a lobby,
bigger and more,
and they're in the middle of a race that has to finish first.
I think that would be cool.
But I don't.
And like right here, can you?
I don't think he's
drive
right
here,
necessarily.
Like
the idea sounds like it'd be cool, right?
Line up and watch. It's cool. I like the idea, but I don't know. Let's move on.
Oh yeah, Pikmin 2 is a nightmarish
so
to do.
At this point,
especially challenge mode, trying to pink flower everything. Tell me about it.
People are saying.
I was suffering with that in 2023.
It is a little bit surprising how not impressive the graphics are. You know,
he hates the graphics.
Really not wowing me. It does not look like anything that could not be done on the original Switch.
I don't think the original Switch could handle 24 players on a racetrack.
Like anything other than a regular Switch game. And I'm trying not to be like too worried about it, just because like, I mean, I don't know. It's an early look. There could be it could just be that they didn't want to reveal too much about how.
Yeah, they made it look like garbage on purpose, Arlo.
It is cool that this
the world
is our
premiere.
First look at a Switch 2
They undercooked it on purpose, or it'll look way better on launch.
First footage ever of a game running on Switch 2. For all we know, they actually scaled it back. Maybe they removed a bunch of like effects and stuff just to make it look a little bit more basic. We also have to consider that, you know, Mario Kart 8 in particular had Bulborb confirmed. It had a lot of like really visually interesting tracks that were all twisty and stuff. And they seem to have purposefully chosen a very, very basic looking track here. So like,
going on what he said with that, I actually agree. The track that was revealed seems a little basic, and that makes me curious about what the gimmick will be. I've already talked about how like the gimmick appears to be like these golden little, I called it a box, but the golden box I talked about, it's actually like a take-home bag, you know, like a little doggy baggie of when you go to a restaurant. Because it was like situated under the Yoshi diner, and I had said, well, there appears to be like conspicuous fuel tanks that you can use like fill some sort of meter, and I kind of compared it to F-Zero. I still think that's going to be the case, but it is curious that this first track we're looking at appears to be basic to accommodate the 24 racers. It makes me think that 24 racers will only be on certain tracks that are big enough to accommodate 24 racers. It could just be a side mode or something. Because I wonder like how crazy can you go with the track design when it has to be wide enough to accommodate all these different characters. It also makes me wonder whether like underwater racing will come back, if gliding will come back, if even anti-gravity will come back. I think anti-gravity has the highest chance of returning if they cut any one of the three, and then they just cut underwater and gliding, which I wouldn't cry too much about. Those. Will you shed any tears if they cut the underwater segments out of Mario Kart?
Consider that too. There are going to be tracks with a lot more interesting things going on. They wanted it to look a little bit plain. They wanted this reveal to be a soft reveal.
Star Fox style racing? They just make a Star Fox racing game.
I'm not worried about it. I think the final version is going to look fine. And also, like, they might have to scale it back a little if they've got, like, 24 players or if there are other gameplay elements that, you know, put a lot more strain on the system or whatever. I don't really know.
No, the underwater segments look good,
let's not be too
but I don't think they should be boxed into like
but it also looks
having
fine.
to have underwater
sections
sections
where
all the time.
Man, I wish the resolution was higher. If
like,
the
oh, it's a
Switch
new Mario
2
Kart,
ends
so it
up,
has to
like,
have
doing,
underwater
you know,
sections. I don't think they shouldn't box
1080p.
themselves in.
I hope Nintendo starts
to that
uploading
logic.
trailers in higher than 1080p, because this is all grainy. The YouTube encoding screws it up a little bit. But here we can see the design of some of the characters. It's a little bit interesting. Mario and Luigi in particular, I guess kind of everybody, they look a little bit squatty. You know, their proportions are a little
Yeah, Arlo's
bit
noticing the art style
smaller.
change.
They,
I pointed it out
like
when I
Mario
looked at the trailer.
almost looks like the version of Mario from Mario Kart 64. You know, just a little bit squatter. And that is interesting, and I
based off Nakoe's 2D art, who's been the artist for the series for 2D illustrations since Mario 3D Land on 3DS.
But it's at least worth speculating that you know.
And his art style resembles Kotabe, who was doing the art in the old games, like Mario World
or something. One of my big hopes for the game is that we don't have like separate versions of characters anymore. Can we just have skins?
Well, the movie takes inspiration from Nakoe's drawings, Red Animator.
Characters. Can we just have one Mario?
The movie influenced the movie's success. To me, obviously indicates the reason for going in that direction. But to say like it takes directly from the movie as that inspiration for the design, I think it's more like they just took inspiration from the same source, which is trying to get as close to the 2D, to like replicating the style of the 2D drawings in 3D as possible.
And you just switch between the skins, like in Smash Bros or whatever. I think that would be good. It could be this is like it's a chibi Mario skin. I don't think so. It doesn't look different enough.
They would not have an alternate skin as in the reveal trailer.
I was also considering what if. Oh yeah, and then people were pointing out.
Thank you, Commissar Authority. 6 months to tier 1 for 3 months.
Like movie DK.
No message for welcome in.
I wonder
it's an
if
early stream.
Start making DK look more like that. You know, maybe the movie DK wasn't just movie DK. Maybe that was them kind of moving in a new direction for DK. Probably not though, because I think overall this is just kind of evoking a more classic style. For basically all of these characters, they all look a little more squatty, a little bit more, I don't know, just kind of like this squarish look about them that really does seem to emulate just the older games. You know, the movie version of DK looks a lot more like classic DK. So I don't know. Maybe that does suggest that maybe these are like more classic skins, classic proportions. It is technically possible. For a moment or two, I was like, what if the squattier version is like small? What if they're doing like the, you know, you get a mushroom to get big and then you get hurt and you get smaller? What if they introduce something like that? Probably not.
The gimmick's gonna get revealed next trailer for sure.
They're a little squattier, but
I
they're not,
still
like,
think it has to be the
smaller.
boost mechanic.
This isn't like small Mario.
Rest
He's
in
not,
peace,
like,
Fishy.
half
Fishy,
the
no.
size or whatever. But it is interesting. It is really interesting, especially with this game being the newest one. It's on the newest hardware. It's going to be the most visually
Look at that big old
interesting.
fish. Look at that big old fish.
It's a really
Look at that
interesting
dude.
choice if
That
they decided
guy.
to just kind of scale
He
back
eats
the characters
carnivores.
back to a more classic look. You'd think that they would want to further modernize it. But I don't know. I really don't know. It's really interesting. It's a really interesting choice that they have made here. I do love that though. Look at that little like squash and stretch and the look on his face when he goes over a bump. That's really nice. It's very expressive. That classic look is kind of simple, but then if you add a lot into like the animations and whatnot, then that is very cool. I really do like that. That's a very little touch, but I mean, the characters were already pretty darn expressive in the original, but that's nice. Even just like the cart itself, the way it's kind of bouncing around. See, there are details here. I feel like when we're looking at this,
Yeah, the details you're pointing out, Arlo, were not in Mario Kart 8.
Encoding, I feel like it's gonna look a lot more impressive.
It's that
I feel
subtle
like
shit
even
you gotta
just this
appreciate.
image right here with
That
no
you just
changes,
don't notice at
if
first
it was
glance. You're like,
full
oh, it doesn't
screen,
look any better
high
than Mario Kart
resolution,
8.
we'd probably be
It
like,
doesn't
oh,
look any better
oh,
than
yeah,
you
that's
imagine
pretty
Mario
good.
Kart
And
8 looking in
especially
your
if they are
head.
scaling back some of the some of the effects or whatever. I think it could look good later. Is there anything else to get from here? This little thing right here, is that kind of does, is that just a visual thing, or is that like a rail that you might grind on?
Dude, there's so many fish, I can't even
I don't
see
know.
shit.
It looks less like a grindy rail for a cart and more like a grindy rail for a Sonic or something, which I believe does confirm that we will be running around and Sonic will be a character and you get to grind on there and then you shoot off and then, yeah, so that's definitely a thing. So yeah, so that's this little chunk here. Let's reduce the playback speed and just kind of watch through again. Make sure there's so many coins. Yeah, that's pretty much all of it. That's the character designs. That's the other stuff I wanted to say. That's the graphics. It's just really cool. It's just really surreal. The very first shot of
those
any
guys aren't
Switch
really an
2
issue
game ever.
anymore.
That's cool. Do you see a little like piece of paper like floating? Little piece of paper like floating on the wind.
I actually
like
did not
the
catch
idea.
that
Ooh,
until he
that's a fun
pointed it out, the
idea.
piece
That's
of
a very,
paper.
like, next gen kind of thing. The idea
The
of
next gen
there it
debris
is.
on the road.
Just like debris on the track. That's a cool little detail. That's
I
something
actually
that can,
agree with that.
Help add a little bit of visual flair to the game.
Really
I
makes
like
you
that.
feel
I
like
like
you're
that
on the
idea.
road.
So let's see what else we got. That's
Level complete.
most of that, and then they cover up the image because they
What do we
are
got? It's
cool
Amp
to
the
us.
electric eel.
There we
And
go.
can
There we go.
electrocute
Can
your
I come
entire
on mine?
tank, killing your fish, turning them into diamonds. Why would I want that?
And then they reveal, shocking, you can hook it to the TV.
Would that
And
not give
keep
me an
playing?
instant game over? Let's try them out.
And then we get a little bit more of a close-up of Mario.
Nog was like
there.
expecting next
More or
gen
less
level
the
graphics for
same
Mario
as
Kart.
The last shot, more grainy YouTube chewed up footage, a little bit better of a look at DK there. Yeah,
The dolphin's
I mean,
not helpful though. He only
almost seems
identical allows me to see
to
HP.
the
It's
movie
not worth it
version.
to me.
Which again, I know
Fuck
was like
you.
kind of imitating the
Lucky dolphin.
the more classic style.
No,
but,
really.
I don't know. Really seems to match it. I haven't seen it like side by side, but that is pretty darn close. I
His
love the
name's
look on
Blip.
Bowser's face. Looks a little scared. I like the idea
I will
that
do it for
Bowser
Nog.
is always scared going on the cart. He just never admits it. He'll do it. He'll drive. He'll never admit how terrifying it is every single time he gets in that car. Mario Sunshine 2 confirmed right there, the Shine Sprite. Yep, them driving more or less the same kind of stuff, but then we're about to get into even more just like crazy territory.
Crazy.
Nice big boost pad, obviously for accommodating many players. And then the little part they really did not have to show us. They did not, but right here is where we get the most mind-blowing confirmations about the new game possible.
Yoshi has
It's
a diner.
Yoshi Burgers. It's a Yoshi
Hello, Roderick.
diner. That's the biggest thing for me. But then we have other minor stuff. Right here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. So this right here is not your basic Mario Kart track. This is not.
Yeah,
This
it's
is not
way
like
too many
a
straight-ways.
twisty
It makes
roller
me
coaster
very
where everybody's all
suspicious.
piling on top of each other and all that. This is a wide and straight road that goes way out into the distance. It does not curve very much at all. If this were a regular Mario Kart game, this would probably be a very, very boring level. But clearly, there is something very new going on here. And also, what is this? What is that? That is like a little fire item.
What is this? Insaniquarium. It's a
I left
PC
my
game I
Star
had on my
Trek
laptop in 2008.
NCIS
You
computer
feed
at
fish and
home.
fight aliens.
I can't. It's broken.
I think I'm nearing the end of
enhance
it.
the image
So these levels are
magically
getting
right now.
extra long.
But to me, it just kind of looks like a little fire item that you're going to drive into, and that suggests that this is. I mean, okay. It's not a gas station. I kind of thought it would be a gas station, but it's not. It really does just look like
No,
a
it's a
burger
diner,
joint.
and
But at
the what
same
he's
time,
saying is a fire item is
fire to me
the doggy
suggests
bag I was
fuel,
talking about,
and
the
this
take-home
does
bag.
look like a little pit stop area. So Maybe instead of fuel, maybe it's a hunger gauge. Maybe it's there's survival elements. I don't know exactly how it's going to go. But
Mario Kart Desert Bus says there's a real system seller right there.
And you
a 24-hour race for 24 players.
It really does look like some sort of like fueling thing. It seems like there could be some sort of mechanic, like a stamina mechanic, where you're not just racing. You're going like long term. Maybe not like long, but like longer stretches, and maybe you even have an energy gauge and you have to refill it or something like that. I could be completely wrong, but that seems like what is being communicated here to me. And I mean, like, whatever the case though, whatever the little fire thing is, this right here, it suggests something different. And a really big question has been, you know, especially now that we're basically confirmed that the next Mario Kart is going to be a launch title.
Why do aliens want my fish so bad? I actually don't know.
It could just
Why do they keep invading my aquarium?
Launch. It might not be a launch title,
They keep
but like,
bankrupting
I don't know, why
me,
wouldn't it be? You know, Mario Kart 8, it's like one of the best-selling games of all time. So like, why would it not be a launch title? And it was like, oh, but why would they?
Oh, I mean, I
Because
was
why would they
skeptical
have
about
given
it
us
being
the
launch
booster
title because it
pass,
never has been a launch title
with
before.
so many new tracks right before the next game.
Oh, amount of money.
Well, I mean, in retrospect, the answer seems obvious now. What if the tracks themselves are just going to be very, very different? What if the next Mario Kart game fundamentally
All right, I'm sorry,
changes
Knock, but I have to change my little pets.
Mario Kart tracks work? And the thing is, like, obviously, if they were all just really big and wide and it became this thing where you're going really just long stretches, that could not be a complete replacement. You know, it could be that this is showing off a new mode, but at the same time, like, it still could be true that tracks themselves are going to change, but then how do you change them? Because, you know, people like the original way. They want it to be a twisty, turny roller coaster and people are all piling on top of each other and stuff. So I don't know. I guess we can't know for sure exactly what to glean from this. But setting that idea aside for now, that like all the tracks are going to be fundamentally different and that's why they gave us the booster course pass, like whatever, at the very least, I just want to look at this, and to me, it does suggest some sort of very new mode, and I want to believe in my heart that it's some sort of like adventure mode. Because here's the thing, it's like I said, I'm kind of broken. There's something wrong with me. I have a defect in my brain that for some reason,
at least he admits it.
I'm the one person who just doesn't, I think Mario Kart is fun, especially if I'm playing with friends, but I just don't get a lot from just racing. From just getting to the finish line first and just playing in races again and again and again and again and again. It doesn't really do it for me. For any kind of game like that, like basic gameplay that's just like the gameplay is fun, but I need more. I need some sort of progression system. So for me, a racing game that I want to play is something like Diddy Kong Racing, where you have some sort of adventure
Diddy Kong
mode.
Racing. Shout out.
I've been hoping for something like that in Mario Kart for forever. The DS game,
like Crash Team Racing
just
to go.
That was fun because it had the challenge mode. See, there's something different. But
Yeah,
like
Mario Kart DS mission
is
mode.
better than the
People
idea
like that.
of a big adventure mode.
That was a good mode.
And I cannot get my hopes up at this point, obviously. But if it is true that this does suggest some sort of bigger adventure mode where you're making progress, it's a campaign and you are moving through it and things happen and yeah, there's just a sense of some sort of progression system. That is what I want, and especially if they're going to introduce new mechanics into it, some sort of stamina sort of thing. I like that. If it is true that, you know, you've got these like big 24-player races, then maybe this is still just going to be a multiplayer thing. It's just going to be an online thing. And if it's an online thing, then you're not going to have super duper long races, because that's just not really conducive to online play.
That's all I do.
It needs to be short enough that everybody playing can reasonably be expected to finish each race. And you know what, for all we know, this is just a section of a race. It could be that there's something like this and you're gassing up, but then later it does become more like twisty or turny or whatever. But I don't know, they're like out in the desert. Clearly this is something long, and the road is really wide. And if it was that way the whole way through, that would be kind of boring. It really would. So
Probably
there is a lot
won't be
going
that
on
way
here
the
that we
whole
don't
the whole
see.
way
There
through,
is a
Arlo.
lot to
But I
this,
agree.
that we do not know yet, which is really fun.
There are a lot of question marks with the track that they showed
very
off.
exciting to be able to see that there is something very different going on with this Mario Kart.
You might even
but
say
still
something
not
different
really
going
being
on
able to put it together. I
under
think
the
that's
hood.
great. I think this was perfect. This was more information than we even needed. It was still just enough to get us really excited about the next thing without actually fully revealing any aspect. I am intrigued. This is, I don't know. It's really exciting, and I really like the idea of there being something about the next Mario Kart game that gets me excited. And Nintendo has been doing that. That's what's so cool about Nintendo these days. It almost feels like they're trying to appeal to me personally, even when they don't really need to, you know? Super Mario Bros. Wonder did not have to be as weird and creative as it was because everybody loves 2D Mario in pretty much any form, but they did it anyway. And
It's not really an
it made it
alien so
appeal
much
to
as
me when I don't
Blooper's cousin.
usually like 2D Mario games like that much.
He even
like
hates
the Mario
2D
Sports
Mario.
games, you know, they've
What does he
been-
love? He loves
they
nothing.
were kind of bare bones for a while, and I'm not the only person who feels like that made them less fun. Obviously, like, you know, the GameCube titles, they all had loads of personality and modes and all that stuff. But you know, I am still less inclined to play a Mario Sports game if it's just
Yeah, he only likes Thousand Year Door, and he didn't even finish the remake. He bought it and never finished it, and he was the biggest champion of that game getting remade.
They didn't really nail the execution very much. You know, like Mario Golf, I don't really care that much about, but I did enjoy the adventure mode. The Mario Tennis Aces adventure mode ended up being really quite disappointing. But the fact that they were still bringing back these modes that made these experiences feel more like full games, to me, more like something that I want to engage with. I'm just really happy about that. And so if they could do the same thing for Mario Kart, give it some kind of adventure mode-ish type thing, I don't know. I would love that. I just really
Jellyfish sucks.
Love the
He collects
idea
coins for me.
of being really excited for Mario
He'll
Kart
be more
game,
useful when I got like
especially
earlier I
because
had like a
if it's true
shitload of
that
fish on
this
screen
is
dropping coins constantly
the
because
big
of the
launch
mermaid.
title, and if
He'll
I'm
be
gonna
useful
have to
then.
wait until the end of the year to play the 3D
He's a long-term
Mario,
friend.
it's gonna be a bummer because I'm so excited for the next 3D Mario game. So give me something to sink my teeth into now while I am waiting. So I think that's it. Yeah, that's basically it. So you know, Yoshi Burger. That's the big takeaway. But then you had all that other stuff too, and it's cool. I'm really happy that we got a little glimpse of the. And look at the stuff in the background. Is that just for looks? Is that just, you know? It's just, of course. There's dirt roads out in the desert. Or is that the spectator thing? Is there a mode where you can spectate and run and go and get lost in the desert? And
I think it would be cool if it kind of went for like what Double Dash was going for, like all the tracks. Like other tracks are visible when you're on track A, you can see track B in the distance. Double Dash had kind of like an interconnected world like that wasn't really fully utilized in any following Mario Kart. So it would, like what I'm saying is, it would be neat if like the dirt roads that he's talking about right here, you can see the dirt roads way past the diner. It'd be interesting if that was just like a part of another track entirely.
And there's survival mechanics, and you have to eat Yoshi
It doesn't
burgers,
even need to be like a
or
mechanic,
you
just
die.
like for lore.
You
It would
have to
be
start
neat
your
just for
run all
lore
over?
to have that
Is
back.
this going to be a roguelite Mario Kart? We shall see. But yeah, that's it. Mario Kart 9/10, whatever it's going to be. We got it, and yeah, crazy. See you later.
All right, Arlo, thank you. I should have ended that sooner. All right, those are his Switch 2 videos, at least the ones post-reveal. I'm not going to do the pre-reveal ones because it's, you know, no longer relevant. He put out one today about Hollow Knight. You guys left that game, right? See what he has to say.
My heart goes out to Hollow Knight fans. It really does. I feel for you folks. I know what this is like. I do. I know. It's the whole Pikmin thing. To
Ask
like,
Wario
it's
Land
one
fans
thing
how they
to
feel
wait
waiting for a new
new
game.
entry in a series without knowing if or when it will ever come. But it's another to have it like actually announced and to just be like, okay, but it's been so many years. Where the heck is it? You know, it's Pikmin. It's Pikmin 4. It's Metroid Prime 4. Like I get you. That is not something I would wish upon my worst enemy, because it's just such a painful place to be. And in the case of Silksong, I mean, like I've been kind of wanting to just do a video in general, just kind of going over the whole situation, just because it is weird. It is so weird. You know, we all get that like game development is hard. You know, projects can kind of balloon in scope and they can get delayed. But this situation is such an extreme example where it was a game that was
Although me spreading out a
originally
rant
gonna
about
be a DLC,
So Song Never Coming was used to
and
teach my
then,
AI bot
okay,
in
well,
series.
it's ballooned enough
I didn't know
it's gonna
that.
be its own game. But then like they announced it how many years ago? I've lost track.
Angry
Like 4 or 5
Bean.
years ago by now. Like it feels like it's taken even longer than the development of the original game. It's just taken so long, and they have given like updates with promises. They have like said.
Mine is trained off one of the Splatoon streams, which is why I'm always yelling with my bot.
Yes, it's coming this year or next year, years ago. So everybody is just like, what's happening? And again, my heart goes out to these people. And honestly, I mean, let's just say,
Yeah, it might have got felted by scope creep.
sense the desperation. I sense the desperation. I feel like I can see. I'm not gonna say, going crazy, that kind of, lots of words like that kind of get thrown around. I'm going to take a more empathetic approach and say, I can see how much this hurts you through your behavior and through, because that's the thing. The problem here, it's not just that the game is taking so long, it's that the developer Team Cherry just like won't give updates. They just like won't, and I can sort of understand the hesitance to give an update. If
Don't rush
later you have
perfection,
to
bro.
amend it, but at the same
Just
time,
wait 8 years.
complete and utter
Low
radio
rent check.
silence is what is scary and weird and confusing and making people go, okay, I'll say it a
The
little
guy's
crazy.
talking about
Because
Silk Song.
It's a
Just
lot.
got
It's a
done with
lot
a
to
Switch
deal
2
with.
reactions.
And so anytime
Got
there's
Metokur
anything,
in hour 15.
not even, well, it's never like real info, but it's like potential info. Basically the rumor mill for Silksong. It rivals the rumor mill for Switch 2. It's just anything that anyone can grab onto. They kind of just have to, and I get that. I feel that need where you're like, I want this thing so much that I'm willing to grab onto anything, because grabbing on to this nothing thing is better than nothing. It's better than just going yet another day, just trying not to think about it.
Final boss got
all
limits
that
too
to
much
say,
in Hollow Knight.
There's a rumor.
I have it.
right now, and
I
I
just
was
never got
streaming
around to
yesterday,
playing
and someone
it.
said, "Hey, did you hear the Hollow Knight news?" And I was
Hollow
like,
Knight
"Whoa,
news?
Is there Hollow Knight news? Is there real Silksong?
Hollow Knight-
news?"
Hollow
And
Knight
I finally
news?
looked it up this morning, and I saw that it's well. I mean, okay. Okay, I'll just tell you about it. One of the members of Team Cherry, the developer, they changed their social media profile picture to a picture of a chocolate cake. All right, that's step. You can see. I mean, you can already kind of see where this is going. I mean, not specifically, but I mean like the nature of this. You can tell that this is not like direct, real, tangible
Yeah, why play
news.
games when you can criticize the games I'm playing?
They changed the profile picture to a piece of chocolate cake. And of course,
But the cake has a cherry on
the
it.
sleuths of the Hollow Knight community, they got on this. They reverse image searched the specific picture of chocolate cake. And it turns out that image is from a recipe that was posted. I love this. I'm laughing as I say it. A recipe for chocolate cake that was posted on April 2nd, 2024. Knee-jerk reaction is, oh, April 2nd, is that like close to April 1st? Is it? No, that's not even it. Nothing to do with April Fool's Day. No, it's because
Switch 2
April
Direct.
2nd, 2025
Switch 2 Direct.
is the date of the big Switch 2 Nintendo Direct.
Oh
Ooh.
my god, a Silk
see.
Song at the Switch 2
You see,
Direct.
you see, so
Maybe.
That's the news. That's the thing. And the funny thing is, I feel like I could go either way with this. On the one hand, this is nuts. This is nonsense.
Yeah, I could see myself,
Of
like, if I
course
played
not,
Hollow Knight
right?
Unif, I'd probably
This is
bang
such
myself
a
on the wall
stretch.
till I
This
finish
is
that
grasping
too.
at the strawest of straws, right?
Just like I did with Kingdom
At the
Hearts.
same time, why did they change their picture to that cake? That is really specific. That's really specific. And I think we've reached this point with, I don't know, the internet, people on the internet, fandom, is that like there's no level of mystery that will ever go.
Oh, he says they found the
unsolved.
exact
When people put their
recipe, and the
heads
recipe
together, you know, it's
says
kinda
when it was
like
posted.
Animal World. Billy Basso put
So it could be a
such
coincidence.
deep, so many layers of secrets into
But the
that
odds
game.
of it being a
He made
coincidence,
it
like, there's so
deep
many
and
days in
so
a year,
cryptic
though.
And mysterious. He thought it was going to take years. He said it multiple times. He thought it was going to be. He said there's probably some mysteries in there that will take the community years to figure out. Took them a month. They cracked that game in like a month. Because when passionate fans put their heads together, they figure stuff out. So if this person from Team Cherry really did want to give some sort of small clue without actually giving any real, official, tangible information, then they probably knew that this would work. They probably knew
Beans
that
that
people
believe
would
it when
figure
she
this
sees
out.
it
They
kinda
would find
gal.
the source of the image, and they would notice that April 2nd date. And they might put two and two together. So, and you know, to put it plainly, they believe that if it's sharing the date with the Nintendo Direct, that it could be that Nintendo Direct will also finally reveal, re-reveal, whatever it is by now.
At this point, it
Silk
needs
Song.
to just be
Now,
straight up
to bounce
re-revealed.
back the other way, I don't necessarily know why Silk Song would be featured in the big Switch 2 Direct. Because this, I mean, you know, it's an indie game. It's probably gonna be multi-platform ultimately, at least eventually, even if there's
Maybe
some sort of, like, time
Switch
exclusivity
2
or something.
console exclusive.
But like, why wouldn't it have been at any other Nintendo Direct? Why would it have to,
Maybe
because, like,
the first
the
one
Direct
did
for
best
Switch 2,
on
like,
Switch
just imagine
for
the
consoles.
Switch January 2017 presentation. The point of that, the entire point of that presentation was not just to show off games, because like it's not just about games coming, you know, especially if they're coming to Switch 1 as well. That presentation was, sorry, I'm mixing them up, but like the original January 2017 presentation was, here is the future of Switch. This is a brand new system, and here's what you can expect to play on it for the next few years. So if we look at this presentation as probably being the same thing more or less, I don't expect a lot of like random other game announcements, you know, especially not a lot of like third-party stuff, except with like third parties that are working really closely with Nintendo to bring content to the Switch 2. But like, Silk Song isn't gonna be a Switch 2 exclusive. I don't see why it would be. So that doesn't
A
seem like
console
the kind of
exclusive,
Direct
timed
to me
console
that would have that
exclusive,
sort of
maybe.
thing. And I also want to point out that the reason people are always looking for Silk Song news in Nintendo Directs or partner showcases or whatever, or indie showcases, it really could belong in any of them, is because originally it was like revealed in a Nintendo presentation, and so it was kind of seen as a Nintendo-ish related thing. But the problem with that is then a few years later, the game was like kind of re-revealed as an Xbox thing. It was in an Xbox presentation, and that whole thing where like Phil Spencer was like, all the games in this presentation are releasing within the next year. And that was like 4 years ago or whatever by now. But the point is, it seemed that at that time, they had established some
Phil
sort
Spencer,
of partnership
why?
with Xbox to, you know, either make it a timed exclusive or, you know, bring it to Game Pass on day one. And it would just be very strange to kind of like start with Nintendo and then switch allegiances over to Xbox and then switch back. It seems kind of
Maybe they realized
unlikely. At the same
Xbox is
time,
trash.
if
Maybe
somebody's
it didn't
going
work out
weird
for
with
Xbox.
development
Maybe
and,
they didn't
maybe
crack
there was
that
some
Game
problem
Pass day one
with
deal.
Microsoft and Xbox, and maybe that's partially why this has all taken so long. Either that, or just in all of these years, things can change, and it is possible to change a thing to a different thing, and then change it back to the original thing. It is technically a possible scenario, even if it just kind of seems a little unlikely. So I don't know. It seems desperate. It seems like a real reach, but at the same time, it also doesn't. So I'm pretty torn on it. Is this real? I really don't know.
Real
But there's a nice little quote here about this from YouTuber Fireborn. April 2nd is also the date of the next Nintendo Direct. Now, the combination of the fact that this is nearly 3 months away and that Team Cherry knows how much we focus as a community on Nintendo Directs, it really can't be a coincidence. The fact that this is also connected seemingly to the launch of the Switch 2 and the Switch 2's announcement kind of indicates that maybe that had something to do with why Silk Song was delayed. That's just kind of a tinfoil hat theory.
Delayed just like so it can release on Switch 2.
It's an elaborate joke, but I think that Team Cherry have received so much guff from the community that I don't think this is something they would joke about. And like I said, they have done ARGs in the past. That date can't be a coincidence. It has to be meant for us to find. I wasn't aware that they had done. See, that, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to read that. If that is true, they have done that kind of thing in the past, then I suppose that does give a little bit more weight to this
Silk
idea.
Song is real.
But yeah, at the same time, I really don't know. But I would just like to say again, I'm very sorry that the world has forced you all into this place. Because like, I mean, I would be here right with you. You know, like I'm not a big, huge
so much
Hollow
shit
Knight
to
fan. I
click.
did start the game. I did like the game. I need to get. I just
This is
didn't
where the
finish it. I
jellyfish
do
comes
need
in
to get back
handy.
to it.
There's
I can
so much
definitely
shit.
understand the love for the series, and like I could just in an alternate timeline, I'm right here with you, and I'm grabbing onto all this stuff, and I definitely want to believe. Like I understand it. I understand it completely. And you know what? I hope it turns out true. I hope you end up being validated for all of this, and I hope that we do end up getting some sort of news. Maybe in a few months, maybe, possibly. Would be nice. I mean, that's the thing about it. If there's anything that we know about Silksong, it's that at the very least it hasn't been canceled. You know, we have reason to believe it is at least being worked on, and that's the thing about something that is being worked on. It has to come eventually. Even if every year you say there's no way, there is absolutely, positively no possible way, this time next year, we don't have the announcement. And then that year does go by. And then another, and then another, and then another, and you're just like, okay, well now, like, I just don't know what to believe. I just don't know what to believe. But it does have to come someday. Technically, you can't be sure. Technically, it is possible they could announce, sorry, there actually were a lot of problems and we've disbanded and the game is canceled. Like, it's technically possible, but like, it is gonna come someday. It has to. One of these times,
Well, it was canceled. Do you think they would just
be true? It just will.
They could
So
just
you have to
quietly
wonder,
cancel it. They don't have to announce
is
that it's
this
canceled.
gonna be the
Nah,
one?
I think it's still on the way.
Is this going to be the year?
You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. Arlo's right. Arlo's right. They've done ARGs in the past. It's coming. Finally. Silksong is here, bros. April 2nd for sure. The reveal. Switch 2. Timed console exclusive. That's why it's gonna be in the direct. Get hyped, bros. I barely made 50,000. That's how much it cost for my first egg piece. This game is ridiculous. Okay. We have the games I loved most in 2024. Watch these all be third-party games or multiplats. The Nintendo hater that he is.
Before we begin, it is
Hey,
of utmost importance.
It's the puppet. The Muppet. He's using it.
That I tell you. This video was brought to you by Raycon. I also feel
he's using it in the shell.
Compelled to remind you that the newest model of the Everyday Earbuds packs in more features than ever. The Everyday Earbuds still offer up to 32 hours of battery life using the charging case, and now you even get wireless charging and quick charging. Multi-point connectivity lets you connect to multiple devices at once. These things even sport active noise cancellation now. And as always, these are the sleekest and most comfortable earbuds I've ever used. I can essentially wear them all day without worrying about them falling out or becoming uncomfortable. I've been trying to get outside more, and I literally always bring my Raycons along because chill tunes make everything objectively better. And check out this super slick case. There are a bunch to choose from, and you don't even have to take them off when you charge up. The Raycon Everyday Earbuds pack a ton of value into one package, and they are still about half the price of other premium brands. You can also get 15% off the entire Raycon store if you hit the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/Arlo. Thanks again to Raycon. Video now. Skaboof? 2024 was a very weird year for me. I mean, I've always been pretty bad about, you know, actually playing all of the awesome video games I'm always talking about. I've got a busy life, and I tend to get to the end of each year wishing I could have given everything a go.
Tough out there
so
being
I could
a
end
Muppet,
up with a really
being a Grover
solid
wannabe.
and definitive best of list. But it is what it is, and this year, I can tell you right now, was particularly unconducive to me simply sitting down and playing video games. I went through a somewhat nightmarish move out of state, and a lot of the year was spent just kind of adjusting to this big change and kind of working on myself and overall doing a lot of non-game related things. So if each year my best of list tends to be kind of cobbled together and weird, that goes double this time around. For that reason, I'm actually splitting the games up into 3 distinct categories. Let's cover the less traditional ones first, and then we'll get to the main attraction. So to kick things off, I would like to very briefly give you the top 4 games I started in 2024 and really loved, but genuinely didn't have time to finish.
Oh my
Coming in at
God.
number 4, we've got Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door.
He did not finish
It's a game
1000 Year Door
I
remake.
treasure, and a remake that looks absolutely gorgeous and gets almost everything right.
Massive
I had
fan,
a
by
ton
the
of
way.
fun streaming the first couple chapters, but then other games just like kind of just kept coming out. And since I've already played the original 1000 Year Door so many times, new experiences unfortunately took priority. Number 3, another Crab's Treasure. A colorful,
He didn't
more
finish that either?
family-friendly Souls-like with clever 3D
This is 2 games
platforming
he
elements
played
and a
that did not
wealth
and
of
did not
undersea
finish that
puns.
I
It is
played
a
and did
formula
finish.
that appeals to me greatly. I loved what I played, but unfortunately, this is another game I streamed a little and then immediately got distracted away from. And I have to promise myself that I will finish it later, and I will finish it later, but later is unfortunately.
Is this better or
not
worse
right
than
now.
DSP's list so
Number
far?
2, Mario and Luigi Brothership. This is
All
a
right, well, I
game
haven't beaten that
really
yet.
actually do think I am going to continue. Like, I am still playing it, but at the time of this recording, I'm still relatively early in the game, and therefore I can't know for sure. However, I really do love what I've played. I'm still having a great time. Like, the game has certainly got a lot of problems, but so far, none of them have been enough to stop me from enjoying the experience. And finally, number 1, that's right, it's a cheat. It's not a game that came out in 2024 at all. I can't even pretend to fudge it, only a cheat, but I don't care. I finally started a file in Dark Souls 3. Finally got around to it. And then, of course, discovered that I didn't have the dozens and dozens of hours I want to give it, so I have had to shelve it temporarily. And you know, at least so far, it hasn't quite clicked with me like the other games did, but I have no doubt that when I can finally dig into it, I
Usually
will
people say
become
that about Dark Souls
thoroughly
too.
obsessed.
From what I've
That's
seen.
it for the games I started and regrettably didn't get to finish.
I like Brothership.
But
My
now,
problem
for
is also
another
like
new
Arlo's.
and
I get distracted by other
slightly
games like this
specific
one.
Category, the top 4 mobile games that helped me cope with overwhelming stress and discomfort
Mobile
in
games!
2024. This one is in no particular
Also games he
order.
didn't finish
First
and
up,
instead wasting time with mobile games.
Sudoku. There are about 1 million Sudoku apps, but this
not like anyone
one
will know.
seems to just be called Sudoku. I guess, I don't know. It's the one that I grabbed when I got my phone. And see, I have this weird thing where instead of doing Sudoku puzzles like here and there to kind of, you know, help keep my brain sharp like a normal person, I get extremely into Sudoku for an extremely short period of time once every few years. Like I said, I had a really stressful move, just like overwhelmingly stressful, selling the house and buying the new one and moving all the stuff. It was a really big ordeal. And during the few days when the final pieces were falling into place, but there was still a really, really big problem to deal with, I very suddenly found myself with this crazy urge to do some Sudoku.
What's with the ode
And
to
whenever
joy
I
in the
could grab a
background?
spare moment, I
Like,
would
did this
retreat into my
Sudoku
phone
saved
and
his life?
obsessively do puzzles,
Sudoku,
just completely shutting
playing
off to
Sudoku
the outside
kept him from
world.
committing Sudoku?
100% of my focus on Sudoku. I did it so much, I got up to the expert puzzles before things around me finally settled down. And despite it being a very constant part of my day for a bit,
Wonder how the comments
suddenly,
feel about
I'm
these
talking-
choices so
I'm
far.
talking instantly, my desire for Sudoku entirely evaporated. Just poof, up in smoke. I haven't touched it since, but boy, I am thankful it was there for me when it was. Next,
Sudoku's
we've
like a
got
coping
Pokemon
mechanism.
TCG Pocket.
Oh, I
have
haven't even
not
played this.
the actual Pokemon TCG game since I was a kid. So, you know,
It's okay
I
when
thought I'd
Bean
give
does
this
it
a
because
go,
Bean is
so maybe
Bean
I
and not
could
Arlo.
get some
And
videos
Bean
out
doesn't
of it.
spend money
It was
like
a
that.
nice opportunity to reacquaint myself with the game. You know, a little
I could never get
nostalgia,
into
never hurt
Picross.
anyone. But if you really want to know why I
see the
played the
appeal,
game,
though.
especially as much as I did, it's because it was on my phone. It was simple, and it was one of the only things I
Layton
could get
games were my
myself to
puzzle
do
games.
when I was stuck in bed with a nightmarish case of bronchitis for nearly a week. Everything else was too much of a pain, couldn't be bothered to hook up a system or even hold up a switch in front of my face. Reading took too much light, so instead, I just kind of messed around in Pokemon TCG Pocket a bunch, and opening packs, and you know, sometimes
Bro, I love how
getting
this fish just
shiny,
ate everyone.
cool cards. I mean, that was my medicine during this time. I got one of those Mewtwo's with the extra fancy art where it like
Yeah, I got
zooms
some
in
fucking
all
Hogan,
crazy,
man.
and, like,
I got a 6-star
honestly,
Mewtwo.
I think it helped me hang on just one more day. Not sure if I'd be here now.
Yeah, not to
that
crap on this
Mewtwo
game. I
pull.
haven't played it.
Okay, so
I
this
collected the cards
bronchitis
growing up.
flu thing got me real bad. I mean, it went all around my town. It really just knocks you on your keister for ages. And so naturally, I got super behind on work in November. You know, I've had videos to catch up on, sponsor deadlines to meet, just like getting work and my whole life and everything back on track. Incredibly stressful time. So one day I wanted to chill for a bit and play something on my phone while my nephew played Switch, you know, little parallel play, hangout, relaxation time. And like, I really don't play games on my phone, like almost
Oh,
at
do
all.
you?
It's just
Do
not
you?
a thing I'm very interested in.
Do you now? You don't really
pulled up
dabble in
the
that
store
early?
and immediately saw Vampire Survivors. I mean, it's genuinely one of the best games ever. Like, I certainly understand it now. It's so good. It's such a simple concept, and yet it is so incredibly fun and satisfying. I'm just like, I don't know, what can I even say? It's Vampire Survivors. It's just a winning formula. I'm baffled by how, like, obvious it is, and yet it wasn't obvious, apparently, because there was nothing quite like it when it came out. It's just, I don't know. It's just one of those games that
Insaniquarium is my
just the
Vampire
right
Survivor.
experience at just the right time. It is
Level
an
complete.
absolute dopamine wellspring, and its existence
Gash
has
the
dramatically
shark.
helped me get
Gash
through the
viciously
last
attacks
few
aliens,
weeks.
but will snack on
and
one of your guppies from time to
unsurprisingly,
time.
my nephew
I'll
is
take that
now
L.
absolutely hooked on it, which, hey, gives us a thing that we can play next to each other, so pretty perfect. Okay, so you know how on the mobile version,
Yeah, these are all good games. These are mobile games that helped him cope when he was sick, and also games that he played when he couldn't play like regular console games.
of Vampire Survivors, you can watch an ad to revive or earn like extra gold at the end of a run, and how ads are almost always for other mobile games, and sometimes they make you like play the stupid games for a minute before you could skip. Well, while I was playing Vampire Survivors, I got an ad for Fruit Merge Juicy Drop game. This is essentially just a ripoff of that watermelon game that was really big on Switch for a bit, and this is another case where it's like the simplest idea ever. You feel like there have to be a million games just like this, but for some reason, this exact iteration hit at just the right time, and I literally played the ad version for 10 seconds before I was like, okay,
Like Dogana
yeah, okay,
with
you
your
got me.
existence.
This
That's Fire Emblem for me.
This ad has served its purpose. It worked. Yes, give me the game. I actually do want this
Fire
one.
Emblem and
I wanted to get the
Insaniquarium,
original
of
that
course.
spawned the whole craze, but the reviews for the mobile version mentioned a bunch of problems, so I just got the ripoff one instead, and was embarrassingly into it for several days. I don't know what it is.
Bro, this is his top like games for 2024, and so far it's a bunch of mobile games and Switch games that he started but then did not finish.
There's just something about this concept.
Most of which were
dropping
games
the
that I
fruit
played and
watching
finished.
it combine,
Except
and
for
then the
Marlon
things
G.
shake up, and they could, I don't know.
Did he not even play
It's just-
Zelda?
I don't know,
Like
it's
he just
really-
completely ignored that one.
Fortunately, very fortunately, I finally managed to combine.
He was the one who was
two
hyped for like a
watermelons,
2D top-down
which, like,
Zelda
watermelon
starring
is
Zelda.
The biggest fruit you can get. So then, like combining two of them, it's kind of like the biggest, best thing that you can do. And when I did it, my brain was subjected to a flood of dopamine so huge it sent me into an
Help me out, Shark.
ecstatic trance. My eyes rolled up into my head. I lost consciousness for several moments, and when I came to, I found that I was completely
Thank you for stopping by.
done.
Good luck on your housework.
With the game. That was it. That was all I wanted. I combined 2 watermelons, and that was it. Thank you and goodbye, Fruit Merge Juicy Drop game. All right, that's it for the weird ones. Now that we've gotten through those, we've got a much more solid list of real games, all of which actually released in 2024 with one minor exception. Here we go.
Did you finish them?
My top 5 games of 2024. Starting with number 5, Palworld.
What?
I barely know anymore where I stand on the whole Palworld versus Nintendo controversy. Nintendo is being a bully. Pocket Pair stole Pokemon designs. I don't know, whatever. But I played the game early in the year so I could make a video on it. And you know what? It's really fun. It really is a heck of a lot of fun. You know, it was early access, lots of rough
Maybe he just
edges,
didn't play a lot of
clearly
games
lot
this
very,
year.
like basic, maybe even stock assets in need of a lot of work. Sure, but man, that core gameplay.
14 alien
is,
signatures
it's
detected. That's pretty
incredible. The game
horrifying.
really does offer a lot
Just kidding,
of the
only 2.
freedoms
Shut up.
that I would love to have in a Pokemon game. You know, it's all the good stuff about Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet, but more. Untethered, willing to explore every idea, to give the player countless options, catching pals and training them to fight and
What the
working
fuck
with
was
them out
that
on
with
the
the
field,
fake out?
but
14
then
aliens
also
detected.
using them to work on your
These
base,
cheeky devs.
and you're
Are they
slowly
British?
building up this whole like industry of resources. It's immensely satisfying, even in its rough state. Before they added any new content, even without anyone
amount
to
of money.
play with, I spent a good chunk of time on Palworld. Ultimately, I decided to stop playing the game because
You're
my
a
Game
Nintendo
Pass ran out.
pig. Oh.
I mean, I was actually kind of glad because I could tell this was the kind of game I really could play for hundreds and hundreds of hours and barely feel it. And if it survives this whole lawsuit and Pocket Pair and Sony keep building it up,
Well, can you
I
really
think it's
beat
gonna be
Palworld
around
if it's
for a
always
very
expanding?
long
Expand?
time. Obviously, it doesn't completely replace Pokemon, and it certainly doesn't replace turn-based Pokemon combat. But when it comes to like the feel of Pokemon, the act of catching and raising and fighting monsters and using them to make yourself stronger, I feel like it absolutely eats a good bit of Pokemon's lunch. I don't know if Pokemon necessarily needs to respond with a similar kind of game, but I think it would probably be
Just
wisest
keep doing
to.
what you're doing.
Honestly, I don't know. This really is something. Number 4 is a game that will probably make its way onto many end-of-year lists, I can imagine. Astrobot is hard to talk about without sounding, you know, exactly like everyone else talking about the game. It's a love letter to classic 3D platforming. It's the kind of fun, straightforward experience this industry needs right now. All that stuff. But like, yeah,
Is it wrong, though?
It is hard to not just parrot all the same points because they're true. It is
It's
a love
true.
letter, taking all the best qualities of
More like
3D
a graveyard.
platformers and boiling it all down into
it's
a
still- it is a love
frictionless
letter.
and constantly
It's both a
enjoyable
love letter
experience.
and a graveyard.
And in a world where games are getting so big and complex, and there's this big push for live service games and crazy monetization and just all this drama, it is nice to have a game like this that's just plain fun. Astrobot is a true Nintendo-style game, both in its design philosophies and its sheer quality. It's polished to a blinding shine. The controls are simply perfect. Every mechanic is fun. The level design is terrific. Oh, and that presentation. Both art style and performance are flawless. The frequent use of hundreds, if not thousands, of individually moving objects, along with the incredible haptic feedback, just makes the game feel like one giant toy. It's a big party. It's this silly, colorful, uplifting experience that simply begs you to pick up the controller again.
It makes
One
you
more
feel
time.
good to be alive.
One more time. What's that? You 100%ed the game a week ago? Doesn't matter. Just pick it up. I don't know. Just do it again. And as I said in my review, it was the
praise
first
Epsu.
game my 5-year-old nephew really got into. Like, essentially his first game. You might remember how he was having a hard time jumping over the floating platforms at the beginning of the level, and like he needed help. You know, when you first learn to play games, making that connection in your brain that allows you to jump and move at the same time, like, it can take a while. Yeah, so I caught up with him to see how he was doing about a month after the game launched, and here's what I saw. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty good
Astrobot.
gameplay from a
It's a
5-year-old.
good game. Next, in the number 3 spot, we've got Shadow of the Erd Tree. Oh no. Controversy. That is not a game, sir, but merely a piece of downloadable content. This list is a sham. Well, however you feel about it being nominated for Game of the Year, I am confident
win
at
anything.
least putting it on
It
my
didn't win
own
anything 'cause
list.
they knew
And
people
that's
would get upset
because
about
it really does feel like a whole game. Yes, it requires the Elden Ring base game, and yes, it's got less content than Elden Ring, but I mean, you're still looking at
And yes, you
dozens
basically have to
of hours
dominate
of
most of
content
Elden
just on
Ring
your first
itself
run.
before you
If
get
they
to
had
Shadow
sold
of the
this
Erd Tree.
separately and labeled it as Elden Ring 2, I personally would have bought it for full price and been very happy. I mean, Elden Ring was like 3 or 4 games in one, so I don't know, I kind of feel like I owe it to them. Anyway, the world in Shadow of the Erd Tree is huge with lots to explore, but even better, it's a lot more layered, way more verticality, way more time spent figuring out how to get from one place to another. Elden Ring's design was great, but you know, there's no doubt it was way more spread out.
Did I beat it, dingus? Elden Ring? I never played
Erd Tree
it.
feels like a bit of a return to the
Did I
older
imply there
style
that I
of
did play
FromSoft
it?
world
I
design,
apologize.
And that's just perfect for this relatively smaller follow-up experience. I'll admit it's not perfect.
Pretty sure
I
the
could
world
go with
would
just
stop
a
and
few more
shatter
smaller secrets scattered
if
about.
it was
and
found
maybe
out that
does
I had
rely
played
on
Elden Ring.
reused enemies a smidge too much. But overall, it's fantastic.
Hey, Ollie
It's got
J.
lots of new
Elden
enemies,
Ding.
crazy
Elden
new bosses,
Dingers,
really
rise up!
captivating environments. I mean, these games are all about the feel and the lore.
Anti non-Switch games? This isn't on a Switch, what I'm playing right now.
Shadow of the
Locals?
Erd Tree
You said
absolutely
locale.
offers
Dark
some
side
of
filled
the best
locale.
vibes of the entire Elden Ring experience. It's truly everything I could have possibly wanted in an Elden Ring expansion, and it makes the wait for the inevitable sequel, hopefully inevitable sequel, that much easier to take. Okay, this one's the cheat. Lies of P did not release in 2024, but it did release in late-ish 2023. Come on. That's still pretty close. I mean, for me, especially, I'd say that's fine. So yeah, Lies of P though. Ooh, this game, wow. It's a classic Souls-like, very much styled after an actual FromSoft title, and that could have made for an uninspired experience, but here it does not. And that's because the developers simply did such a good job. I mean, they nailed it. They captured that FromSoft quality perfectly in my eyes. I really mean perfectly. Nearly everything about the game is
Lies of
just
P looked
as
alright
good
when,
as
Phil
I would
was playing
expect from the masters themselves. The design, the combat, the visuals, everything. I mean, the actual fighting, you know, that's really tough to pull off. But Lies of P, it gets it right. When you dig into the nitty-gritty, you might find a few elements that don't quite line up. It kind of depends on your taste, and it does more or less require you to get used to its parry system, at least on some level, which I did find pretty darn intimidating. But I was able to rise to the challenge and ended up feeling all the stronger for it, because if you can meet the game where it is, it offers an
Arlo hit the W
immensely
pose.
rewarding experience.
Rise up!
And the further you go, the more options you open up. Because you see, the developers didn't just ape a standard Souls-like. They really created their own version of that kind of game. They added a wealth of customization and quality of life features that managed to make the game feel unique, like a true iteration of the genre rather than simply a derivative. I mean, the game lets you combine almost any weapon blade with any handle, so you can cook up all sorts of these crazy combinations. And that's just one of the systems it lets you play with. It is a relatively linear experience with levels more or less having beginnings and ends, but design is very satisfying. Shortcuts are abundant, and there are plenty of reasons to return to earlier areas, so it still feels like a big, connected world. And then conceptually, the idea of this Victorian city filled with automatons, the way it adapts the Pinocchio story, it is all exceedingly clever.
And they say the sequel will be based off Wizard of Oz.
Lies of P is basically everything as
Interesting to see
good
what they do
as
with
an
the
authentic
characters and
FromSoft
locales
experience,
from that
and
story.
I do not say that lightly. It even beats out Shadow of the Erdtree on this list because of how much it impressed me and how it feels so familiar and yet so fresh and unique. I am simply in love. Even if, beating a dead horse here, but even if the game has the absolute worst name of any video game in the history of video games. This year,
Has he ever
I
heard of
played a
Yellow
game
Taxi
that
Goes
in many
Brew?
ways rivals, or perhaps even exceeds, the best that Pokemon has to offer. I played a game that could give Mario a run for his money. And I played not one, but two extremely satisfying Souls-likes. And the FromSoft style Souls-like, need I remind you, is very likely my #1 genre at this moment. And yet,
I love
it was an
Souls-likes,
unassuming
man.
little indie game developed solely by one person.
Oh,
that had
Animal
the
Well.
greatest impact on me in 2024. Animal Well already looked great on the surface. The visual
DSP
style
said it
was
wasn't impressive.
immediately appealing, as was the spooky tone. Early trailers showed off weird, sometimes dangerous animals, and advertising material promised a Metroidvania format with lots of mysteries.
Welcome to the
So
Insaniquarium
that was
chill.
already more than enough to get my attention. But I couldn't have possibly anticipated just how effective this game would turn out to be. Older games could get away with being more obtuse, with letting the player struggle to figure things out because there were simply fewer games on the market. Now there's so much to choose from that it is progressively harder and harder
Mario
to keep
Brothers
a player's
Stew,
attention. It's really hard for a game to expect that extra level of patience and engagement from the player, and also to keep them interested long enough for it all to start finally coming together. Animal Well, for me, is the very definition of that kind of game that is so rare these days. A game that feels so mysterious, that leaves you to figure out almost everything on your own, and yet every moment is a joy. Every discovery an absolute
doesn't hold
thrill.
your
The game
hand.
tells you essentially nothing, and yet every step along the way I am ravenous to dig deeper. Even the items you get are filled with mystery, requiring you to experiment and figure out previously unknown uses. Many of these discoveries can dramatically change the gameplay, and accessing new areas or making any kind of new progress, not just because you found a new item, but because you figured out a new way to use an old item, the sense of reward, I mean, it's unmatched. Like, I really feel like this is one of the most satisfying things a video game can possibly do. And Animal Well's world is designed to give you tools and let you play with them, to give you mysteries and wait for you to solve them. The map is so huge, yet the design is so dense and elegant. Everywhere you turn, there is another perfectly tuned, intuitive puzzle. This is genuinely one of the most cleverly designed games I have ever played, full stop. And as you learn the game and the world, all the while you're also navigating
This is
these
some
eerie
lazy.
places.
Maybe I should have
Never
played
sure
it.
if an animal will help you or run away from you or attack you or do nothing. At times,
I
the
don't think anyone from
atmosphere
this,
is serene
corner here
and
played it.
beautiful. Other times,
I might
it's
be wrong about
intense
that.
and uncomfortable, and there are plenty
I don't remember
of
seeing anyone,
genuinely
do a
scary
stream of
moments that rival moments from my favorite horror games. Let me repeat that. Sometimes it is literally as effective as a straight up horror game to me. And it's this atmosphere and this constant exposure to the unexpected and this masterful design and all these layers and layers of secrets that turn Animal Well into not just a fun game or even a really good game, but one of those deep down experiences that will truly stay with me forever. Summing up my feelings here in what's supposed to be a relatively brief little write-up, it's basically impossible. It's genuinely hard to describe how much this game means to me, how immensely enjoyable it was playing through for the first time. Animal Well is one of my all-time favorite games. It's nearly everything I could want in a game, and it's a game that reminds me why I love video games.
Yeah,
all over
I'm a
again.
gamer.
So yeah, you bet it was the best thing I played in 2024. There is absolutely no question that Animal Well is my game of the year. So those are the games that helped get me through a very weird 2024. And with everything finally settled down, I think next year is probably going to be a little bit more traditional, and especially
with Switch 2, he's still going to be going crazy.
Be a little bit more Nintendo
no mention for
heavy.
Zelda. I guess he just didn't like it.
But give me your list, all the games that you enjoyed in 2024, down in the comments. And
he doesn't like Mario Party either, so no surprising.
Thank you for watching.
Not surprising that he skipped that.
You're so cool. I'm just so happy to have you here. Thank you. Thank you. I love you.
That might be it for the Arlo segment. Let's see, it's 6:20. Digger starts in 40 minutes. Let me hear about this. What was the story with this? Elon Musk, fake gamer girl.
Ladies and gents, there's another kind of media that people can talk about. It's an interactive form of media. You may have heard of it. It's called video games. And the children be playing it.
I had no idea.
Not only the children be playing it, but Asian men be playing it. On behalf of a billionaire, apparently. Elon Musk, for some godforsaken reason, feels the need to present himself as a giga gamer. Now, there are a few reasons he could be doing this, right? Could be purely ego. Could be that he sees value in
Souls
people.
likes?
Obviously, a big part of his brand is Elon, the Giga Genius.
He quickly get a refill.
He won at poker by using cards
Big
that
ups
no
everyone
one else
who's
knew
here.
existed. He's too smart. No one noticed these cards exist. Like, he can break any system instantly. 5 million IQ. He can hit level 100 in Path of Exile in 15 minutes the first time he played. Have people believe impossible shit. Which I feel he could get away with if he didn't stream and show that he doesn't know anything. It's very strange. I have not played Path of Exile 2. I played a decent chunk of Path of Exile, and even to me, there were some very problematic things he was saying if we're expecting to believe he loves the game and is super into it. Even if he played casually. It's very, very strange, and we're going to look at someone who is a Path of Exile 2 expert talking about it to fully understand the depth of the problems with what we're being presented with. We're going to watch an individual called Quine69. I believe his name is Quine69. Okay? To be fair, he might just be mad because he's not as good as Elon. If Quine... Sorry, Quine, I don't know his real name. I've never heard of this guy before. If this guy is really good at Path of Exile, why does he have to play so much more than Elon to be good at it? You ever think about that? Clearly, he's doing something wrong, isn't he? Just think about it.
I have a lifetime of playing video games. At one point, I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
You're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
No, you were not. Never. Shut the f*** up. That annoys me. That annoys me. Zero f***ing chance. I've seen the way he moves around a mouse playing PoE 2. My man probably can't even browse the internet. Top 1% efficiency with a mouse. You're not a top Quake player. Is that just stolen from Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan often goes on about how much he loves Quake. Get me on a call with Elon Musk right now. I'm gonna ask him to explain strafe jumping.
I have a lifetime.
Hey, Elon, let's talk about strafe jumping. If I said half beat, what does that mean to you?
Playing video games. At one point, I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
You're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
Paragon board and the build, you're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I played a lot of video.
Sorry, how chopped up is this? An innovator in the Paragon board? I don't think you can do much innovating in Diablo 4 unless they really opened it up.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are playing, to rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being.
Yeah.
There has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah.
Are you in the top 20 in the world? Or
You have to, why is this so laggy? You have to at the very least have no self-respect. At the very least.
Wow, in Diablo.
Yeah.
Shooting rockets into space, making e-vehicles, starting a new department of the government. I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien, because there's just no way, unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not.
So let's start off with some...
That's a good ass line, man. Oh no. Elon Musk beats game that requires you to wait for 400 hours to win in only 1 hour. How did he do it?
Well, you could argue that, like, you know, he's a top executive, you know, owns all these companies, but, like, realistically, like, how much actual work does Elon Musk actually do? He probably has a gazillion of employees do the grunt work for him, and everything else you see him do, like in videos and like images on X and what, that's all PR, publicity stunt. In reality, he does absolutely nothing, just giving him the time to play Path of Exile 2 for however many hours, hundreds of thousands of hours. Maybe he really is good at the game, but in reality, probably just hired someone to do it.
Not even the devs know.
Context. Elon Musk's character is currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode, Trade League. Let me try to give you a quick understanding as to how hard it is to get to that level. 2 weeks into the...
Like, so... You die, it's over. Level 97, you die, it's over. I'm a pretty casual game player, okay? For me, getting anywhere on hardcore means
me too.
Going real slow, over leveling before I do anything to make sure I don't get giga cucked by like a random champion mob or whatever. Have to take a ton of time. Elon's not doing that. So what do you have to believe? You have to believe if you think that's him and not him just paying someone to do it, he is the most knowledgeable, most genius, lightning reflex ARPG player of all time. If he's not spending much time on it and hits that point. Perfect efficiency has found an exploit in the game.
When people are playing the game, literally, they're staying up 40 to 50 hours.
Yeah, and I've heard that PoE 2 is much harder than PoE in terms of avoiding rips.
Without sleeping, only playing Path of Exile, and they are the most try-hard guys in the world. The highest ranked player on the Hardcore Trade League was level 93. Okay, and you're thinking about yourself, that's kind of close to 97. Every time you level up, it becomes exponentially harder to gain experience. A lot harder and a lot harder. Okay, so these players, to get to 97, have to be playing the game every day for the majority of their day. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean,
There are people, this alone, just this, is enough to say, obviously, it is overwhelmingly not Elon playing this character. Just on this basis, it cannot be. But there are people
what
who
if it
deny that
was?
for some reason. It's people who've never played the game in their
I think it would be funnier if it was than if he was
so
paying
much
someone.
faith in him that they just believe
yeah,
he's
it's probably not Elon.
able to do it.
It's
And
literally
then
cannot
people
be. It's physically impossible.
You're being too harsh. You're being too harsh. Let's not exaggerate. He's probably playing like 10% of the time. Do you know how much time even 10% of what must have gone into this is? You think that guy's pretty...
effectively has been playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened. So right away, we see Elon zone into his hideout, which is the area you do in-game content from. And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps. Which immediately is a little bit of a red flag, because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but okay, he does that. Elon Musk didn't play Path of Exile.
Just say you hired someone.
He must understand how obvious it is.
Maybe like if I played it, I would title it like Dingus's Maps, but I'm Dingus, so I would call it my maps.
It's going, I think you love me so much and are so stupid that you're gonna go along with this and pretend it's normal and exaggerate how much I actually play and just go along with my pretend projection of myself that isn't accurate to reality at all.
I hear too, he was fussing with Asmongold and fixed some DMs.
Maps are actually called waystones. And he
Asmongold
never actually refers to them as maps.
Massively
he calls
seething
them
about it.
Around here, this is a hard level, Waystone.
So it's just kind of weird that he's again called his tab Elon's Map. So almost like someone who's a Path of Exile 1 veteran, you know, is kind of making that tab and be like, Elon, you know, this a...
To be clear, chat, the word map here is not an acronym. It's referring to maps that you would use in PoE 1 to essentially open what you'd understand as like...
Wait, were they referring it... Did his viewers think that stood for Elon's Maps? You know, not like maps you use to get around, but like that other kind of map?
A little level with a boss or a win condition.
They're too acclimated to internet drama.
Once you finish the campaign and like set areas and the set story, you just sort of do... If you ever played Diablo, the like riff
Hello,
that helps.
What's going on? We're waiting for Metokur to start.
That somebody who doesn't know anything about this would understand.
This is Elon on Path of Exile 2, and how he's obviously not playing the character that he claims to be playing.
To walk up to his map device and go to put a map in.
Round is a weird one. It's
Trying to finish it in Insaniquarium here.
Discrete. Temporary.
Yeah, in about 30
combat
minutes.
Zone. That's almost as bad as calling it a MOBA.
The literal first thing you learn upon getting to the end game is how to
Dingus,
operate
nobody
this map
reads the
device. You're
titles.
going to start off at a node, and then from that node you can go to
I guess that's fair.
connected maps. Now, Elon, he's trying to click.
Oh, so it's like a I need to not watch this because it's gonna make me want to play Path of Exile 2 because this seems cool. So it's like you're always working with.
They
the
never
atlas.
read
Instead of
anything,
just,
man.
getting
That
map
guy
drops, and the idea of connected maps being more about things related to probability of getting a map you want dropping.
You're capable of listening to me and typing.
Connected on the atlas. You
It's very
actually are dealing
selective.
with an overworld or something and going node to node.
He's
Alright.
trying to do the map.
Yeah, he should be done by this. You know, he should be ready by the time this video is done.
He was not eligible to enter that map.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the
Go
highest
get your
level
din-din.
hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
Anyone who's level 97 is...
That's sick as hell. I'll definitely be playing it when it's out, when it's not in beta or whatever. But makes me want to play.
And you know, we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why? Just like sitting there like some sort of geriatric old man, clicking this node, expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while.
It's crazy though, because Elon actually recently
Elon
started
has
up
a method
YouTube
to his
channel,
madness,
and
though.
Few people have found it. It's called Alzheimer's Gaming.
And then realizes his mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're going to clear a map, you're going to loot the valuable items.
It doesn't even matter if you're an efficient player. As a super casual ARPG player, I would
I
not
lost all my
enter a map
burfers.
in PoE 1 with a full inventory. I presume it's not that much different in PoE 2.
You're going to go in and you're going to take those items and you're going to basically look through the good ones, keep the good ones, list them up for sale, and then truck away the trash ones.
Not only this, but the odds of me picking up trash ones is going to be pretty f***ing low because I'm going to have a loot filter on.
It's almost like he has no understanding as to like what what items are or what you're even supposed to do with them. So now Elon zones into the map.
So what I'm doing here is just boosting my shield before battle via meditation. Meditation before battle is always good.
And he starts killing monsters. He starts obliterating monsters.
He's talking about it like he thinks he's real.
Just with this character. But what becomes obviously
Elon's just wired. He's built different.
Chaos orb, no loot filter.
Is like no, he just ran past Chaos Orbs. He just ran past the Chaos Orb.
Chaos orbs are one of the most important currencies, and they're also really rare. I have about 140 exalts. I have like 9 chaos orbs. Just so you guys understand.
So in Path of Exile.
Okay, so that's a lot different to when I played PoE 1. But still, I'd be picking it up. That's the kind of shit where you want it to go when it drops or something. If you can do that. Can you do that shit in PoE 2?
The devs are these
The
evil
custom
guys
loot
and they
filter
talk
with like
about
custom
feeling the
sounds
weight,
going off
and they effectively just drop tons and tons of items, and you have to know what to pick up. So what GGG have done, the people who make the game, they've made this system called loot filters, which gets rid of 90 to 95, even in some cases, like we're talking 98% of all loot that drops, because otherwise your screen is just cluttered, and you won't even notice when you get a good drop. It's unfathomable for someone to be in the top ranks without a loot filter. Yet Elon Musk, the God Gamer, he doesn't play with a loot filter. The only thing Elon does,
He doesn't
pick
need
up
one,
maps,
buddy.
because the default in-game loot.
Isn't there pay-to-win mechanics in all these games? No. Path of Exile microtransactions are limited to like convenience, like stash tabs and shit, and cosmetics.
Filter highlights those things are worthless. The actual items of value that he should be picking up, that he would have had to pick up in order to get the gear, leave it on the ground. Anyone who's been playing the game and is a complete expert, we're talking he's cleared thousands of maps, he's been playing that character for hundreds of hours, he's going to be pretty damn good at, playing the character. He gets to the boss, he's fighting the boss, and I would say for about 10 seconds, he sits there and he's out of mana. Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities.
Let the man have fun playing his own way. That's the problem, he's not playing.
He just sits there.
We don't know that for
default
sure.
Attacking the boss without activating his mana flask.
What if he's playing, but he's using hacks or cheats?
I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana. Elon Musk takes.
I feel like if I did this, I'd get banned. Does
Yeah, it's
PoE
not
allow
Nurgle.
this? Is it like, do GGG allow this, actually?
10 seconds. He then goes on to loot items off the ground.
Shouldn't you be more
He starts
confused by the fact that I'm doing a
dragging
Saturday
them
stream at
into
all?
his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that
Ergo,
is.
do you
to
think Elon
anyone
Musk is
who
playing
actually
Path of
plays the
Exile
game.
too?
And his bags are full, and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. Nobody, not even people who are kind of noobs at the game, do this.
The man sent a car his company made into space on a rocket his other company made. He doesn't need to pretend to be a gamer. For some reason he is, though.
Don't even think Elon Musk has done the campaign, honestly. Like, just based on what I'm seeing
why?
from the gameplay.
Actually, why? I want to study why.
His settings on the map.
We need psychologists on this stat.
Transparency are turned on by default. His life values are turned on. All these basic settings that anyone in the top 100 would do, he is not doing. Maps can effectively have different content on them, and that content will be signified by icons on the map. So it could be a map which has an expedition in it, a breach in it, or it could be corrupted. Elon starts looking through the atlas, and he finds a map with, I kid you not, 4 things on it.
There are 4 things there. So this one has a real risk of dying.
Doesn't he have a bad relationship with most of his kids?
Check true. You can clearly see there are 4 things on it.
What are those things?
If you played Path of Exile 2, you wouldn't turn the value shit on. You mean the loot filter?
This one has a real risk of dying.
This far in the game and calling it
Oh, shit.
thing. Stop, bro. Dude, stop. Oh my god, I literally can't.
He then goes on to say, I kid you.
This is max difficulty on hardcore. If there's a way to get higher difficulty, I don't know what it is.
Oh, for values on hell. That
everything
value,
maxed
not
out.
like value
Path
as
of
in
Exile
value
has
holes.
boss fights and end-game bosses, which are quote-unquote difficult battles, which Elon actually did do in one of his streams, where he just went into the...
I think Elon
Games like
plays
that with just
games,
too much
but he
shit on the
likes being
screen,
seen
I
as a
can't be
gamer
doing.
more than he likes actually
I'd be
playing
like, what the
games.
fuck am I looking at?
So like me.
in-game boss and dive
And it's not my type of game in general.
particularly to it. Maps are just farming. You go into maps and you
I
farm
want to
them for
jump
loot
around and get
experience.
power-ups. I want
They're
to
not
clear
the
levels,
most
dude.
difficult battles.
What?
And I don't know if he's trying to deceive people watching the stream into thinking that he's doing some insanely hard thing whenever he's literally doing something you do to effectively grind or farm it. And if you thought this was bad,
Elon should have
I
just
did
played
not
some
even get to the
pre-recorded
worst part.
footage.
In Path of Exile,
He should not have done a live stream.
has requirements to equip it.
Oh yeah, I've seen a bunch of this. This part is so good.
But that has nothing
That's
to
why I'm
do
saying Carl
necessarily
Jobst
with how
should
good
do a
it is.
video. Call
For
him out. Hey,
example,
Carl.
one of the most powerful and best items in the game is a level 1 required to equip staff, which is maybe, I think, even the most meta build in the game right now. It's super, super broken, insane damage. And Elon Musk starts going over his gear.
This is a great staff, but it's only a level, 62 staff.
His weapon is...
It's like he has the thing. The thing that struck me about this is it's like he has the understanding of games of someone who's only played mobile games. This sounds like something someone would write for a TV show of a character talking about games.
I kid you not, one of the best, if not the best staffs on the entire hardcore trade league.
Says level 62 must not be as good as if it was level 63 required.
Cannot even buy it.
Bigger number means better. I'm a gamer. Level's good. High level good.
Insane weapon.
These affixes are, I'd hate to say perfect, but they might be perfect.
Just the PvPS criteria on trade, we can see there's literally 1 staff in existence on the entire market. Not only does Elon have a staff that you can't even buy, but it's so good that the second best one.
Big up to Nurgle, the 7-stream Shriek. I don't understand this fucking game, but kill the enemies, scatter their bodies across the field so that the crops may grow. Well, that's kind of the idea. Kill the fish so that the coins and gems may scatter. We get a bountiful gem and coin harvest so that I can eventually afford the egg pieces I need to fucking leave this level.
Which is missing 2
Something
of
like
what
that.
makes a staff so powerful for an invoker, which is the crit and crit bonus.
And shoot
is still
aliens. Shoot
20
lots and
lines,
lots of aliens.
That's obviously very expensive.
Here I am, like, level 95. But my staff is only level 62. my helmet is level 56.
Right. This is the shit that makes me think. So people are saying like, oh come on, he plays at least like 5% of the time. This is the shit that makes me think he's literally played like an hour ever of Path of Exile 2 or Path of Exile 1.
This was the first time. The stream him trying to prove that he plays it is like the first time he ever played it.
Amulet level 61. Ring is only
that commentary of I'm level 94, but this is lower level than me. makes me think he could not have played any f***ing amount. Because you run into, you gain an understanding of how things work so fast that it seems absurd that anyone who's played it any amount of time.
Level 48, 49, at least a level 75 jacket.
It's a jacket with 6 things.
Siffy! He's not even talking about eye level, he's talking about level requirement.
Tell us how bad the item that only drops from the highest difficulty of the hardest boss.
He's literally talking about its required level. Presumably doesn't know what an affix is.
Just tell us that it's only level 50.
And I'm like a super casual basic bitch PoE player. I'm real bad. I've only played a few hundred hours.
52. Did you find this at level 52? That's impressive.
Level 52 here.
They can only ever be level 52. Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
Pretty low level.
Was he just looking at it?
It took him until Path of Exile 2 to understand that.
Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
52.
What did I just
The highest difficult.
Unless it's changed for PoE 2, I believe in PoE 2.
In my heart of hearts, I want to believe he does play. He just hacks.
Any other level.
No, he pays some Chinamen to do it.
Just tell us that it's only level 52.
Yeah, it's 75k.
Did you find this at level 52?
I think this is the last tank. It's why it's taken so much to raise up. The aliens here are awful. They obviously want me to upgrade my weapons so that the alien segments don't take too long.
Pretty low level compared to my character level, but it seems to work pretty well. In softcore, you can get much better equipment.
In order for him to have insane gear, he has to understand how the economy works. He has to be basically trading.
Anyone who's played Path of Exile to the end game
Something like that. There you go.
knows that you have to trade in order to obtain what looks like some of the best gear pieces in the entire game. If we look at some of these
raise
no, you
the
don't.
Megavores as
Elon
well.
is special. He just gets these dropping. He just dropped for him.
I don't know nothing about Path of Exile 2, but I can tell you everything and anything you need to know about Insaniquarium.
He must know that he doesn't know anything. Why is he talking? Why is he saying these things? Is he just like making fun of the people?
Oh, Ultravore. I called it a Megavore. I guess I don't know anything about Insaniquarium after all.
You know, 700 plus items for sale.
Need to get the names of the fishes right.
You can see hundreds of divines worth of listed items. This is also someone from the top 10. Rank number 4, Focus here, worth 50 divines alone. This is the number 1 guy. You can see hundreds of divines, again, worth of items. Multiple mirrors, all these players. If we go to Elon's account, he's got only 21 items for sale, and they're all absolute garbage. It's clear he's really not making much money, or any money at all. So something I did notice last week, I did the same search because I was curious what he might have been selling, and I grabbed the screenshot which I shared to my Discord, and it's this really crappy crossbow for 18 divines. So why is it listed for 18 divines, and where did it go? Is it possible he vendored it? Yes. Why was it listed for 18 divines? I don't really know.
Okay, we get into bro is doing RMT. This smells like RMT to me. Unless I'm being stupid. Put up some trash for a huge price. Okay.
Oh, I don't want to fuel any conspiracy theories, but I have been made aware that
It's not really a conspiracy theory. At first I thought they were going in the direction of Elon's putting up garbage for high prices. He's tried to f around with trade stuff, but there's no way he even knows that. Right? Knows to do that.
Typically, they use legitimate listings that are far overpriced.
Oh, hold down the mouse button for rapid fire. Thank you.
Legitimate. So,
what'd you get for maxing out your gun?
18 divines for $100 US.
This clicking's gonna drive me insane.
He could have done so through this listing.
Finally.
And if you needed any more proof that Elon is 100%,
that's very suspect.
Yes. Boosted. He was playing the game today inside of maps, blasting, while simultaneously on a.
You wouldn't understand. Grinding maps just helps him focus when he's talking. You wouldn't understand. His brain is a multi-core
gotta grind maps when you're out there doing meetings or at Trump rallies or what have you.
So
he probably is it on phones? He probably plays on phones while at rallies.
What's RMT? Real money trading. Bro
he's in a meeting. He has it on the other monitor.
To play, it looks like he's literally cheating.
X space talking to like some far right wing part of some German government. I don't know, some political bullshit. Okay, I guess he's just that much of a god gamer.
Or the person he's got doing it for him is dead at level 97. Would it be okay? Would it be sick to be so? I guess no. On one hand, it might feel like. Do you say Sisyphean? Sisyphean. When you describe something as being
just
a task
like 10,000
Sisyphus
or the Ultravore, and I already lost him.
Sisyphus rolling the hardcore character up the hill, only for Elon to log in and kill it. Or would it be like sick Elon f***ed another character. I'm still in the job. Let's start leveling again. Which one do you think it is? A Famosian task? Excuse me. Job creation. Job creation.
Well, I think we can say for certain that he's not playing the game. Whether he's got one of his employees doing it. Maybe he paid someone on Fiverr to do it. Alright, there we go. We need a pretty short one because he is going to start Mr. Metalcore Man in about 17 minutes. I think I got the perfect length video. Why is Nintendo 64 emulation still a broken mess in 2025? I agree.
I was playing around with the PlayStation Vita over the weekend and looking at the different homebrew
He already did Dingus? Great, we'll have skip
system.
juice.
And one of the emulators is a N64 emulator known as Deluxe X64, which was based on an earlier emulator that was developed for the PSP. And while it does run a few games okay, when I launched, I would say some of the more deeper cuts, when I launched the game, The World Is Not Enough, the emulation was broken. And when you look at the game, it runs too fast, there is a serious amount of graphical issues, and it's just unplayable. Now, in theory, the PlayStation Vita should be able to emulate a Nintendo 64, but it struggles, and the compatibility list isn't great. Now, I also went back to test a Nintendo 64 emulation in general using Batacera, and this is running on my Raspberry Pi 5 with 8GB of RAM on board. Now, this is running with a moderate overclock at 2.6 gigahertz, and the results are all over the place. Of course, many
Imagine the more popular the game,
big popular games like Mario 64,
the more popular the game,
Racing,
the easier
Star Fox
it'd be to emulate it.
Mario Kart 64,
like those would be the games that people would focus on optimizing.
And most people won't even realize this, but if you dig a little deeper into the Nintendo 64 library, that's where the problems start to show. And rather than just pressing the start button to get into game knowing that you'll get a good experience every single time, in some instances I had to play a cat and mouse game, tweaking various settings, changing plugins, until I could find a good balance of performance versus quality. And even when I was able to do this, it was very apparent that some emulation issues still existed. Now, Nintendo 64 emulation has been difficult to get right pretty much from the jump. Achieving 100% near compatibility with good performance and no graphical issues, no stutter, no audio issues just doesn't seem attainable. And the question really is why? Why is this the case? Now, this is definitely not a video where I'm, talking about the lack of progress when it comes to Nintendo 64 emulation. Rather, it's for those people that may be confused as to why it's still very difficult to emulate a Nintendo 64 in 2025, even though we have powerful hardware these days that really should be more than capable of handling the job.
No, it's because they use black magic to make the original games. Dark wizardry, dark arts. They invoked multiple incantations to get these games running on N64, like Tui, for example.
Developers could write what is known as microcode to get more power and customize the N64 experience to their games.
They gotta give these fish a pill and leave them somewhere, Pancake Mix.
Microcode has to be Factor 5 and their port of Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine on the Nintendo 64. Now, the game runs at 640 by 480 stock on the PC, and in order to get the same level of fidelity and performance, Factor 5 decided that they would not only use the expansion pack, but more importantly, they would design their own custom microcode in order to make the game run as optimal as possible. And this microcode featured real-time lighting effects because the supplied ones that came from Nintendo and Silicon Graphics
Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine? I know very little about it, other than it was on the N64.
Cycle-accurate Nintendo 64 emulation. So in order to solve for this, they took a high-level emulation or HLE approach, and this basically solved problems as they came up on individual games. So rather than targeting Nintendo 64 emulation itself as, as an architecture or at the machine level, the emulation was tailored more around making specific games work by replacing individual function calls with the emulated equivalents. And this meant that the games that were supported ran very fast and they were quite compatible. But unfortunately, this meant that compatibility as a whole, when we talk about the entire selection of the Nintendo 64 library, was not really that compatible at all. We have to remember that during the early days of the Nintendo 64 emulation scene, there was a lot of guesswork and discovery that was done to understand how to effectively emulate microcode. Many games would use standard microcode that was provided by Nintendo, but many other games were programmable in order to achieve the certain results that the games were looking for. And because the Nintendo 64 is effectively a programmable architecture, it made it near impossible to achieve a high level of compatibility. And even when games were starting to boot when the microcode was implemented correctly, then other issues quickly arose, including texture filtering issues, because the Nintendo 64 samples 3 points instead of 4. This meant that visible seams could be apparent. Not only this, the Nintendo 64's powerful frame buffer is an area that many early emulators struggled with. But I think it's fair to say that in the last 10 years or so, these particular issues have been addressed and solved for. Now, the other thing that Nintendo 64 and indeed PlayStation 1 emulators introduced back in the day was the concept of plugins. Now, when emulators were developed, the emulation authors would expose an API and allow other developers to come in and build out the functionality to emulate the graphic subsystems, the
I remember
audio
having to do that with Project
the
64
controller
back in
inputs,
the day.
and these things were
Download a
either
gazillion
done
plugins.
internally or left to other developers.
You don't really have to do
and
that nowadays.
You can basically build your own plugins.
At least with the games, few games that have come to emulate on the stream.
This particular plugin spec was known as
I did have to do it for
Zilma.
PS2.
Now, Zilma is one of the original developers of Project
For
64.
one game
and
that
the
I
plugin
played.
spec was effectively named after
Gregory
them.
one.
Now, this Zilma specification exposes a common API for developers
Stable,
to build their plugins
PS2
to use
emulator
on
couldn't handle
the original
it, stable
emulator that
release.
supported it, known as Project
ECS,
64. Now, other
XS2?
emulators also support
Whatever
the
it's
Zilma
called.
spec, including Mupen 64, 1964, and other early Nintendo 64 emulators. Now, at the time, having access to different plugins was a good thing more than a bad thing. Good in that if your game didn't run quite right with one plugin, you could simply switch over to another one, say the Rise plugin, which may be more up-to-date and accurate.
Think it's
and
64
would fix
gameplay
the problem.
possible?
The problem, however, with the plugin spec is that it's out of date. It's been extended to what is now known as the Mupen Plus specification, which
Oh my
opens up
God,
more
the
functions
coins, the
that can be
coins.
used in more modern emulation, and emulators such as the Mupen Plus emulator, as well as Simple 64, all adhere to the updated plugin specification. Now, developers that built these plugins would work tirelessly to fix all sorts of graphical issues that they would uncover. And unfortunately, fixing one issue could break several other games. And this is just the way things are. And this is the problem with high-level emulation solutions. And as a result, Nintendo 64 emulation suffered over the years. And as mentioned, many of the heavy-hitter N64 games, the best like 20 or 30 games, mostly run very well out of the box, even with HLE plugins on lower spec machines. But once you move out of that comfort zone and get into some of the deeper cut games, that's where the problems start to appear.
The
plugin
games people
system,
care
in my
less
opinion,
about,
simply
yeah.
has no place in modern emulation in 2025. And if you take a look at something like DuckStation and PCSX2, a lot of refactoring has been done to do away with the entire plugin system on
great.
PlayStation 1 emulation. And Nintendo 64...
Yeah, the
if it was
coins
to
raining down like
advance to
DSP
a
hitting the
new
goal.
frontier,
How have
then
I
we
not
must
made that
do
connection
away
until
with this
now?
concept. Original HLE plugins is what started things out.
I should get
but
this
as
like
PC
from the
machines
assets and
devices
just
became faster and
if
GPUs
I
became
ever
cheaper
hit a
and more
goal,
advanced,
like a little
it
fun
started
little
to become
maybe like a
possible to
follow
write
goal or something.
cycle-accurate emulation
We have the
via
coins come
LLE
down,
low-level
maybe doing
emulation.
during a
And
hype
because
train.
GPUs started to
It would be
support
so
compute
silly.
shaders, it meant that supporting these asynchronous lines of compute allowed for real-time execution of the Nintendo 64 RDP with very good accuracy. Now, the first plugin that was developed was known as Angry Lion, and this was developed back in 2010 and was a game changer for many. The problem was it ran terribly slow. Now, in recent times, the Parallel RDP plugin was developed that runs using Vulkan and allows for a much more optimized level of compute. It also allows for internal upscaling, and this plugin is what is used in two of the best, most accurate Nintendo 64 emulators around, known as Simple 64 and RS. But you do need a powerful computer to run these emulators well. Take, for example, this B-Link Mini S12 PC. Now, this is a mini PC that has 8 GB of DDR4 RAM and an Intel Alder Lake
Move the cursor out of the
M95.
window.
It has 4 cores up to 3.4 GHz.
It's time to expand the
Now, on
dingus,
paper,
guys.
this
Can
sounds
we
like
hit
more
it?
than enough overhead to emulate the Nintendo 64. But as you can see here, Simple 64 with the Parallel RDP plugin can't hit 60 FPS at all. So what hope is there for accurate N64 emulation on lower and mid-spec systems like a Raspberry Pi 5 or an Ambinic handheld? The common practice is to use an HLE plugin known as Glide N64. Now, this is a pretty good
I've heard
RDP
of that.
plugin and has a high level of compatibility for games, and it's the standard choice for many. One of the major areas where Glide N64 is used by many is with its texture replacement functionality, and this allows many Nintendo 64 games to look a lot better than they were originally intended, simply by replacing textures with higher resolution versions, enhancing the overall visuals of a Nintendo 64 game, which
The
in many
HD
cases
texture
can look quite
patch.
blurry and quite anti-aliased. And then we need to talk about the Nintendo Switch Online service that runs Nintendo 64 games. After a
Hey,
rough
big
start,
ups.
most people
NSO,
accept
he's
these
gonna
days
hate
that
it.
the NSO service is pretty decent. And we just said that a high level of CPU power is required to emulate a Nintendo 64 accurately. On face value, the NSO service appears to run almost every game well, but if you look a bit deeper, problems become quickly apparent. In order to get more
Pilot
performance,
Wings.
it's
I
obvious
didn't
that
play
the
that on
emulation
NSO.
has resorted to timing hacks and various
Works on
other
my
hacks
machine.
to get games running faster than intended, and many have misreported this as some type of enhancement.
You need that,
The
Chris?
problem here is that many
I can
games
see
that
the
were developed
appeal.
for the Nintendo 64
Yeah, it's gotta look how it does
are
in your
inherently
memory,
tied to
yeah.
the frame rate, which causes many issues. Pilot Wings 64 and F-Zero X are examples of where the clocks in the game go out of sync and cause gameplay issues. And this is just one issue
Oh,
with the
that would
NSO
suck if
service.
it fucks
If
you
you're
up
not
with a
really sure
mission
what
that has a time limit.
You'll never notice this, but if you are someone that has come from the Nintendo 64 original hardware, then you'll quickly realize that things aren't running as well as they might. So this is all very doom and gloom sounding. Is there any hope for
I'd say
N64
Banjo-Tooie on
emulation to
NSO
improve
runs
at all?
way
Yes, of
better than
course.
it does
As
on OG
mentioned, with faster
hardware, and I didn't
processing,
notice any
advancements in GPU
desynchronization
technology, more
issues.
compute, handhelds such as the Steam Deck and ROG Ally, these are very powerful devices, and this is enough horsepower to play many Nintendo 64 games.
There we go. We're done. We have unlocked Angie the Angelfish. Angie has the ability to resurrect dead fish. Oh, for sure, we gotta use her. Oh, but we're sacrificing Wadsworth to do so, because I need her to drop the money. Never noticed any slowdown on Tui. On OG hardware, go to Hailfire Peaks, and you'll really feel it. The lava side.
With a high level of accuracy and compatibility. The problem is, many cheaper handhelds and these all-in-one solutions have many legacy issues emulating the Nintendo 64.
She just automatically
My
revive
Raspberry
fish,
Pi
or
5,
what's
for
the
example,
deal?
runs most things decently enough, but I wouldn't recommend it to anyone who just wants to sit down and enjoy the library. In many ways, the best and most convenient way to play N64 games is to just buy original hardware. It's still relatively cheap, and with a flash cartridge like an EverDrive or a Summer 64 and either an internal HDMI mod or a cheap upscaling solution, you can play the entire suite of games, including all homebrew demos, just as they were intended. But what about FPGA? Is FPGA the savior of all things N64 emulation? FPGA is impressive technology, especially when we're talking about the Nintendo 64. But it's a false assertion.
Is that the solution then? Just get a flash card?
Technology, especially for the Nintendo 64, is offering 100% compatibility. The Mr. FPGA core is very impressive and can boot the entire library of commercial games, but it can't boot any homebrew games that were developed with LibDragon, an open source SDK. And of course, all this homebrew can boot on real hardware and even some emulators. In order for N64 FPGA core to run on the Mister, some adjustments were made for performance. Timing-related issues and other graphical issues still exist. The Analog 3D by Analog is said to be 100% compatible with the entire commercial library of games, but you can be sure once we get one here on my test bench, I'm pretty confident that I can debunk this claim. And there's also been another push to let reverse engineering, decompilation, and recompilation of Nintendo 64 binaries into C source code and being able to be recompiled on the PC is one of the most exciting prospects when it comes to preserving the Nintendo 64 library, but also enhancing them for modern PCs and game consoles. We saw Majora's Mask recently at the end of 2024. Star Fox also released its recompilation project known as Starship, and this is a much bigger topic that I'm planning to cover in 2025. So do I think Nintendo 64 emulation will ever get better? I do think it will, and it's really going to kind of come down to who is going to be really the pioneers of basically just separating the old legacy stuff and moving N64 emulation into a new generation. And if you take a look at an emulator such as DuckStation or PCSX2, they've been completely refactored from the ground up to offer an experience where the entire machine architecture is emulated with a very high level of accuracy. Now, it took a very long time for both of these emulators to get to where they are, but there's really no reason why the Nintendo 64 couldn't do the same thing. We're seeing some strides being made towards this with emulators such as
the most
Simple
popular
64
games
and
now.
Ares. And unfortunately, in my opinion, Nintendo 64 emulation is kind of going to remain stagnant for a little bit longer yet until we start to see some breakthroughs in that particular space. But hey, these are just my thoughts and opinions. Let me know your thoughts and opinions.
You think the world
on
is not
Nintendo
enough?
64
007 is
emulation
going to
in
get
the
a
comments below.
recomp, though.
And if you did like this episode, please don't forget to leave me a thumbs up, and I'll catch you guys in the next episode. Bye for now.
Alright, that was a very nice and informative video. Yeah, I'd always heard that like N64 emulation is not perfect. Not at all. Not in the least. It's getting there though. It's getting there. This guy's videos was recommended to me on the front page, and I watched a couple of them. Very informative. Oh, it's a new implement on Rise of Skywalker. Okay, we can't watch this tonight, but I will save this. It's over an hour of him talking about the Rise of Skywalker. Okay, so we have the stream. So there's this guy named Bo Blacks. It's titled. Vibe check, I'm doing great, Nurgle. Thank you for asking. Nurgle, I mean GBM. It was okay. Nurgle in his heart of hearts knows that I'm doing great and wants my vibe check. Locale Live should raid Metokur right now. They should take the L. They're getting big dogged. Hold on. Now post your rave emojis. Emotes. Dance with us. I can only do so much. I'm shaking.
Oh, by the way, God bless whoever edited this video. That was the perfect ending to it, I'll be honest with you.
Live.
Your content isn't even art, Jim. Your content isn't even artistic.
It's not artistic, it's autistic.
You weren't you, Jim?
I might say it's because you're a loser.
It does have a dance emo. It only activates with certain redeems or cheers. I can't like command it. Well, I guess I could if I hotkey it to something. Yeah, he's still alive. Lotion me up. And Mersh is still seething to this day about it. Scammed, yeah. You guys should like give a sub just to test out the dance function.
Outer heaven.
Hack.
What else would you call it?
I'd call it the sweet spot. We spread hugs and love across the internet.
Bullshit. You know that's not true. You know what you should do.
What am I? Name the bully. No. Name the bully for a thing. Bully Hunter will help you. You don't want to build a wall. Instead, you want to use a military approach and run sorties over drug cartels.
Sure, and work with Mexico to rebuild its country. Yeah, sure. If we're gonna invest money into something, why not in making Mexico better so that a bunch of fucking people don't run away from that country into ours?
Okay. That's brilliant.
This is like the ultimate condescending argument from somebody that's never
The shark
ever
ate
been
my
in a shitty
fish.
position in their entire life. Like I can't even believe that somebody.
What the fuck you're talking
I don't. You can't. Either that or you lack zero empathy or have zero intelligence.
I'm not part of your lying, doxing, harassing teenage fan club. I'm someone doing something in real life.
And I have an army of mercenary children wreaking havoc on web forums from here to hell and back.
You understand I'm a person, don't you?
Sorry, going on that meaningful shit. You understand? I am a person, right?
And you guys can't even act like one people. It's really like amazing to me.
Jim, it's people like you that need to get a bullet to the head. Because you're promoting hatred, bigotry.
Is it bigotry against pedophiles? Pedophobia. It's pedophobia.
You're low rent, low IQ trash. I was 100% right to call you a religious bigot. It's what you and your fans are.
But as a white person who is male, you're never told that there's anything you can do. You have no idea what it's like to be told you're not supposed to do that. That's not the kind of job for you because the sky is the fucking limit.
I hear Sargon's off doing better things, so whatever.
I admire very much.
He kind of got off a bit easy.
I realize that his game is to punch down, but he always mocks people who are weak, who are small. I can't stand the big guy who bullies me or tries to bully me.
Yeah.
There is a toxicity that has developed among gamers.
Okay.
All right. It is actually, it feels somewhat fascist in the way it's working.
That's amazing.
Hello, everyone. You know who this is. Yet you have absolutely no idea. Of course.
Wow. Somebody gonna be famous. Real famous.
I sit here writing to you now with my exceptionally long penis buried deeply and warmly into my vagina butt.
Isn't that neat?
Bully Hunter 77 has joined the game.
Call 911. This place needs to be swatted. It's obnoxious.
It's not true.
You don't find people being bullied into suicide on 4chan. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Okay, if he says any more bad
What kind of hospital is
he
this?
doesn't own Kiwi Farm, and he died blasphemy. A little kid named Moon owns Kiwi Farm.
How do they make this more and more epic every time?
I'm sorry, I'm a soy-filled bitch and like your videos. If we get Donald Trump just to tweet out, I mean, you know, just a tweet that mentions the hashtag Gamergate, it doesn't even necessarily matter how we use it.
The
Man,
blue
the blue
checkbox
are going to shit their fucking pants.
It's 2019. I can't believe anybody believes that. Every fucking ball of water.
True. Especially when Jim finds out, he's gonna just give you so much shit.
One never knows when the homosexual is about.
I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total. I aim as well as possible. I aim for obese women, ideally ugly and obese.
Ideally ugly and obese?
300-pound ugly white girl.
Not even hot outside.
Bring her to the hospital. No.
No, just give her a pill. Just leave her outside. You have no permission.
Declaration. This declaration, right, of male dominance.
Put that in your pipe.
I definitely cheated on Super Mario with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stop doing this stuff.
He's like the blue seductress who takes me out into the night and does wonderful things to me.
Enough! Stop!
Becomes oi. Welcome to Insaniquarium, featuring the Metokur man. Why won't you die, Metokur? He's gonna talk about blows blacks, who I don't think anyone here besides maybe a couple of you know about. You will undoubtedly know about them after tonight. Or maybe you have. You've looked into the drama. It's my coffee. I'm sure people know about him by now. They didn't know about him last week, but they know about him now.
Well, good evening, my fellow Bobby boys.
Hello.
I like to call us Bull Blacks fans, the Bobby boys, or maybe Joshy Jihadis. I'm not sure.
He was a former co-host of the Kill Stream, along with Augie and Flamenco.
The Bobby boys. Bobby boys has that nice alliteration, that autistic alliteration that I think he would appreciate. But Joshy Jihadis has a nice ring to it too. And God knows, we're burning it down tonight. It's going to be a fun little stream. And enjoyable. I hope you have your plushie ready. I know those are a hot commodity, hard to get a hold of. Keemstar really has gotten pretty much every one that was available. Put them in his little gnome truck. Drove them down.
I got my Bobby here. I'm excited. I'm hyped.
Hidden them away. Charging $250
I can't
a piece.
wait,
It's a
baby.
collector's item. Joshy Jihadis or the Bobby boys? I'm going to let you dwell on that. Think about it a little bit. It's an important, decision to come to. We'll have a poll, maybe, later on, if you're still around after I talk about the things we're going to be talking about tonight. But nonetheless, I hope you have the plushie. Good emotional support, cut a hole in its ass, get a good thrusting going on with it. Now, I hear that Augie got his own special.
Metokur streams on DSP's day off. He didn't want a big dog DSP.
Not filled with
He didn't want to distract detractors from watching the day stream.
Those cheap ingredients that high-class, highfalutin people will put into their products. No, Boblax himself hand-stuffed this motherfucker with nothing but his authentic pubes. He loved it, slept with it every night until he woke up covered in lice. Always wondered why it smelled like pickles. He couldn't figure it out. It's because Boblax doesn't shower.
What?
He's a dirty boy.
Is that true?
Stinky boy. Filthy boy. I've been watching this unfold for like a month. It's been a nonstop. It's been a month-long train wreck. And I thought I'd do a little bit about it. I'm going to be doing an inauguration stream on the 20th, and I didn't really want to tack it on because it'd be weird. It'd be weird talking about Trump taking office and then this guy doing all this weird sexual shit on the internet and mixing those two together. So I thought I'll have a nice little relaxed stream.
I'll watch that stream too when it happens. Should be Monday.
2025's off to a banger, right?
We've got some fun stuff, but I want to ease my way in. Just the tip. I want to be gentle. All right. I need to know how to be a tender lover. I've got to be a tender lover. You got to take your time, caress your way inside. All right. That's my pro tip to you, Boblax. We need to come up with a good nickname for him too, because the confused transsexual rapist I don't think works. No, he didn't rape anybody. I don't want to be unfair here. Just Augie. But does Augie really count? The guy lived in a closet for like 2.5 years. He was asking.
Augie loved it.
You ever watched an Augie stream? He'd sit in his closet and he'd stream from there. I think those are mixed signals, Augie.
Hey, Josh does that too.
You can't get mad at Blowblacks for that.
Or he used to do that.
Right, he thought, hey, here's a guy who I'm like 5 feet taller than. I can physically overpower very easily. He's a little guy. And he literally lives in a closet. If that's not a big wink and a nudge, I don't know what is. No, I'm sorry. No, Boblax is not a rapist that we know of. But who fucking knows? There's so much shit coming out about him. Who knows? All right, he could be gangbanging homeless people against their will, and we're going to find out next week. I'm just saying, leave it open to the possibility. There's always a possibility that might happen. But you know, before we get into him, there was something else in the news that I thought was of interest, and it made me want to talk about somebody in particular. Somebody, I highlighted for a second on that little collage.
Yeah, I gotta grind fish until I get the weapon upgrades, so these aliens leave me alone.
Well, something in the news kind of reminded me of them, and I wanted to talk about them a little bit, because tough times ahead for them. A little bit of difficulty ahead for them. So let's ease into the Bobby stuff first. Let's work our way through a princess, really. She's a beautiful lady. The kind of woman that just gets your blood flowing to all those important places. You know, like your head, to make you think, why am I looking at a picture of this thing? I'm talking about Pikachu, the dirtiest of Pokemon.
Oh my goodness.
Now, you should know, a little bit of news going around lately. Now, even more news just came out recently within the last hours.
Very timely, given I just figured out who that lady is.
In case you're unaware of what's happening right now, TikTok might be in its final hours. Your brain rot entertainment might be going away. The shit
Go
that
back to
people
Instagram,
waste
idiot.
countless hours of the day on, staring at their fucking phones like zombies as they walk down the street, might be thrown into the trash. And I know that's going to be difficult. It's going to be a tough one for people to handle. Because, you know, without that TikTok revenue, those big buku bucks from the TikToks, our girl here, Topeka, she's in a tough spot. You might be unfamiliar with who she is. Let me give you a little background. Very popular streamer on another platform. As you can see, I mean, it's just a beautiful lady. Having a little bit of difficulty lately, though. Got a little bit embarrassed by the staff. The help dared to say some nasty things about her. Can you believe that?
Kind of
you
all
pay to go use a
natural.
hotel or a motel? Doesn't matter which. And they actually have the gall to record a video talking about
She's
how
not
dirty you
fond
are.
of makeup.
So, to be fair, I
She
don't think
believes
I've ever
that beauty
encountered
lies on the inside.
I don't think a hotel staff or a cleaning lady in a facility that's open to the public has ever been so fucking disgusted by how just dirty the cave you leave behind in that they feel the need to fucking warn the public. It was like a PSA. So this streamer, Topeka, having a little bit of a tough time. Needs that TikTok money to pay for rent. Not really happening. TikTok withheld it. Got thrown out of their apartment, had to live in a motel. Turns out the person working in the motel thought they were a bit of a filthy bitch. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's terrible.
I have no idea how I'm gonna survive. This app was literally supposed to be my way out. Over everyone who's saying, go get a job, go get a job. I have literally
Maybe go get a job?
no more time.
No, that's not Topeka. That's just your average TikToker freaking out at the thought that they won't get those TikTok dollars. How does that even work? Aren't TikToks like 30 seconds long? I've never understood
You
how
do
people
live
make
streams
money
on
over there,
TikTok,
but
apparently.
this guy's all fucked up.
I work almost every day doing DoorDash, and DoorDash pays $2 a delivery. I Instacart. I have classes Monday through Thursday in person. My next step has always been to go to the poll.
Oh, he's going to the poll. And not to vote. He means he's going to prostitute his ass. But it gives you a little bit of a feel. Some people on TikTok are freaking out. Now, Topeka depends on that TikTok money. So you can imagine the amount of weight on top of them. And then out of nowhere, here comes the staff to talk about how filthy you are.
Also, Y'all see me dancing? Do not say a damn thing.
Not a damn.
There is a TikToker on here whose name I'm not going to say just in case, who is known for going live, and she's been living out of a motel that I just so happened to work at. And we had to kick them out today and DNR them because they couldn't pay their bill, and I quote, because TikTok didn't pay me. They were disgusting, and I can confirm her room was disgusting. I can also confirm that when they were kicked out this morning, they parked outside of the parking lot, and their mom or grandma took a shit.
Oh, I'm going to back that up just a second. Maybe I misheard.
I don't think we needed those details.
What was this lovely maid saying again?
And their mom or grandma took a shit.
Oh, God, Billy, call your dad. Grandma's taking a deuce in the parking lot again. Somebody get the net. Nana's taking a dump right in the handicap parking lot. Grandma, stop shitting in oncoming traffic. You're scaring the pedestrians. What kind of fucking people are these? You can't even control your dementia-ridden grandmother and keep her in your car house? That she's wandering. I think
it was supposed to be tomorrow, taking
shits just sporadically. Did you imagine? You're on your way to IHOP or a Denny's or some shit, and you look out and you see some 90-year-old woman just hunched over, squatting, popping a squat right in the parking lot. No care in the world. The breeze cooling her ass as Nana just lets loose a torrent of liquid shit
On the sidewalk. They're as disgusting as you think they are. That's the reason for the green screen. Yes, I do still have a job. And I want you guys to know that my district manager would have said all the same shit that I'm saying about her, only to her face. I will also say the room is a little bit cleaner than I expected. It's still disgusting. It smells like piss, body odor, and fucking 10-year-old cooking grease. Like, there's so much grease on the light bulb over the stove that when I turned it on, it smelled like something was cooking.
You're such a filthy person. You're so disgusting and disorderly that the amount of grease on a light probably started a fire. I bet you Topeka doesn't even need to go buy matches or a Bic lighter. The grease that wafts off her La Crechera body adheres to all substances, and when you create enough heat just through natural appliances like a light bulb, it sparks off into a fucking inferno. I'm trying to think, how would another streamer handle this? Imagine any other streamer suddenly has the maid, the cleaning lady, because she's so fucked up over what she's seen. You're such a filthy bastard. There are cockroaches crawling, smells like piss and fucking grease and oil. Your grandmother's shitting in the parking lot, that they feel compelled to make a public service announcement about it. I believe this is like an extended stay motel, if I'm correct on this. So it's a little bit bigger than your average hotel room, but they're just giving you an idea of just the state that shit was left in. How do you say that? You have to understand that they were begging poverty. She was saying that she was on just completely destitute. They couldn't afford to live in an apartment anymore. They were completely fucked.
Is that random stuff actually getting traction?
Totally fucked. And when this lady's cleaning her shit up, there are like 85 fucking Amazon boxes. Now, you might be thinking, okay, maybe they're a porch pirate, but have you seen how big this lady is? There's no way she's running up to somebody and stealing their shit.
The porch pirate.
It's like, what are you buying off Amazon? Maybe this is to save on the electric bill or the gas or something. She's confused on how extended stays work, so she's making her own little fires in there. So she's ordering like $1's worth of gum to get the biggest box possible to use as kindling. How do you even do that to a door, by the way? I mean, what exactly happened there? I'm trying to imagine, did Nana gnaw it off with her fucking teeth, pull her out her dentures and start,
the next TikTok, but it's also from China, isn't it?
Paper? I need this particle board to wipe my ass because I shit everywhere. I don't know exactly how this particular type of damage is done, but God bless her, she found a way.
Here's all the brand new sheets we've been bringing in that they haven't been using. I don't want to know what that is.
God, look at all the food. That's like a day's worth for Topeka. What the fuck?
They're also currently still parked up the street in the same spot. Their shit is still behind their car. I would get you a picture, but I don't want to get that close to them.
First of all, the maid had no rights to share any of...
Oh, now this is our
Oh my
lovely lady
God.
herself.
Please
This
tell
her
me this is the
responding
mom.
to the maid, talking about how fucking disgusting she is. You know, how they basically wipe their ass with bed sheets and don't
She looks
wash
like a
any of the grease
chipmunk.
off things and break doors somehow. You know, take craps in the parking lot. She's very upset.
This is the mom, right?
Now, I've always wondered this. Maybe this is going to sound cruel, but is this particular person a Neanderthal? Like, I know, you know, they're not supposed to exist anymore, but look
Yeah,
at the
I think that's fair to
At
request.
first I thought Aboriginal. You know what I mean? There's a song I used to play on stream about huffing gas that they might appreciate. But I'm wondering, is this a Neanderthal? Have we found like a missing link somehow that's living on TikTok on $300 in ad revenue a month? I don't know.
my personal and private business, and it would be in her best interest not to respond to comments in her page because she's going to incriminate herself and lose her job. I got several videos I am sending over to corporate, and I am going to make a call to let them know that she is putting my business out there. She's a maid, so she should not be telling anybody anything. Second of all, I did not talk about the maid, and if she sees this video, I didn't talk about you. I don't know you personally. You don't know me personally.
You know, one of the things I love the most is when people tattle on themselves. And the funniest thing about this is when the maid put out her original video, she just said that there was a TikTok personality and that they were disgusting and talked about them in kind of in vague terms, but never specifically named anybody. But the moment they put that video out, she knew. Pikachu knew instantly that that was about her.
See,
and instantly
he's
responded.
correct.
Thus, you know,
He never mentioned any
corroborating the
names.
story, and then
You
telling
never had to
everybody
respond to
that's,
that.
I'm the person this person's talking about. Where if
Wait,
they hadn't
why'd you
said
give them the
anything, they'd have
confirmation?
Deniability. But instantly has to go online and tattle on themselves. Brilliant.
Just because I'm a public figure doesn't give you the right to go and tell everyone my business because you don't know what I was going through or what I was struggling with online. You put my family in danger. That's all I'm going to say, because I'm not incriminating myself to get in trouble, and I'm sending this video to your job and your corporate. And I'm also, if it doesn't work, I'm reporting you to the police. I'm going to make a...
Hello, 911. I'd like to report the Motel 6 staff for laughing at me. They had the gall to giggle as my grandmother took a shit in the lobby. Hello, FBI. I need to quickly, you need to send down an investigative team immediately to me. I was staying at a Super 8 motel, and the staff told me that wiping my ass with the sheets like it was toilet paper was wrong. Can you believe that?
Police report and let them know that they see what I can do about having those videos taken down, because you don't know anything about me. I am not the only sole winner, or not breadwinner, but the sole person that helps pay bills. And I'm not going to tell people my brother's business because no one needs to know where he works, if he works, or anything, because for protection and safety purposes. That's why I didn't tell people why I was leaving. And for you to come online and act like as if I was creating a soft...
Those are just really unfortunate physical X, man. Jesus. I don't know. Like, did the doctor beat her when she was born? Like, did she pop out and he screamed accidentally?
It's
and
really
dropped her?
everything,
Like,
isn't
how
it?
do you get these kind
the physiognomy of the face,
get this,
just everything about
these
that,
features?
and the
How do they
linguistics.
come together like this? It's like a Dr. Moreau kind of thing. I don't know what kind of hybrid am I looking at here. Also, how is Topeka living in a car with other people? Think to yourself for a moment, a normal-sized car, and then she's in it, her brother and mother are in it, and then, of course, gotta shed anywhere I can, grandma's in there, and then whatever pets they might have. Like, the logistics of how they fit into, like, is it like a clown car? Also, have you noticed a theme? In the last stream when we talked about Andy Ditch, and previously when we've talked about other people online that do weird things, there's always some either directly or indirectly somehow related conversation about shit. It's always in there. There's always a poop story for some reason. Now, Andy was running around checking his diapers for duties. And Topeka's running around checking Grandma's diapers for duties.
Not that, Andy.
So I'm not sure what it is, but there's some call of the wild, some compelling thing, some moth to the flame shit going on when it comes to poop and crazy people on the internet.
Story, I was keeping myself quiet for a reason because I didn't want people to follow me and find out where I live, which now you have put my family in danger. Thank you very much. I did not say anything about made with weird piercings. I have my live streams fully recorded. You are not going to sit here and lie and say I talk about people that I live at. Why would I talk about the maids when I don't know them personally? She was nice. She came to our door and gave us our bedding. I didn't say anything rude about you, so don't listen to these trolls.
Well, what are you going to say rude about the maid? Okay, the maid's just doing their job. The cleaning lady, the help, whatever you want to call them. They just show up, they get paid their hourly wage. What is she doing that's going to embarrass herself at her job? You, on the other hand, the customer, apparently have burrowed in there and made it some kind of weird animal cave where you've gnawed off part of the door. Like, I don't even know how you physically damage the door like that. It doesn't even look like a kick. If you'd kick the door, it should go, like, dead in. Were you, like, planing it? Were you sanding it down? Oh, did you need kindling or something? Like, what the fuck did you do to it? How dare the maid? Also calling it the maid, the cleaning lady. You're a fucking super saver. What are you talking about, the maid? Oh, my God. The butler. I had the worst experience with a butler at a Super 8. What the fuck? It doesn't make it sound hoity-toity. It just makes you sound crazy. Makes you sound a little insane, like you're out of it. You don't understand the situation you're in.
And I would suggest the best advice, since maybe you don't want to take advice from me, is to take down those videos and stop responding to people before you lose your job. Because that is a second video that I have to send to your corporate office to get you fired because you wanted to come online and spew my business. I hate when people love to do things for views and kick people while they're down. You don't know my situation. You don't know why I couldn't pay my bills. And it wasn't just because...
You know, that's true. We don't know her situation. We don't know her bills. So let me fill you in on a little bit of the backstory, since we're only lightly touching on this newest arc with them. So here's a bit about Topekachu. 1, disgusting. 2, refuses to work a job. 3, will beg for money and then do streams where they spend the money they just begged for buying hundreds of dollars worth of makeup. Which literally is putting lipstick on a pig.
If she claims we don't know her situation, but Metokur's about to tell us her situation, that would suggest that she's told us about her situation in the past, right? like willingly volunteered that information about her life situation.
Shoes. I need some new fucking Air Jordans. I'm going to go out there and be sporty with my shattered back. Why are you buying makeup, Topeka? It's a lost cause. Give it up. No, maybe if the goal had been a fucking paper bag you could put over your face, I'd understand that. But no, it was for rent. You were asking for rent money that you then spent $300 on makeup for. So that's one thing we know about Topeka. What's another thing we know about Topekachu? Well, apparently they like young Asian boys. And I quite literally mean boys. I know it's weird. Usually we're used to finding weird perverts on the internet that are guys trying to bang little girls. But in this case, Topekachu has a thing for young Asian boys. They do those, I guess on TikTok, there are these like weird mafia videos. And they'd always be doing like this pairing shit that they do on TikTok where you do like video collaborations, always with Asian guys. And then got busted looking on a porn site for young Asian boys. So that's the second thing we know. What's the third thing we know? No hygiene whatsoever. I wish I could have found the clip.
Keep this bitch away from round one.
You can find it if you look around. But there is literally a clip of her drinking out of a cup as roaches crawl on her. They're crawling out of the fucking cup. They're on the wall. They're like skittering across her face. She doesn't know. Topeka no understands
I said yesterday
English.
I'd be restreaming.
I don't know how Neanderthals really can communicate these things, but apparently she just was unaware these cockroaches lived on and in and around her. So now we have a little bit of background. Now everybody knows in chat what we're kicking when my foot...
You know what? That's a good idea, Perez. We can like get out 2 birds with 1 stone. Like send Derek to this lady.
Tries to apply makeup to her Neanderthal features. Continuing.
The TikTok. If I would have had the money, I could have helped my brother pick up where he couldn't pick up. I don't have to tell people what's going on in my personal life. And you just plastered it everywhere because you wanted some sort of 15 seconds of fame. Well, you're gonna get your 15 seconds of fame. Was it worth it to lose your job? And I don't care if anyone comments in my comment section and defends that. Stop being rude to people that have a refrigerator. Everything was going bad. On top of I gotta do, have a good day.
Yo, you're gonna like this. You're gonna like this. Oh yeah, sorry. Hey, scroll around a little bit. This is in relation to just to remind you about Grandma taking dumps in the parking lot.
That when they were kicked out this morning, they parked outside of the parking lot, and their mom or grandma took a shit on the sidewalk.
We've all been in a situation where we're stuck in traffic or we're in the car. When nature calls, right?
Oh, yeah, no.
I've not been in that situation personally. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I've been in that. I can't tell you how many
I have
times I was
not.
in that situation. Whether it was commuting to college to finish my degree, some place I worked, early morning, you got that coffee going through you. Sometimes you just gotta pull the car over that you're also living in and just shit anywhere in public you feel like. That's a normal behavior. Don't look for a porta potty. Don't go into a local business. Don't swing by a Planet Fitness or a Walmart to use their facilities. Just drop your pants and let her go. You fucking animal. Now, interestingly, you might be wondering, how did they get thrown out of their apartment? What started this little weird arc of them being so disgusting that the staff at a fucking motel had to publicly shame them? Well, turns out their father happens to be fucking insane. As in, like, hostage-taking nutcase. And legitimately mental issues. Ended up getting arrested. He was the one that was paying for it with his poverty checks. He's getting state aid or something and decided he didn't want to come back. But this is the video that was the initial panic as they were finding out they're about to be evicted. Dad's off in prison for whatever crazy shit he had done at the moment. And they're literally rifling through his shit, trying to find a nickel or two, in hopes that they're not going to be just evicted. In hopes that they're not going to be having grandma shit on the sidewalk again.
Mom, with his money and the money that I have saved, we have to use that to pay for the apartment.
Get a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom house.
No, we need a 3-bedroom. We cannot have a 2-bedroom. When he gets out, what the fuck?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, no. We're doing a 3-bedroom.
You can't get a 3-bedroom for $500. Don't be stupid.
No.
Yeah, that math checks out. I also love there's sometimes when you encounter somebody that doesn't understand like financial responsibilities that exist actually in the real world. Like, this is how disconnected Topia Chu is from actual finances and living and just surviving. She actually believes she can get a 3-bedroom apartment for $500. If only Dad was still around. If only Dad was still around, we could totally get that 3-bedroom
Maybe
apartment
she
for
lived in
$500.
India.
This is why she's convinced the $300 she makes in monetization on TikTok is going to be enough to get like a mansion or something. You'd think that they'd take one moment. She'd take one moment to think, wait a minute.
Where my
If a Motel
TikTok
6 room
paycheck
costs like
at, man?
$30 a night, and I can only stay there for 10 nights, that's a third of a month. How the fuck am I going to get an apartment for $500? It's 3 bedrooms, and this place is 1 bedroom. But no, these numbers, Neanderthal don't. Me no do this, unga bunga. Doesn't compute. Just right over her head, which is a hell of a an accomplishment if you saw that brow ridge. That anything would get over that head.
She got the Donkey Kong brow going on. D.A. Donkey Kong is here. Here we go. So they're finally back.
I'm saying, with his check and the 500, we have to pay the rent.
We're gonna be kicked out by the time we get this check fulfilled.
That's why I asked you to call his card in. You have to call his card in.
Go back there, go there.
Yeah?
In the bedroom, his Johnny Bank, I think, has his wallet. It's hanging on the closet door.
Dude, if that Mickey Mouse could talk, Snow, the stories that Mickey Mouse would tell.
He probably has money somewhere.
I also like how their apartment or
That
whatever
mouse is a
dwelling
far
this
ways
happens
away
to
from the
be
Magic Kingdom, I'll
looks
tell
like
you
the
what.
sort of place you'd wake up after somebody, like roofied you Like if you'd been kidnapped and suddenly the drugs wore
You
off.
get roofied at
and
the
you're just
bar and you
kinda
wake up
coming
in this
to
place.
out of the
It
haze of
stinks
whatever
of
concoction
filth
they
and
used on you.
malaise.
And all you see
You can't
is
even see
shitty
anyone.
broken furniture with a box
You see
fan
Mickey Mouse,
that looks
broken
like it hasn't been
furniture,
fucking
people
washed in a
arguing in the
decade.
other room.
And the weirdest Mickey
I'd
Mouse
be
that's ever
terrified.
existed. Well, except dysfunctional mouse, just with a weird little sharp-toothed smile glaring down at you. You're kind of incoherent. You're not fully there mentally, really. But you're looking around and you know, I'm in deep shit. The walls of this place are yellower than her teeth. And her teeth are fucking Neanderthal yellow. I am in trouble.
And I hope it wasn't in his Bible.
It's not in there.
Hold on, I'll have to look. He also has money too. Oh, guys.
Hey, there she is.
I mean, your crazy father's in prison for doing crazy shit. And you're rifling through his stuff, looking for money, not trying to bail him out.
I remember seeing the video of the dad at the gas station.
The reason that they're not trying to bail him out is because they're the people.
I remember
he took
saying
hostage.
he looked like the Stinky
This I'm a little
Bandit, which is
unclear
a
on.
year one lore.
I've been, reading more of their background lore, and the TikTok story kind of reminded me of them. So that's why we're kind of going through a little bit of this before we get into the Boblack's hotness. But if I'm correct on this, I think the father took them hostage. I'm not sure. The imaginary voices. Maybe he thought a man had broken into his house. Can you blame him? If you woke up at midnight and saw her trudging down the hallway, would you not think you're being mugged? Oh my God, Fat Albert is falling on hard times and he's broken into my apartment. Hey.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go.
Gold bars? What an idiot. Everyone knows he should invest in silver.
He has money somewhere too. And I have to go through his stuff. But he had money somewhere. We'll have to call all these cards in too and check these ones.
How many cards do they have?
Literally
14?
just digging through. I'm going to try
There's
every
anything and
credit card
everything.
so I don't get thrown into the gutter. Guess it didn't work. I guess crazy people like to max out their credit cards. I don't know. Or he had one card. I don't know what he did. Maybe his one jailhouse call was like, fuck these people, and he canceled everything so they couldn't use them.
What is here? Keys. Have a good day, guys. Thank you for the gift points. Yeah, I had to help pack up stuff, and then from here, I need to have my mom open her email so we can get a hold of these apartments.
All those apartments that you're going to rent for $500. So I wanted to close it out a little bit. They call everybody Chew. It's like, it's a weird little suffix everybody gets when you're part of this family. So there's, Topeka Chew and Mama Chew and Brother Chew, and then there's Papa Chew. And I'm sure you're really curious, what Papa Chew is like. So I just grabbed one clip of him, just to give you a little feel for it. She's doing some TikTok stream asking for more makeup money, and Papa Chew meanders in. Probably got back hosing Grandma off from shitting in the yard.
That's your friends. No. Get out of there. They're my friends too. I said get out of there.
No.
If I have to go get you out of there, I will. She's telling you to get out of there. Get out of there.
Why are you too rude? Why are you so rude with me? She's rude and you're rude.
She's telling you to get out of there and you won't, so I'm not defending her.
But she's my friend.
Bye.
Sophia's my friend.
Bye.
Look, Sophia.
What?
Are you not my friend? I thought you and I were close. We used to be tight, you and I.
Okay.
Baby girl, you remember how tight we were? The tightness of those ropes when I took you hostage? Baby girl, you remember how tight we were when I roped your ass up, how close we were? As the police SWAT team broke into the apartment and I held that knife to your throat. You remember that, baby girl?
Hey, go!
The more you say go, the more he's gonna stay there because...
No, me and Sophia used to be tight.
Bye.
He just loves to bother.
Look, when you were in the hospital and I came at 2 a.m, open heart surgery. The first thing you said was, hi, Daddy.
Okay.
The first thing out of your mouth? No, I don't think that was true. I think the first thing she said when she woke from her heart surgery at the hospital was, "Where are the Kit Kats? Somebody bring me popcorn."
She needed open heart surgery again because he saw her. Or she saw him.
I've lost calories. This 2-hour-long surgery has put me on the verge of death. Somebody shovel something down my gullet. Papa Chew. Papa Daddy. Daddy, please. At least 4 or 5 large
Daddy,
pizzas.
no.
Please, Daddy.
Daddy, no.
Jesus Christ. Bye, guys. Look, if nobody want me around, I'll move.
Oh, yeah, right.
If no one wants me around, I will move.
Didn't we say we didn't want him? We would have got rid of him a long time ago if we didn't want him.
Oh, they were just, yucking it up. Oh, we would have got rid of you a long time ago. Hee hee. A tee hee hee. Guess who ended up in a motel, bitch? Oh, you wanted to laugh at Daddy and his state-mandated money? Who's living in the car with Grandma shitting in the road? That would be you, baby girl. Oh, you could have been close. You could have been his friend. Oh, he was a friend to you, but you didn't like it. You thought it was funny. Oh, you're going to shit on the crazy old man. Well, who's living in the dumpster now? Ain't Daddy?
Who's laughing
Papa
now?
Chew, is it, bitch? Oh, no, he's got his dollary dues from Uncle Sam. You're the one asking for makeup money on TikTok. Oh, and if Trump doesn't extend that, prohibition against that ban, no more money for you. Oh, you won't even be living it up in Motel 6. You're going to be in cardboard. Hope you kept those Amazon boxes, bitch. You're going to need to build a house out of them. I'm sure you can find a fucking tutorial guide on YouTube somewhere to do it. Tell Pikachu. Oh, laugh at Daddy. Oh, we don't need you. Oh, Daddy didn't think it was funny either. Oh, now you're living in the gutter. Sad. So sad. All these people suffering. The caliber of people suffering from TikTok going under. A lot of fun stuff out there. A lot of interesting people, meandering around. Look at this. We stumbled across a Neanderthal that has to wipe her grandma's ass. And is under the delusion that a 3-bedroom apartment costs $500. I don't know what city in America that would be true. Maybe like the middle of nowhere, Montana? Like some abandoned shack in the fucking foothills of Wyoming? Where the population of whatever, township you've shown up in
Gary,
is 3
Indiana,
people?
maybe? It's like complete out of nowhere in the sticks.
But any populated place over 10 people, probably not. Probably not going to work out for you. But a lot of interesting people out there. Last time it was Larson and Ditch. I'm taking a look at Pikachu. And I thought I'd throw her in because she's relevant to a current news story. So there are quite a few interesting people out there. Lots of shenanigans taking place. And that's just one story. Pedophilic tendencies, cockroach lover, wiping grandma's ass, getting made fun of them by the maid. That is our girl, the Neanderthal, Pikachu.
All right, moving on to Blows Blacks.
Await next time, stalker child. Could that be a hint?
Patrick
Pepperoni nipples, that perhaps the next stream after inauguration, whatever that may be, might involve a
we're teasing this segment.
And his propensity to threaten people in his cool-looking biker jacket. Ooh, he's coming to get you. He's coming to get you, stalker child. It's prison for you. Maybe. Or maybe we'll talk about a dysfunctional, weird amalgamation of a person. A little hobgoblin that thinks he's a musician. Or, a Subway artist. A sandwich artiste. I don't know. Could be anybody. Could be anybody.
Doesn't necessarily Bill. Could be.
Oh, no, it's probably going to be Tom. Oh, yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I ain't afraid of you, author man. Your biker jacket don't scare me, buddy. I ain't scared over here. All right? I got the power.
You don't scare anyone. That's why they keep taking his lawn chairs away.
Oh. See, we got a few big dollar donations.
How much they got to pay you to live in Gary Dingus? 10 million coins in this game.
From Evil Bunny. Here's a couple Benjamins, Jim. Hope you're feeling better. I am now, Evil Bunny.
All the Maple Story Nexon coins I can afford.
The big fucking
so I can go back to Maple Story.
Big money coming in.
We can get the Maple Story Dingus strings.
Thanks for the years of entertainment, Jim. Hope you're feeling okay. Buy a hat, you cheap bastards. Everybody needs a
then
fantastic
after we max
hat,
out that game, Yep.
It's always a good
World of
investment.
Warcraft dingus streams.
Finally, from Matt
Yep.
Aquino.
RuneScape
Hey, Jim,
Classic
you
dingus
watch a
streams.
YouTube channel called Put a Girl On. He prank
Yep.
calls fast
Habbo
food restaurants
Hotel
every day for a
Classic
month.
dingus streams.
And then he shows up in person.
I
and
heard
fuck
they have
with
brought
them.
Habbo Hotel back.
He gets chased out and attacked by wages working there. Funny stuff. No, I
Oh,
haven't.
of course he
but I
goes
used
for
to
my
watch
good,
vent
my good
harassment,
fish.
which included a whole hell of a lot of people screwing with other people. It's pretty good. It's pretty good shit. Now I'll read the again majority of super chats, whether they're from YouTube or
YouTube,
Ko-Fi, Cash App at the end of the stream. But if you're gonna throw a big one,
He always calls it
I'm gonna
Ko-Fi,
be a
isn't it
little
coffee?
more
Because it's like you buy me a coffee, and like
But
the
I've
logo
talked to
is a
you. I
coffee
wanted to
cup.
ease
He does it on
into some
purpose.
Talk about this. And I don't expect some in-depth thing. I'm not going to go over Bloby Boy here and his fucking internet history. But we're going to talk about it a little bit. From what I understand, even before I started the stream, especially today, somebody's getting a little bit nervous. Getting a tiny bit nervous. That's my understanding of it. Started putting out some, putting out some statements saying that things were overblown or misunderstood or people didn't really get it. And we'll look at that. Maybe it's true. Maybe this has been a big
Both
gay
these shouldn't have been too
Maybe
nervous
Rocky
anyway.
and
Jim
then,
doesn't do like deep
Diorio
dives, like the whole
decided
history
they were gonna
shit. He
gay
doesn't do
up
like
our boy Bloby.
the June the King documentary
they're-
like live
you know,
on stream. He usually
they
just
were
talks
jealous
about
of
the
his
current
plushy
goings-ons
success.
and then just points and laughs
He's
at
a
it.
plushy millionaire. How dare you? How dare you, sir, make all that money off those plushies? Don't you know that H3, Ethan is a big fan of those fucking plushies, even though it's Keemstar that bought them. How the fuck do you put up a yeah, I don't even get into it just yet. But maybe it was a gay op. Maybe people are out to get him, and this has been just very elaborately and well done. I don't know. I will have to kind of puzzle through it, you know. But I will say, okay, that I've done almost like a fucking police level forensic investigation of your dick. All right, I don't know what it is with content creators putting their cocks out on the internet, especially when you don't got much to show for it, man. Here's a fucking free piece of advice from me.
Don't put your
If
cock
you don't
online.
have a big cock, don't share it with the internet. Now, if you got a monster, if you got some shit that gives you the nickname Donkey Man or the Horse Guy, then feel free to wave that shit around like you're greeting people at the fucking Renaissance Fair.
Hear that?
Right.
Hear that, me?
But if you're not swinging monster meat, don't share that dick with the rest of the internet. It's probably a bad idea. You're probably going to get a lot of jokes made about you. It's probably going to be a little heartbreaking. You know, I'm just
There
saying.
was for
Oh,
Ralph.
wow.
Ralph was saying, "Lol, that's not the full size."
Interrupt everything
When
and
his
read this.
sex tape, when
Demi?
he released his
Thought
own
I'd
sex
miss a
tape,
stream
it wasn't
since work
leaked.
has been a bit wild.
He
Here's some money for your
posted
next
it.
turtle shell. Well, I do love me a fucking turtle shell. I just need 85 more donations like that. Again, it's such. If you had a 3D printer, the cost of those things, it's ridiculous. I don't even. I'm gonna go off on a fucking tangent again. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. I promise you, we talk about Bull Blacks. We're gonna talk about Bull Blacks. Oh, but first we're gonna do a word from our sponsors. Oh, see, you hook them, you tell them the shit they're looking for is right there, and then you gotta Barnum and Bailey their ass. This is how I sell hats, folks. Okay, I gotta get your attention, make you hungry for it, and then I hit you with that. Oh, look at that fucking shirt. What says I want Hispanic people to beat me in the street like the Stay
Take a
Cool ice shirt? They might be wondering, what does that say in Spanish? It says, if you can read this, you are getting deported.
No!
Now, I suggest you buy 5 or 6 of them over at the Metokur.myshopify.com store, and then walk through the barrio. You need to walk down the street quoting 90s movies like you're hardcore.
Hit up
Blood
the
in,
dingus
blood
barrio.
out.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ese, blood in, blood out. That's all you know. Just that one fucking line from that one movie in the 90s that you kind of vaguely remember, but you can't think of the title for. But you wear this in the barrio. I just want you to walk down the street wearing this, saying shit like, tacos burritos, donde es la biblioteca?
I don't have any Metokur merch,
that
no.
kind of gruff voice. All right? And if you're like a white person, make sure you're extra white. Casper white when you're wearing this. Hey, Holmes, I bleached myself, essay. You're going to be deported. And then have them send me a copy of your obituary. have them do that. Okay. I'm going to play a quick merch commercial. Grab a drink, because when we get back, we're going into Bloby. Oh, God, my Bloby boys. You know what? I'm going to put the fucking... we're going to do the poll while I'm doing the Bloby thing. Oh, another big donut. Let me read this really quick. Sleep paralysis gremlin. Buy your turtle shell for your hat. Here's 100, Daddy Chimp. True and Blacks is an example of why bullying should be legalized. It's a very interesting example of why a guy who would host something called bully streams would ever do the shit that he's doing. You'd think he'd have some self-awareness, like, I wonder if this is ever going to come back on me. What if people are ever going to give me shit about this? But let me see. What are we? Remember,
I really should have picked the jellyfish for this level.
As his fan base. There we go. Are we going to be Bloby Boys? I don't even know how you spell it. You know what? Close enough.
I think Bloby Boys is more directly
Joshy,
referencing Blacks. There are too many Joshes in the sector. If they went for Josh Jihadis, you could say, oh, that could be Cobra. Oh, that could be Kiwi Farms Josh.
The little merch commercial up. So we Bloby Boys or Joshy Jihadis, vote on it. We'll get the results when I come back, and we're going right into it. We're going right into the blowbacks. Oh, fucking God. By buying a goddamn American capitalist hat. Oh, gotta use that USA dollars to do it. Where are you gonna do that, you ask? Well, you don't really ask, but I'm gonna show you anyway. Fuck you. I'm gonna show you anyway. Oh, look at those hats. Wow,
why is it always Josh, right? I've never known a sane Josh out there. And I want the Joshes I know in reality to hear that. I've never known a sane Josh in real life. I want them to hear it loud and clear, but they won't hear this. But what if they did? Hey, get your Metokur blobs out if you have them. You should. It's a free email. I clicked off screen. My index finger is gonna be so exhausted after this stream. Why didn't I just buy a wired mouse?
Oh, look at those hats. Quality fucking hats, ladies and gentlemen. Buy a hat for your hat.
Man, I love how it just casually swims around, exists. It just, yeah, I just eat up everyone. Yeah, fuck you.
Buy a hat for your hat. When I'm sad, pay me. It's the only cure, really. When you're very sad, you need to pay me money. You gotta buy my fucking hats. All right, that's the only way you're gonna teach these communists their fucking place. These lemon-loving motherfuckers. It's by buying a goddamn American capitalist hat. Oh, gotta use that USA dollars to do it. Buy a hat for your hat.
They're gonna render their garments at the sight of my almighty American dollar.
Buy a hat for your hat. Wear it around town. It looks fancy. Buy a hat for your hat. For your hat. For your hat. For your hat. For your
Alright, bought the first piece.
I love America too much. Love the red, white, and blue. Love my apple pie and baseball. Sometimes I just look at the Statue of Liberty. It's so goddamn beautiful. Oh, that is good stuff. You know what? Buy a hat for your hat. Buy a hat for your hat. You know what? Buy a hat for your hat. To sell you beautiful fucking hats. We all love Jim's hats. Let me move a little bit. Oh,
over on Shopify. Metokur.myshopify.com. Buy the finest hats available.
Can I buy the fishy hats? I got this blue one, a crown here. If he somehow survives long enough to put it on, your fish, your big fat guppy, will put on a crown.
Buy my hats. I gotta do this. Buy my hats. You know what? Buy a hat for your hat.
Yes, I did, Jesse.
I gotta do this.
That was for 12 Days of Dingmas Year 1. So the VOD does not exist. I could potentially replay it again, just so a VOD can exist. But I did it all in one night.
Gotta do this.
Somehow.
Gotta do this. Buy a hat for your hat. Oh, holy shit!
Save the points there.
Beautiful ending to this.
But Jesse, you don't have the VOD. You can't prove that it happened. You just have my word. Maybe I clipped it. Maybe there's a clip out there proving that I played it at one point.
Oh, I already got the cigarette.
Oh, you know what? There are clips of that stream. They sometimes rarely pop up if you shout me out.
Lazy people. Not everybody
1% chance.
Whatever, we got a winner. 54% to 46%. We got a winner. Well, Bloby Boys is what we are officially known as.
Yeah, Bloby Boys is better.
Could have been Josh and Jihadis, but we're the Bloby Boys. That is, we've made this.
Thank
that
you,
is now
Juzzy51.
that's the
Action
name of
Man,
the fan base.
Operation
The
Extreme,
Bloby Boys.
Scam Q Gay Redeem.
It's been voted on. It's democratic. Can't fight against it. Ooh, big one there. Here's for the shit show from the Clam Slam. Oh, well, thank you, Clam Slam. I appreciate it, Clam Slam. Oh boy.
One more piece needed.
Fun things coming up. Oh, we got 1, 2 here from. Oh, sorry. Let me make sure I got that. From Spider God 99. Always love the Loghouse streams, Jim. Can't wait for the inauguration stream on Monday. Gonna be fun. They moved it indoors. Makes me speculate about what's going on, but we'll get about it when.
They said it was for weather purposes.
Right now, Bloby Boys.
The weather purposes.
We gotta get to the show
weather
proper.
in Washington,
We're gonna talk about our boy,
D.C. apparently.
Bowl Blacks. Blown out backs, blows blacks. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it properly. I've always called them blows blacks, but blown out back could be good.
It's called Sheep Raider in America,
Blow the
Easy
fuck
Money,
out,
Sheepdog,
maybe.
and Wolf
I
in
don't know, really
other
depends. He's
regions,
been
which,
having a rough
Jesse's
couple of
Australian,
months, I'll be
so
honest
put 2 and
with
2
you.
together.
A rough couple of months from what I've seen, watching here and there. I mean, there was Augie's therapy stream.
Yeah, when I played it with my cousins growing up, we did play the version called Sheep Raider.
I'd show you clips of that, but I just don't want to. I don't want to dredge up bad memories. That's for Augie to talk about, not my place. Then there was a Nick DiOrio stream where he told us about that one time that Bob Blacks robbed a liquor store, high on meth, in a dress and high heels, just robbed them. No
like something Bob
consideration
Blacks
for
would
the
do.
people at all. Nick even showed fucking security cam footage. Not AI, real stuff. Real stuff. But let's get into this. Now you might be asking who he is. Let me give you a little background on our boy here. As a fellow Bloby boy, you're going to want to know a little
The
bit
good
about
old
our
days
guy
of the
here.
kill stream.
Well, he is a salesman, which is something I can relate to. I love selling me some hats. So when I saw this genius
Big ups
marketing
Cam.
push
Who's buying a hat for their hat? Unfortunately,
Bloby
not me.
plushie, I knew. This
Maybe
is
one of
like-
these days.
I can just relate. It's
40
relatable.
bucks for a hat? I don't know about
enjoy
that,
a
man.
good
It's a bit,
salesman.
it's
I
a
like
bit
a
too
good
much,
pitch.
a bit
I
steep
used
for
to
a
watch
little
your
hat.
commercials at 3 in the morning for fun. Of course I want to see your fucking commercial about plushies.
He is back. He's back. He's back.
Oh my
and he's
God.
Blue. So many people over the past 2
No,
years since
come
I
on,
launched
Bobby.
the original
Oh,
Bobby
Blacks.
Plush, ever since it became kind of like a meme and a thing
The meme?
online with the whole H3 and King drama and, the Bobby being on the show. So many people have asked me, how can I get a Bobby? I want a Bobby for myself. It even got to the point where people were making bootlegs of it, and Keemstar was selling the original.
No, real talk. Can I be real with you here, folks? Let's talk a little bit about merchandise. Now, if you've ever noticed, when you look at the merchandise I sell in the shop, we've got, the hat with the stars on it. Do you know what's great about that hat? You could wear that in public, and not a single fucking person on God's green earth is going to have any idea what that's related to. They're just
They
gonna
won't
think
care
it's a
either,
fucking hat with stars
because
on
it's
it.
too simple.
Maybe it's like a police
the
thing
cheat.
or a military thing, maybe?
They're
Or
going
it's
out in
related
public
to,
with like
video ratings? I don't know.
merch like that.
Stars of
It's
some
got to be
sort. Maybe you're
subtle,
an astronomer. I don't fucking
subtle
know.
and sleek.
But not related to a
The
personality.
Dingus merch, when it
In fact,
comes
a lot
out
of the shit I sell,
2050,
the
will just be a
majority
Shy
of
Guy
it
mask,
are all
slightly
jokey
changed,
stuff.
so I don't
or
get
things
sued.
that aren't in any way related to a channel or a name. Because why would you ever want to go outside as a walking billboard? And now there are some people that will make products that are
Level
based on,
complete.
a caricature or character they play, but usually those are cartoony
Oh no!
and otherworldly, and they do well because
Evil
of
alien
that.
mastermind isn't actually very helpful
But
at
it
all
takes
unless
a
you
special
consider
kind of person,
devouring the entire
a
contents of
real
your fish
special
tank
kind of person
helpful.
that thinks to themselves, you know what I
Yeah,
need
I don't
to
think
make?
that's very helpful.
Not just something with my fucking name on it. I need to make an item.
Final boss of
a
Doom
totem,
approaching?
A fucking proxy,
Of
an
Doom?
avatar of myself
Final
to sell
boss?
to the people, to my Bloby boys. Because I know that they love staring at my visage. That when they look upon me, they see the face of God himself. And so I need to market that. I'm not that cruel. But I guess that's why I
they're eating
am
all my
a follower,
pets.
not a leader. That's why I'm a Bloby boy, and I'm standing in the crowd with you guys. I'm not a leader like our man here, who knows that that the marketplace
All my
is
pets
on
died.
fucking fire
Rip.
for something that's branded not with his name brand, but with his actual looks.
For $250 each, which is just insane. So I figured, hey, let me give you guys a chance to buy Boby, but still
I need
get
to
the
rest my hand to
exclusivity of
do
the
a
old
final boss
Boby
like
and
that.
the fans who were, there to buy it by changing it up a little
Check
bit.
out Boblex for a minute.
The new glasses, the new hoodie, and of course, the Mayo Monkey represents.
Oh my God. I just realized I had the perfect opportunity when I was saying that he was using it as a totem. I gotta, oh my God. Hear me out, Bull Blacks. Here's what you need to sell. You need to do a plushie again, but you need to call it the Tranny Totem. Buy Blowy's specially made Tranny Totem stuffed full of pubes with our little Mayo Monkey. You'll make so much buku bucks. I want my Blowy's Tranny Totem.
Presenting my channel, Mayo Monkey, my live stream channel, where I do a lot of my more comedic stuff. So, if you want to get a Boby, that's your chance. It's going to be the final time I'm ever going to make a Boblax plush like this. So, this is your last chance to get a Boby. And these will be on sale for only about 1 month. So, this is the last chance you'll have to get a...
These won't be on sale for the next 4 years. Act fast.
Mr. Pun, people ironically
Fucking
wanted it for the
quality
joke of it,
limited,
and for
supplies
some reason
limited,
Boblex interpreted
only to
it
be
as
available
people
for
wanting
the
it
next
unironically,
942
and then
days.
nobody paid
You
up
better-
when he
I don't
actually
think that's
re-released
quite-
it.
I know what you're trying to do here. This is like one of those, high pressure deals they teach you in salesmanship. Like, hey, you gotta hit them. You gotta hit them for an amount that they think is feasible to pay, and then you gotta put a little bit of pressure on them to make them, because they, fear of FOMO, fear of missing out, right? So we gotta get them. You tell them it's limited quantities, limited time, 30 fucking days. I think he came like a hair underneath. People were jokey buying these. But sad news, Bloby boys. This didn't get made. The first one did. If you want one like an old school Bloby, you're going to have to go to Keemstar, who's selling it for like $300 a piece. Otherwise, you're just going to have to hand make one. I guess $30 is too much to ask. $29.99 for your own little Bloby plushie with a Mayo Monkey.
Boby plushie if you've ever wanted one. I'd also like to thank you guys for the support on the first line of Boby plushies. Seeing its legacy continue on the H3 podcast and other places over the past 2 years has been fun, so I hope you guys enjoy this new Boby plush.
Oh, it just got to cut out there. I'm sorry. I know you were desperate to see how did that advertisement end. So I wanted to give you a little bit of feel for him. What is his ability to market like? Not good. Probably not go into selling plushies unless you have an audience that would actually really be into that. Some kind of a character that people would be like, hey, it'd be kind of cool to have that sitting as like a piece of like kitsch sitting up on like a shelf somewhere, like a bookshelf in my library or next to my gaming collection.
He got caught wearing dresses, Corono.
Cthulhu character.
And having like a fan sleeve
ninja character.
that 3 people subscribe to for $3 a piece or something like that.
Maybe just throwing it out there.
He's a commentary community person, so people just ran with it.
Bad idea.
As they are wont to do, as they should.
Whatever the quantity
and
was
he
that
used
you
to
needed
co-host
hit.
a kill stream
And what
with
percentage
Ralph
of revenue are you
and
taking
Augie
in from that?
and Flamenco.
I'm sure the $30, does that include shipping and handling and materials and manufacturing? And I'm not the best expert about drop shipping, but I'm sure it probably didn't turn out too well. A lot of work.
But yeah, people did not want this plush.
A couple $100 really, unless you got that big audience. But that's okay. You know what? That's why we love him. That's why we're Bloby boys. Doesn't matter if he's a good salesman. We like his calm demeanor, his even-handedness. We like that he approaches situations with such a cool head.
Then we're going to go into interjections because
okay.
Moth and Glink want to get in, and I want to give them a
I'll
chance.
I'll say two more things, and then I'll give Moth and Glink time because I'm respectful.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
This whole conversation is so respectful of you.
Mute that motherfucker! Mute that motherfucker! I'm tired of him interjecting when I'm trying to make two simple points.
Damn, Bobby.
There's like, I someday will have to make a Tard Rage chart.
I was about to say he sounds like Capital, but not with a yell
But,
like
he
that.
summoned
Capital
a
is very
lesser
respectful.
demon there in the middle when he got to the mute that motherfucker part. That's the voice that he pulls out when mom and dad tell him to take the garbage out. Like, Blowby, put down your training totem. You got to take the garbage out. It smells like pork chops. Your father kid. It smells like pork chops in the kitchen. Oh,
respectful of you.
Mute that motherfucker! Mute that motherfucker!
Right? Can you hear it? Can you just picture it? His mother diving under the sink. His Blowby summons a demon from the 8th circle of hell. Oh!
Tired of him interjecting when I'm trying to make two simple points. Holy shit!
I'd say you wouldn't see me there, Bo Black.
I would
You
also.
jumped through a vent.
Let me speak.
Let me speak. I think it would make a really good ringtone if you could take all his Tard Rages and like string them together one by one. Or train AI just to speak at that tone, right? With that exact, like copied exactly. It's not just that it sounds like him, but it sounds like him when he's under pressure. That's what we need.
Okay, hang on. Dude.
Or it almost looks dumb.
I'm so done. The audio is slightly delayed. Talk about the allegations! Talk about this!
Is he wearing a shirt that says Regard Station?
Oh, it's a little bit of spurging out, just a tad, tism, a little bit of tism, a little bit of reaction there. Blowby's having a bit of a blowout. Our training's going a little bit tardish on us. See, alliteration's fun, isn't it?
Look, I know it's ironic, but it goes back to what Jim is saying about like wearing merchandise for like certain things in public.
Okay. You get a bit of a feel for him.
You wear that, I don't know, out on the streets, people might actually think you're a real Regard.
1,000 or so followers on YouTube, very good. I don't know what his social media has, but I'm going to guess, tens of thousands probably. So
Might
good
be more
following,
accurate than he
sizable following,
realizes.
His stuff gets out there, it's watched. No, he came into prominence, from my understanding, from doing Twitter versus videos, which were essentially taking Twitter fights and putting them into video format for people to watch. And people like that. And they enjoy it.
I'm not sure, Chrono.
And so they kind of, they just ignored a little bit. Ignored a little bit of the spurgouts, a little bit of the spazzing, a little bit of the tism tard raging. They ignored the fact that he can't sell a plushie to save his life. That's fine. I like those Twitter vids, man. Enjoy those. His friends apparently had fun playing video games with him, whatever. But then some weird shit started happening. And I'm only going to touch on this briefly because other people have covered it more. And you can find more in-depth coverage of this. Okay, my fellow Blowby boys? But that kind of, it's the preceding events. It leads us up into what's going on right now. So there I am scrolling Twitter one day. Just enjoying myself, reading people shit posting. Trying to find out details on the Switch 2 or whatever the fuck it is I do. But I come across people talking about some things going on with our Blowby boy here. Apparently, he had decided he was going to fake mental illness for rent money. Now, I'm sure
that wouldn't be the
there's a
first
better way
time
to narrate or summarize
this has happened before.
But from my outside perspective, what I saw take place was he was going around telling people that he was handicapped in some way, and then telling them that because he was so handicapped, he needed a break. I'm so fucking retarded. I'm so tarded out here. I need to take a bit of a break, have a bit of a breather. All right, my tisms fucking hit a level 11, and we need to simmer it down. So he went to people like Nick Diorio and said, hey, bro, I know you spent all your money on fucking pinball machines, but can you maybe not get some weird 70s pinball machine this month and give me $2,000 for rent? Now, why is he paying rent or mortgage when he clearly lives with mom and dad? I don't know. But nonetheless, he went to go get that. Then it comes out that, he made it up. He made it up. Completely fibbing a little bit, lying about being a retard. Well, I don't know how much of a lie that was based on what we've seen so far. But lying a little bit about being a bit of a tard. Making it up. pulling people's legs a little bit for sympathy points, maybe for a couple of dollary dues here or there. I don't know. I don't know what the motivation was. I can't read his fucking mind. Not a mind reader. If I was, I'd have a psychic hotline, be making more than I am selling hats. Nonetheless, lied about mental illness to make a few dollars. Then he's having conversations with people in DMs, and he gets angry at them for not believing him, or for disagreeing with them, or for saying, like, why are you doing this? And he says, and I almost think it's a quote, and I'm so lazy. I'm sure if you look at Diorio or Augie's fucking Twitter accounts, they'll have it posted up if you ask them nicely.
My fingers will rest in mine.
Where he said he's gonna do a bully stream on somebody for not believing them. He'd had enough of their shit. Here comes the bully stream. This guy's gonna do a bully stream. He's coming after them for making fun of his fake mental illness and begging for rent money. So that's a lead up. That's the shit that was going on, like, directly before what we're about to look at. You're like, God, that's embarrassing. That's gonna, that's gonna do a little bit of reputational damage. Take a little while to kind of recover from that. But he's speed running this shit. He decides, you know what? The plushies aren't selling. I'm not getting my retard mortgage money from Nick Diorio, so I gotta up the game here. Well, how are we gonna up the game? Our boy here came up with a brilliant fucking plan. Let's see what his plan was to get some money, get some attention on the internet.
Dude, there's this Mangler guy that keeps downing me.
Is AGP, like when people spam that in chat?
Oh my god.
AGP is auto.
I got two things for you. You're hearing in the background of the stream where this is being talked about, but here's the first real piece of information that was put up. As you can see, 2025 is off to a banger of a start. I'm going to read it for you. Here's from our god, from Bull Blacks. Listen up, Blowy boys. Connor is such a piece of shit, man. We worked on content, talking to each other daily for most of 2024 and became good friends. He started asking about how I was doing. I was very comfortable with him since we talked so much that I felt safe to come out to him as non-binary. I then showed him an image of me in a dress with one of my IRL queer friends to let him know IRL people accepted me and give him an idea of my gender.
Are you supposed to beat this with an actual mouse and not a touchpad?
Safety reasons, but last night the existence of the leak, and apparently Connor has shown a bunch of my ex-friends the image, despite me deleting it. Quick, and him knowing I didn't want anyone else to know about the image, he had to have screenshotted it instantly and lied to my face for weeks as he continued to be my friend. So there you are. You're Bo Blacks. You've already had a little bit of a kerfuffle on the internet, spazzing out and lying about shit, getting called out on it and caught. Then you get caught trying to bully people for not believing your bullshit.
Yeah, I can't exactly mash on a touchpad.
But then the cherry on top,
I can, but it's
for
very...
whatever reason,
it's
you decide,
tough.
I'm going to
It's
share
tough
a
on my
picture
fingers,
of myself wearing a dress. I'm going to put on old sexy-looking dress. Then I'm going to send it to somebody
when I played the game back in the day.
Probably going to laugh really hard and then show it to other people. But of course, when you're dealing with an attention war, when you're dealing with somebody that just thrives off this, there's no way that image was sent to just one person. It was probably sent to hundreds of them. And I took an image of myself with people in real life to show them other people in real life accepted me. Now in the background, what you're going to hear is a snippet of a stream that was going on roughly around the same time, confirming, in fact, yes, there's a picture of him wearing a pretty dress out there.
Gynophilia is the idea that people transition because they get sexually aroused by the thought of being... Can someone help me out? I'm downed, but I've somehow... No, sorry, I'm talking about trans issues, mate. I don't care. Okay, that's my hyperfixation, all right? Yeah, true.
Isn't that definition of AGP, isn't that what literally the Boblax is?
I thought that was what we were, yeah.
I mean, yeah, Boblax probably is that, yeah, I'd imagine.
Dude, there are a lot of...
You love that you imagine, don't you? Okay,
that's really tough.
It is public. Not the picture itself, but it is public. There's a picture of him in a dress floating about. Wait, what?
Whoa!
Wait, what?
Wait.
Huh?
Oh, mermaid!
I don't know.
What?
Hold on.
We never mentioned that.
Wait, the worst thing you guys do is when you hear that somebody's going to leak something, you don't play it off as a joke. Instead, you're like, whoa, don't talk about that.
Oh, you listen to this guy over here. Oh my God, I can't. Whoa, what are you doing?
What are my pets?
You
Don't go over there.
Tell him Shroom Blacks is out there wearing a pretty dress. What the fuck? You gotta. Oh
my God, I was near the end.
What are you doing?
No, no
knew.
mouse. No wired or
Nobody knew
wireless
that this
mouse. It was with the
stick-looking
touchpad.
Was wearing the
I wish I
high
had
heels
a
in his
wireless
spare
mouse.
time.
Because I'm out of ports for a wired mouse.
Binary queen.
Oh, I got close
Whoa,
there.
what are you doing over here?
That's the shred.
Huh? Cat's out of the bag, dude. You can't fucking have it.
I was just telling an epic joke, guys. What do you mean? Oh.
All right. To be clear, out of all the fighting that we had with Boblax, I don't think anybody ever mentioned.
Yeah, it's that voice is
To be clear,
Diorio.
apparently Shred Logic has it saved as his wall.
I don't think I got it. Yeah, exactly. Bro.
I don't think anybody ever mentioned that.
No, I don't have it.
Boblax and address as your wallpaper.
On the grapevine.
Vibe check on that.
Ridiculous. All the shit you leaked, I thought you did everything. Jesus.
I didn't. No, I did not mention any of that. That never came up.
Okay.
I'm not involved in
How
this.
does that even know about this? That's like
not
Yeah,
involved.
my whole chat is like the picture.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh damn, that's awkward, isn't it? That's a bit awkward, shit.
Oh my god, dude.
All right, guys, delete the stream and hope that nobody clipped it.
It was clipped.
Oh, hey, what are you doing over here? Oh, how could it get worse for our little guy? Oh, first you embarrass yourself in front of your friends by lying to them, potentially for money or pity. Then you threaten other ones because they won't buy into your bullshit. Now you got a pretty princess picture floating around. Everybody's talking about it. They've all fucking seen it. And now it's getting out there, mentioned to the public. The chat's like, what are we talking about? What picture are we talking about?
Prego, hang on.
Well,
hang on, Prego.
Oh my god. Apparently there's a little bit of a response. A response comes in, okay? To be clear, I only ever showed this picture to one other person, which Josh gave me explicit permission to do. I've not shown it to anyone else. I have no part in spreading it more after that. Josh could have at least reached out to me to verify things before making this post. In fact, went to even talk about it a little bit more. Went on stream with Augie to really discuss this. I think you're going to enjoy this. Oh, God, this is a really fun little story. I'll be honest with you. It's short. It's small, which I think Blowbacks can appreciate if you've seen his stick pictures. But, went on to explain a little bit more. What do you mean I'm spreading that picture around?
And he also sent me a second part, which was, there's like the image of him in the dress. He also sent me another part where it was like him.
Click
in a
here
dress,
to end the
and then
level.
He edited him in a dress next to a picture of him in a dress next to Keemstar. And he was like,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Presto the Tadpole. Presto has the ability to metamorph into any of your other pets. You've been awarding 5,000 shells for defeating the final boss. Sorry, I'm talking over Augie. Anyway, that's Insaniquarium.
He said something along
My
those
hand
lines.
hurts.
Definitely seemed like there was some sort of like
I've successfully vanquished the alien hordes.
If it was public that he was
epic conflict between fish and evil has finally come to a close. Thanks to you, aquarium owners can sleep easy
God, it would
tonight.
be so epic. Oh, it'd
Many
be
a
so
pet gave
epic
their
if,
lives in a final battle.
if I put on a pretty
Do not
dress.
grieve, little one. Angie purposely set out the fight, and where she has got a few tricks up her sleeves.
Okay, let's be honest. Boblax is like 8 feet tall.
Thank you, Pam Pam.
Keemstar, I think, is like 3'4", maybe 3'6" if he wore his heels. Maybe you can borrow some from Boblax. Oh, that giant of a man, that Yeti.
Thanks for playing. We'll see you next
you're dealing
game.
with a retarded Yeti.
They never made an Insaniquarium
too. Wants to
too.
breed you. I don't blame you for having that face. I'd have that face too. He thinks
you,
you're
Flippy
sexy.
Foreman.
It'd be so funny. It'd be, what a goof, guys.
What a nice
What a
little
goof.
game.
Now people have said, "Oh my God,"
They
I
don't
bet,
make them like this anymore.
like what? Why would you say that? Like what would you? Well, how is that owning him? How is that
Some
an epic
bullshit
owning?
you
It's
would
so-
buy
so
from the
funny.
Big Lots
You know what this reminds me
bargain
of?
bin
Here's
for
a little piece of
$5.
internet lore for you. When I heard him explaining that, I immediately
Balrog.
thought of Yoshi eggs.
Don't tell Dale.
Now, maybe you're unfamiliar with this. This is a poor attempt at hiding your fetish and then asking for something as a joke. Do you think that Yoshi gets embarrassed when he poops out eggs in front of Mario? Sorry if this offends anyone, but I thought it was a funny thing. Haha! And I would like to know if any of you have any pics of Yoshi pooping an egg. Well, he looks nervous or embarrassed. I just want to see it for a few laughs. Haha! Another
just
thing.
you wait
I'm
until
wondering
Banjo 3.
is, what do you think the eggs
And
smell
we're
like?
still waiting to this
Ha-ha!
day.
I'm just curious for laughs. Ha-ha! I would like to smell them. This is Boblack's fifth dimensional chess.
Unless.
Oh, that would be it'd be so funny, Augie. Augie, you know what would be the funniest thing ever? If, like, you had a sleepover with me, and, like, I just stripped you naked and covered you in honey, and I just tickled you, man. It would be just giggles and laughs. Oh, and then I was wearing a dress while I did it, and got a little whip, Augie.
Is that a dirty Yoshi egg?
I dragged you into the closet, and I fucked you in your ass. Ha ha! Just a little bit of it's giggles, Augie. Why are you getting nervous? I just want to fuck you in the ass, Augie. Ha ha! A little bit of a giggle. All right, this is Bo Black's brilliant idea. This is his ability to hide his fetish. Keep it on the down low. Not let people.
Yeah, there's some bad timing for the dirty Yoshi egg.
But, of course, like any good internet arc, when you got a little bit of insanity going on, when you have a little bit of just strange shit happening, you've got to amplify it. It's not just enough to lie about mental illness, ask for rent money, threaten people with a bully
I count
stream.
8 total people in the credits.
Get caught with a dress picture, tell people
I
you're
have
not
9.
binary, talk about wanting to.
And some people did multiple things.
Like you really need to take it to the next level. So what's that next level look like? Well, a little bit like this. I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Miss Man-She-He. I'm the ultimate she-male. Why settle for being hot as a girl or a guy when you can do both? Luckily for you all out there, limited time offer. 30% off for the first 31 days. Only $3.50 to subscribe.
15 people total prior to special thanks.
What do you mean?
15 people worked on the game.
Only $3.50. That's a bargain.
That's crazy.
That's cheaper than a membership over here. $3.50 for this sexy ultimate she-male that is both hot as a guy and a girl? Now, why would I ever be mentioning this in relation to Boblax, my fellow Bloby boys? Apparently, turns out, this is like I'm unmasking Batman or something. I hope I don't crush the fantasy. Turns out Miss Man-She-He is Boblax.
Wow.
Now, if you remember a little while ago, I think this happened to Flamenco. Flamenco was doing a stream snipe of Ethan Ralph.
Flamenco!
Laughing at him for his misfortune. This was during his bowling event. And he accidentally flashed his screen a little bit. And when he did that, his information popped up, and Ralph used that information to dox him and start uncovering shit and fuck with him.
Flamenco did the worst thing you could do, desktop capture.
He was allegedly doing a stream when, what do you know happens?
By you saying lol. Why unpin? Didn't I just pin it?
Oh, Boblax, no! No, Boblax!
Oh, fuck. Yeah, oh fuck indeed. Let me just rewind a little bit here.
Google,
no,
why you do that shit,
more.
man?
Hold on, folks. See if we can. Oh, it's gonna. OBS. I am the OBS Lord. I'll just wait for it to work its way around. That's fine. I can wait. I got time.
Never do desktop
now,
capture.
When people saw this pop up on stream, I guess they didn't really. Who's gonna give a shit? It's got fucking email accounts. Everybody's got email accounts, except for one of those that's a little lower down. You might notice a familiar name pops up. A name you might have heard before. Mr. Miss Man-She-He. Well, somebody decided to take that information to look at that email account and start tracking down fucking accounts on the internet. What do you know? Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh no. Looks like they happened to come across some dirty pictures. Some naughty, risky pictures out there. Now, like I said, right before the stream started, Boblax put out a denial, apparently up on Twitter, or something of a denial. I was trying to avoid it and hope that someone looked into the Man-She-He account more to know that it's not me. But it's gotten to the point now where so many people have talked about the account being mine. The people in real life are talking to me as if it's a fact. This is insane. To which Smago responds, Boblax, didn't you admit earlier that the email account is yours? So wouldn't the Twitter Blue Sky YouTube not be connected to that Gmail? That's an interesting point. Yes, in fact, apparently Boblax did complain about this being their property, their information getting bandied about on the internet. You might be wondering, like, what kind of pictures
He was just
are connected
hacked
to
and
it?
they connected it to Man-She.
Oh, I'd love to show you. This is about the safest one that I could show.
No, I can't sweep.
Do I look cute?
Not this again. Oh,
Hashtag NB, non-binary, gender fluid, bi-gendered. Now, this image is cut off a little bit, but there are a few things I can tell you. That's a white guy with really scraggly looking fucking facial hair. And that dress looks like it's been torn to ribbons. Now, I'm not sure if
again,
he
like,
fought a dog
why
for this.
can't these motherfuckers shave?
Was this
like,
one
commit
solid
to
piece
the
of
bit.
material before the fight happened? I don't know. Did he fight a
It's the
hobo
lack of
for it?
offensive,
And,
the lack
on
of
this
effort,
account,
the lack of
there happens to be
commitment
a
that's
few other
most
pictures
offensive.
Of a little more risque variety. There might be a few pictures showing itty bitty teeny weeny tiny little dicks. Are there tiny little dicks on there? Somebody going to have to call the government? Are we going to have to report this to the FBI? I think I saw a child's penis.
The bit is that they're both, though. I
his.
wish I did not understand the bit.
Up on the OnlyFans. Shameful. Embarrassing. Do I look cute? No. No, you don't. Mr. Manshihi, you do not look cute. You are 8 foot tall with facial hair wearing a dress. All right? Your body features are lanky and languid. You look like you just walked out of Auschwitz. You look like an anorexic Mennonite. No, you don't look cute, Teehee. You look like a guy in a dress who can't even shave. You're too lazy to shave. Why have you not shaved? Oh, I'm sorry, it's non-binary. That's right. Is non-binary the nice way to say can't pass? Is non-binary the way we say I want to wear a dress for my sexual fetish, but I'm just so fucking mannish that there's just no way I should even put any effort into this? And the only thing that gets my dick hard is a dress anyway, so what do I care? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we call it? Do I have to pull a Gandalf here and stand in front of you on the bridge telling you you will not pass, Mr. Manshihi? Because you don't. Do I look cute? No. You look like a confused 20-year-old man wearing a dress who gets little boners over it and is desperate to share it with the internet. Now, one thing you should know that's been alleged about Bo Blacks is that he's had alternate Twitter accounts, and I believe this was tracked down to him. But it makes some of his previous statements on those accounts a little bit suspect, if we're kind of piecing it together, really, right? Now, the Throbbing Horsecock, first off, come on. Throbbing Horsecock, that would be him. Damn, Keffels is thick. She's one of the real ones for sure. From Avu Tali, Keffels is a man in denial. From Throbbing Horsecock, she is hot. Uh-oh.
I remember when it was found out that he was behind this account.
Stop spreading rumors that I'm an autistic cracker. Also, trans women are real.
One of the
I just got
many
mad that one of them had a bigger cock than me.
past.
Probably the only true statement listed on this account. Also, the sheer audacity to literally call yourself Throbbing Horsecock and then put up pictures of your tiny little cock on OnlyFans. It's just like, it's almost staggering, really. That little baby carrot calls yourself Throbbing Horsecock. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so, Joshy.
What's up, Joshy? Yo. What's up? Confusing opinion. Yeah. That's like one of the spellings I go by now. Because, like, people have always over time called me, like, Joshy endearingly. And I've liked that. And then, like, I kind of like the way that's spelled. Like, it's Josh, and then it's, like, she, So it's like Josh. So I have Joshua, Josh, Joshy, whatever people want to fucking do. I mean, I guess it is kind of retarded. I don't know. I fucking like it. I don't fucking know, dude. Get how I put an E at the end of my name because that one. Oh.
Oh, it's okay, Joshy. It's okay. The Blow Me Boys, we got your back, Joshy. Even if your parents don't.
Fuck, my parents aren't proud of me.
You don't say. Mom and Dad aren't proud of you? What?
Fuck, my parents aren't proud of me.
Hurtful. That's hurtful, Joshy. You're such a pretty girl. Why would they not be proud of you? In fact, let's leave that picture. There we go. Let's leave that picture up. Does that beard look familiar to anybody? Those lips look a little familiar. That hair look a little familiar to anybody?
Yeah, who could that be?
I don't know. Seen it somewhere before? Are things matching up slightly? Was there a little bit of similarity going on? I don't know, Joshy. It's looking pretty close. It's looking like we might have a little bit of a match, Joshy. Mom and Dad aren't proud of me. What is going on? How do you get this much trouble sent your way? How are you sitting there dealing with these sorts of shenanigans, Blacks? You'd think that, you know, the embarrassment of the faking the mental illness thing, and you got some shit for that. Asking people for money, you got a little bit of shit for that. Making threats on people that you'll do bully streams on them, you got a little bit of shit for that, but you could probably recover. But then pics of you in a dress start floating around. And then there's an OnlyFans that mysteriously links to a lot of your shit. I mean, my understanding with that alternate Twitter account, Robin Horsecock, was that you denied it at first, but then it got linked to you. So is Mr. Manchi, I mean, is that video fabricated? That email wasn't in there? Somebody cleverly put it in there with some AI and got it out so that everybody swears they've seen it? That Augie and Diorio and others all have talked about this and speculated on it? I don't know. It's a little hard to parse through. A little embarrassing. What is it with content creators these days having to put out sexualized pictures of themselves? Why do they feel the need to tell everybody what makes their dicks hard?
Validation.
I don't need to know. Didn't you just do videos about people slap fighting on Twitter? Did you used to make fun of Tripster for being a tranny chaser? Did you give them all this shit about being thirsting for them? And then that's literally what it looks like you are. Was that a bit of projection? Were you projecting on Tipster? Was that an easy target? You know, all the bully streams about Tipster, you know, the half joking, half shit talk, was really just like an insecurity thing? Like, oh my God, they're going to find out that Joshy wants to wear the dress.
There seem to be 4 more fish, Pam Pam, but it looks like I can only purchase them with shells.
Now,
I gotta grind up, baby.
It's multiple sexual fetishes, multiple attention whoring going on here. He's desperate for the attention. It gets him off. He's got like a humiliation fetish. Maybe.
Oh, I only have 3 minutes to make money.
Potentially possible. But if this is somebody that was saying they needed to take a break from the internet because, you know, their tism was acting up, they needed a bit of a break from it. I don't know. I mean, somebody with a humiliation fetish would want to be on the internet. They wouldn't want to disappear even for a little bit. So now they're kind of like in the epicenter of this with all this shit going on. And the sad thing is, I can't show you like the funniest pictures. There are some really funny pictures, but a lot of it's very sexual. Yeah, I can't show you his dick. How am I gonna stream that on YouTube? This is barely allowable as it is. Maybe if I did it on like Kick or something, they wouldn't give a shit. Now, Blacks has denied this, which is funny for 2 reasons. One,
it's not true.
His denial probably is fake. He's probably lying, and it probably is him. But like, here's
I don't see how it isn't.
If he's telling the truth,
the email's
then he should
connected.
have no problem with people making fun of how small Mr. Manchi's dick is, and
Yeah,
how
'cause it ain't
terrible they
his
look in a
dick.
dress, because it's not you, is it? So, Blacks, you
Oh,
can't get
good
upset.
logic there.
In fact, you should give no shits
Stud
whatsoever
logic
if people
almost.
make fun of that. If they're talking about how that is a baby carrot dick, that is the smallest cock they've ever seen, that how could a man be swinging equipment that looks like it belongs on a toddler? That's not you, so it's not personal. You shouldn't get upset by it. It shouldn't bother you at all. If Nick Diorio gets on stream with you and for 1
objective is
hour
making money,
straight
right?
talks incessantly about nothing other than how small Mr. Manchi's dick is, you should not be booty bothered about that at all. Because he is a fellow Bobby boy. There's nothing to tuck. Small peepee. That's right, chat. Chat's got it. They understand what's going on. Holy shit. What a way to start the year. Like, did you decide that you wanted to like get into the running with the herd? What is going on? There's so many crazy people on the internet. What, you want to usurp them? Do you think, okay, well, Ethan Ralph, he's going into rehab. Nick Rekida's cut a plea deal. Masterson is only vaguely suffering the curse of the Sonichu medallion. You know, Pikachu probably won't ever stream again. Looks like Larson's going to prison. Tomlinson's just going to eventually get outed as maybe having something to do with Torres Watts. I don't know. Alleging. Those speculation, not me saying that. So like all these people are getting cleared off the board. There's room for you now. You can spread your wings.
We need a
and
clean
fly.
slate, yeah.
You can stretch out a little bit and take part and really go for the gold this year. Because this is a hell of a start to the year. You've got like 4 things, one after the other. They're all bang, 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 bang. Like, what's next? What else can you do? Where do you take it from here? What's the follow-up? And also, my other question for you would be like, are you upset now that you didn't wait till now to do the plushie sale? Because I'm telling you, Tranny Totem is a banger. That's gold. if I could sell tranny totem, if I could put that up on the store, if they did plushies, I call them tranny totems, I sell out in a day. Oh, all that money, you could have made all that money if you just waited a little bit. But now it's too late. I don't know whatever this fucking website is, if you could get the opportunity to do it again, but it looks like it's a goner.
Hey, Blam. Restreaming Metokur. Is that talk about the Blowblex situation? Blowblex.
Shoe on head. Well, the actual one with a little check mark.
Wow, the actual shoe
well,
on
Jim.
head.
Thank you for all the entertainment over the years. Oh, thank you very much. Hope things are going well for you as well. Read off another quick one here from Devastator. This is Internet Gold. Well, I have to be honest with you. Okay. I've just touched on it.
Well,
right?
shoe on head gets the Metokur seal of approval.
It would be weird to do because I want to cover the
super chat.
inauguration, then I'm done with my political shit, right? Like, you know, it was really kind of like assassination to inauguration. And then I don't really have, there's nothing more political for me to talk about. But it would have been weird doing an inauguration stream. It would have been really weird doing an inauguration stream. And then, like, in the middle of it, be like, also, here's this guy in a dress. Oh, Donald Trump's going to give a speech now, but before we get to that, here's Throbbing Horsecocks with his new piece of Twitter gold. Here's his new adage. Let's go to Throbbing Horsecocks. Mr. Manshee, do you have anything to say about the president getting sworn in today? Oh, you're non-binary. You're an NB. I envy your NB-ness. But that's because I'm a Bloby boy. Silly little Bloby boy. Well, let me take a moment. Let me just see if there's been any follow-up. Has he put out any convincing evidence that this has been the deepest of gay ops by Augie? By Augie and Nick DiOrio. This is like the finishing blow. Let's see if we can find this. No, I don't see anything new. I don't see anything. I don't see any when he's got that info on Nick, he's gonna be like, I got this, motherfucker. I got this. He's done. He's fucking done.
Donate to the Cancer Man to get his approval? I don't think so.
1 second, folks.
I'll show my support by getting a hat during the final ever stream. For real.
I don't know. I mean, how do you come back from something like this? Because eventually more information, if it's true, if it really isn't a gay op and it all comes out, it's
you gotta get it during the final merch run so it's more meaningful. How are you ever going to do a bully stream again? I don't know. Everybody will always make jokes about your tiny cock, and that's more humorous to me than you wearing a dress, I'll be honest with you. But, like, how do you come back from something like this? The only person I've ever seen come back from something sexually embarrassing on the internet... Destiny.
Was that video game guy.
Oh.
He had it, like, he was cheating on his wife, he had his dick leaked, and these 2 chicks accused him of shit, and he went silent for, like, a month. And I thought, oh, he's fucking done. But then he came back, and he had, like, absolute airtight evidence that the chicks that were accusing him of shit were completely full of shit. Like, just completely shut them down. It was one of the best responses I've ever seen. Now, he still put his dick out there. He still was wearing a Sailor Moon outfit. And he was still cheating on his wife. But, like, the worst of the allegations, he fucking shut down immediately. Pro Jared, there we go. Thank you, chat. Go watch Pro Jared's video, his response video that he took, like, a month to put together. The best response I've ever seen to this kind of shit happening on the internet. Now, is Bo Black's going to be able to do something on that level? No way. There's no fucking way he's going to be able to pull off a Pro Jared. I don't think that's a possibility.
20,000 shells. That's ridiculous.
Oh, he said Darkside Phil. I don't Darkside Phil. He's never been caught wearing a. You know, Phil's done some goofy shit. He's never been caught wearing a dress. He never called himself Throbbing Horsecock and opened an OnlyFans. That's something he's never done. All right, let's give him some credit here. From S Cybertaz. Wouldn't it be interesting if you let Jade out of her cage to design a plush with a 4 out of 5 star hat? Blank face with cheekbones, nose, chin, and brow outline with a cheap mic. Buy a hat for your plush.
Cheated on him as much as he did? I was not aware it was an open relationship.
I will tell you, the dropshipping seems to be, to me,
it all comes back to the king, baby.
I can sell a hat or two, you know, it's a cute little jingle or whatever. But no, I'm not arrogant enough to try to sell a plushie. I don't have the audience for it. I've seen people that have the audience for it, and, you know, God bless them, they do great.
What, Plupper Penguin?
Not me.
Vinegar would rather talk about Boblex and DSP, as he should.
What happened there? I don't know if that's a real thing or if that's just somebody screwing around. Let me check something. Sorry, chat. One
Very
second.
cozy music for this tank.
Somebody's having a little bit of a giggle, maybe. Or if YouTube is screaming at me, potentially. I think somebody's... I saw that pop up. I saw something pop up in chat saying, you were suspended for violating TOS. I thought, uh-oh. I've made too many Bloby jokes. But no, it's just somebody fucking with me. Having a little bit of a giggle.
I don't think that wouldn't be a message you would get within your own YouTube
I
channel.
got that boomer line
real.
set. I can barely work OBS. Coming in here and just fucking from the turnbuckle. Jumping right on me with that elbow. What am I going to do? But as far as plushies, no. Not arrogant enough to do that. I don't have the fan base that's big enough to make it feasible. I'm happy selling a hat or two. Or, you know, a sweater here or there. Or some holiday themed thing. That's fine. You know, you sell a few, you do fine. But I do not have the market to pull off a plushie. Sorry. I mean, I'm thank you for saying that you'd buy one, but there's no way that's ever going to happen.
I think you basically mean that's more popular with like the VTubers, the corporate VTubers.
I would turn out just like he did. Not able to hit 200. Not stepping into that arena. I'll stick to my hats. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's from the game.
Old man Jim's going to stick to his fucking hats. From Hop Diddy's Chronic Tacos. We got a cyclone warning in the northwestern Australia today. Pray for me, boys. And P.S. Please make a 4 out of 5 bucket hats. Cheers, boss. Not sure exactly what a bucket hat would be. And I hope you get through the cyclone.
Ain't it?
I hope you survive.
And just the bucket-shaped hats?
I hope you make it through.
Maybe he just doesn't refer to them by that name.
That was literally it. Just a nice little half-hour, 40-minute segment on our boy Bloby. Just talking about the shenanigans he got into over the last month. Wouldn't really fit in with an inauguration stream. Wanted to have a bit of a, you know, a little bit of a laugh. Throw a little Pikachu in there
the
too.
tractor plushie got no.
But I don't know what he's gonna do.
You want
next.
a dingus plushie?
I'm
Just
sure
buy a
if you
Shy Guy
follow along
plush.
and if you pay attention, I've seen people putting out videos and doing streams on it. I'm sure there will
Buy
be
a Garfield plush. It'll be the same
thing. If this really was the world's most convoluted gay ops, bravo, because you've convinced the internet somehow. If this is somehow like
even if it is gay ops, people will choose to believe in it because it's funny.
14-degree underwater backgammon move here, and nobody's caught on to it yet. Also, bravo. That's why I call myself proudly a Bloby boy. Well, I will happily buy a plushie if that turns out to be true to fund your dress needs. Okay, but I don't know. I just get the idea that it's just a dude that's into weird shit and like is desperate for people to know. This is, it feels like the way somebody would come. It feels like this is his coming out. This is his way of stepping out of the closet. He's watched Augie move from his closet into a normal room. He decided, I want to come out of the closet too. And maybe too scared to just do it outright, so decided to, quote unquote, accidentally embarrass themselves by letting that information leak. Maybe that's what they were going for.
Yeah, buy a Kirby plush. There's your Saru.
I don't know.
It's like before Metokur did merch, he would always say, just buy a plain black hat and draw stars on it with a marker.
What was this? Let's call it that. What was this? Was it a 24-hour op by Augie and Diorio? Was this 4th degree underwater chess by Bloby? Or is it just a horny guy?
It's real. Boblex should just own it. At least he's not a PDF.
With a kink. What do you think this is?
Like, right? I mean, he'll get support from the alphabet community.
By Augie and Diorio, 4th degree underwater backgammon.
Like, it's embarrassing, but like, it could be worse.
We don't know about yet. Or is it just a horny dude with a kink that's an idiot? I put it to you, my fellow Bloby boys. I will let you vote on it. And as you're voting on that, we had another big one come in. I'll read that quick. From M Towers to the bestest of the boomers. Thank you for all the streams over the years. Can't wait for 2025. Wishing you the best. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
At least he ain't a Diddy. Not that Diddy.
Oh, you guys are already set on this. Look at this shit. You're not even a little. There's not even a little bit of speculation, really. Already with just, excuse me, with just 1,700 votes. 85% of you are saying it's just a horny, stupid guy with a kink. Now, can 7% going to 24-hour op and 9% going to 4th
As
degree
Adam
underwater
would say,
backgammon
own
slash
it.
chess
Own
by
your shit.
Bumblebee himself.
Own it.
Are we going with the tried and true, always accurate, horny guy that's fucking stupid? Are you, Chad, are you meaning to tell me that dudes are fucking idiots when they're horny? And will do stupid
way,
shit
couldn't be.
and get themselves embarrassed in
That's
fucking
not
ridiculous
possible,
ways
really?
because they're horny? I've never heard that before. I've never heard of men being absolute fucking retards when it comes to their horniness. We might have to submit
people
this
really
to
just
like
do
a
that?
scientist
Think with
so
their
they can
cock?
analyze it or some shit. Men are always so intelligent when it comes to them getting horny. Let's see. I'm gonna let the voting go on for a little bit. Give everybody a chance here. Again, you just click the little thing at the top of the chat. You should be able to vote on whatever you think. Again, the options: 24-hour op by Augie or Diorio, 4th degree underwater backgammon slash chess, or a horny guy with a kink that happens to be a fucking idiot. I wonder what it could be. I wonder which one it is. For upcoming information, also, I'm going to put this out. Shill a little bit here for myself. I am doing an inauguration stream on Monday. Because I'm
Kino
curious
took
what's
off
gonna
on
happen.
Monday
Well, I
because of
understand
it.
They moved it. They moved the venue.
It's okay,
to
they're
inside
Canadian. They
rather
can
than
talk about it
outside.
Tuesday.
Which makes me think they maybe have like a credible
Metokur
threat.
big dog in their time
Or
slot,
there's
baby.
something going on. I don't buy the weather. You know, oh, it's the weather. That's why. That's why it's been moved inside. To me, it feels like, I mean, remember, somebody tried to kill him twice. So
Probably don't want
I don't know.
protests and
It's
like a
just-
fight breaking
I got a weird
out,
feeling
potential
there's some fucking shit's
assassination
gonna happen with
situation all
inauguration.
over again.
So I'll be streaming that throughout the day on Monday. That's kind of my plan. And then I'm gonna just I'm gonna crawl back into my little cripple cave and wait for all my old man bones to heal. All right, let's see here. I think that poll's gone. I don't think there's any feasible way for this poll to reverse itself. I'm gonna be honest with you. Again, here's where we're sitting with 3,600 votes. 83% of you are pretty sure it's a stupid horny guy. 9% second place, 4th degree underwater backgammon. And then in last place, 8% with 24-hour op by Augie or Diorio. I think Blobby Boys, I think we got it. I'm going to have to go with the majority on this. I think it might be a fucking retard who's a little too horny. I think that might be what we're dealing with. I think that might be what it is. All right, let me just get this switched over here 1 second. Hold on. There we go. Bye-bye, Blobby. Bye-bye, Blobby.
Goodbye, Blobby.
Let me just change this. Sorry, 1 second, guys. All right, well, thank you for coming out tonight. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm going to start reading Super Chats here like I said I would. That is our Bo Black's coverage for this evening. If he does anything absolutely insane or more stupid, or if like a treasure trove of really embarrassing shit comes out, like there are hardcore videos out there, I'm gonna make a fucking Kick account. We're gonna watch it. we're gonna look through all of it. If it gets really funny, I'm gonna find a fucking streaming site that will let me show it. Because it's, I don't know. This is like an OnlyFans thing, which is also weird. It's not like it leaked. It's not like it's a, like a revenge porn thing. This is like this is like I want to be a porn star thing, which is even weirder.
It was all out
Right?
there.
Like, it's even
Just no one
stranger, to be
paid to
honest.
look at it.
But if something pops up, I'll cover it. But we'll see how it plays out. Again, 80+% of you pretty sure it's just stupid horny guy syndrome, which probably is. But if it turns out to be underwater backgammon or a gay op, we'll find out too. Either way, entertaining and fun to watch. But for the others of you that came out for that coverage, there you go. You're up to date. Not only do you know about Bo Blacks and what's going on with them, but you got a little information on Pikachu and her quest to survive off TikTok money and get that $500 3-bedroom apartment so grandma doesn't have to shit in the highway anymore. So hey, you learned something new. Something unexpected, right? Isn't that what life's about?
Let's see how we did.
For everybody else that's going to stick around, we're
11,000.
getting the super chats. Before that, let me just, where would I go here? What am I to do? Let me think for a second. I'm going to get a drink, some water, use the bathroom really quick. When I come back, we'll do super chats. Everybody else, have a great weekend. Maybe I'll see you if you swing by for the inauguration stream. And we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what happens with Bull Blacks. Who knows where it's going to go? Who knows what's going to happen? But I will update you.
This game has codes
as
too.
the
See
story
if I can find
progresses.
Yeah, you're a crab, sweet bean. Now let me try this. Am I able to buy... Okay. Well, I have a Santa Guppy now. Well, it's Santa Guppy. Oh, it is dropping shells. Holy shit. I gotta grind shells in this game in order to buy, like, the superior fish for my aquarium. My personal tank. It's very soothing music to listen to as you work on your aquarium. Your personal paradise under the sea. Yeah, exactly, Cam. Hello, Drag. Yeah, I'm looking at virtual fish while watching another person's stream. Is what we do around here. This is the content. Welcome. Now, there was like one other code. Okay, let me see if I can do this. Let's get back to Kingdom Hearts. That's what I should be saying. Oh, it might not work in this version. This code I'm trying to enter here. Maybe I gotta enter it quicker. Is he dying? This is like an infinite break here. Oh, wait, no, I gotta unlock something first. Hey, there he is.
Okay. Hopefully everybody's grabbed a drink, settled in. We'll get through some super chats now. Let me put this up so everybody knows what's going on. Everybody else that took off, like I said, have a good weekend. I'm just going to go through the super chats now. Start with some Cash App ones here. From Sneed.
Cash App.
Commentary community is the prostate community. Well, there you go. Let me pick up if I read that right. From Sneed again, Josh predicted that Blow Blacks would trune out. Well, if so, well done. You called it 100% if you did. From Timothy, him making a plushie of his face is just idolatry. Well, I don't know if I want to go old school religious on it, but there you go. Got one from Dean, but no message on that one for some reason. I think same with Logan there. If you guys sent a message, it didn't come through for some reason. From Steve again, did you see that Josh got unbanned on X because of India? As in India unbanned him?
Yeah, India personally
Something else
unbanned him.
going on. From Super Sasha X, Jim and Jade plushies when. I don't know why people are asking for plushies. That is a mistake. From Vincent, thank you for everything with love. Well, thank you very much. We got one from Aaliyah here. Thanks for the disgusting stream. Always a pleasure. Well, I'm always happy to oblige.
Always like to sing. This might be my favorite one in the
Rick,
game.
happy 2025 to you, Jim. Shout out to Nick Rodeo. I'm sure Nick Rodeo is loving it. From Jimmy. From Jimmy, Fish Tank Live. Jimmy, love you. Well, thank you very much. From Jeremy, for some reason, some are coming through with messages. I'm not sure if that's just because that's how they are or what's going on here. From Amanda, blowing out the blacks, wishing you the best, Jim. Well, thank you very much. Got one from Owen here. Jesus loves you, and so do we. Well, thank you very much. Not sure how much Jesus is going to love me after this particular stream. Well, we'll see. From Devin, thanks for the laughs, Jim. Well, you are welcome. From Drew, every joke you made about Final Fantasy XIV was basically true. Is it actually that bad? I don't know that much about Final Fantasy XIV, so I don't know the state of the game itself. But from people telling me that they're... let me ask Chad. Actually, hold on one second. Chad, I don't know how much
It's
you
every
know
Twitter
about Final
artist's
Fantasy XIV.
favorite
if
game.
anybody in the audience actually plays it, could you help me out with this? Is it actually true that there's an erotic role-playing group in Final Fantasy XIV that bullies other people?
Yes.
Is there like a violent bullying?
I don't even need the context. The answer is yes.
Erotic role players on Final Fantasy XIV, and how has that been allowed? How have you not bullied them back? How have you not fucked with them mercilessly? Somebody, you missed Final Fantasy XIV is garbage, somebody said. A lot of people saying yes, it is true. Is it actually true? Yep, yes. How are you getting bullied by erotic role players? That's not the Goku get 'em attitude I look for. Coom goons? Is that what you called them?
No, we call them Kyun goons.
It's worse than Roblox. You gotta be fucking kidding me. The Goon Cartel. Well, one, I'm amazed that there are this amount of people that are this knowledgeable on Final Fantasy XIV.
Very popular with weebs, who make up a significant portion of Mr. Metokur's audience.
What that even means. Is Balmung the
including
name of like
debatably
a channel
me.
or a location in the game? Now, if you look at my Steam profile, you will see there's Final Fantasy XIV on there. And you'll also see that it was played for 1 minute. So I guess I don't know about the horny group of bullying erotic role players that lurk in the dark fucking corners of your Final Fantasy MMORPG. God, somebody needs... Is there like a good video on this? Is there like a funny investigative fucking video? Has somebody did a series where they track them down? Like a detective show? Looking for the horny, bullying, erotic role players of Final Fantasy? That sounds so fucking entertaining. That sounds so good. Someone needs to do that. A detective show hunting them down. Ass Buddy 94 was found in the server of Balmung, asking people to shove carrots up his ass. We tracked his account down to an old lady that lives in Michigan. Sick bitch. I'm just saying, might make an entertaining watch on a long evening. I had a big one come in from Cole Dante. Dick Masterson's cursed coke has claimed another victim. It's got them all. A bully cabal, yes, the True Detective, my god. Logos, that's brilliant. There you go. Somebody with the time and ability needs to come up with an investigative series into the erotic role players haunting Final Fantasy called The True Detective. I will watch that on stream. I will advertise the fuck out of you if you make that entertaining. From Drew Pierce. Oh no, that was a Final Fantasy one. We had one other here from Justin. Have you played DBZ Sparking Zero? No, I haven't had a chance to, but I heard that it is actually quite a bit like Budokai or Budokai Tenkaichi, which back on like PS2, I think it was. There were 6 of them, if I remember right. There were 3 Budokais and then 3 Budokai Tenkaichis. All of them were really fun. I enjoyed each of those games. So if Sparking Zero,
I don't think they enjoyed this new one.
Enjoy it. But then again, maybe I'm mixing it up. There've been a pretty good amount of DBZ games. The names escape me now, but was it like a Xenosphere or Xenoverse? Like 2 of those. Then there was like the Kakarot one, and then Sparking Zero, and then I think there was another one too. I can't fucking
Fighter
remember.
Z?
Oh,
we couldn't.
There's a good
You
amount.
can't name him.
I can't get the fucking idea now of a Final Fantasy 14 investigative series. Hunting down perverts. the bullying sex perverts of Final Fantasy. That just sounds so fucking fascinating to me now. That's like stuck in my fucking head. Okay, there we go. These are some from Ko-Fi now. Let's jump over there and then we'll get to the YouTube Super Chats. From Ocean Redux. Ayo, have a good weekend, deadass. From Ket, hey Jep. Thanks for the last over the years and hopefully for many more to come. Also, Tominagi need Fuentes to come detective
I
on
heard
the case. He could solve this, that's true.
I hear what I want to hear.
Jonathan, hey Jim. Would you mind giving a shout out to my best friend and federal agent, Francis Frank? It's pretty cold tonight at Alamo Heights in San Antonio. Oh, there's more to this? Can you call him a hot dog? Francis Frank, or I'm sorry, Agent Francis Frank, the hot dog of Alamo. I'm not sure, is he going to hunt me down for that now? Have you taken my joke about making you wear that sweater in the barrio and turned it around on me? From D, hope you're good. Catching the re-upload later. From Bohepans, oh my god, he lives. You sound great, bro. Hope you aren't hurting as much. Huge fan for a long time. Well, thank you very much. I'll be honest with you, I broke more ribs, but you learn to get used to it. From Eek, here's a fire to get you 4 strength, 4 stamina.
That's unfortunate to hear about the ribs there.
I'll have you bent. Oh my god, someday I'd like to just sit down and re-listen to all those. Ventrilo harassment was some of the funniest shit. God, that's old internet stuff, but it was really good. From Shizer Polize, hello Jimbles, environmental scientist grad here. Have you ever considered radiation poisoning as the root of all your suffering? Hold on, there's more to it. Won't hurt to sweep the enemy dungeon with a Geiger counter, you never know. I do. I have a Geiger counter. It's part of my survival gear. Maybe I could check that myself and see how it goes. Maybe I'll film a little video of me checking to see if I'm good. I'm not sure what it's called exactly. It's a thing that checks. Is it a Geiger counter? I don't know what it is. It's probably like an old Texas Instruments calculator. I'll make myself look retarded. They'll be like, God damn, how much pain medicine do they have this guy on? He's walking around with a fucking Texas Instrument calculator, sweeping for radiation in the walls. We need to call a Satan, get them involved. I'm afraid for his fucking safety. From GCV, Jim, within a week of getting my hat, someone at the grocery store looked at me and said, I recognize that hat. Ethan Ralph used to follow me. So I'm embraced being a billboard. Best wishes. I think you're just fucking with me. Plushies aren't happening. You're just messing with me. From KRU, when are you going to get the Jimmy plushies? I'm not getting Jimmy plushies. Helmet Boy, hey King. How much longer do you think it'll be before Blowbacks becomes another one of Keemstar's cows to milk the wings and Boogie? Stay safe and hail to the king. Oh, I'm not sure how Blowbacks would do with... I'll be honest with you, I haven't really watched Low Call Live. From what I understand, it's like set at like a solid number, right? Isn't Keem pulling in like 5,000 to 6,000 viewers a stream? And he's kept it going with Boogie and with Wings. Now, would a third chair of Blowbacks work? Would he fit in with them? I don't know. There's two huge guys and a skinny little stick. You gotta remember, Blowbacks is like 70 pounds. A strong enough breeze hits him, he'll fucking fly away.
He's somehow thinner than me.
You could tie him to a mast and sail his ass if your ship needed the wind. Let's see. From Rusty Cheese Knife, have you been keeping up with the ongoing antics of Pirate Software, aka Jason? His thread on Kiwi Farms is blown up in the... hold on one sec. Over the past week or so, I've never seen someone go low call this quickly. I'm completely unfamiliar with this one. I'm not sure what they did. I'll look into it.
Surprised he doesn't know about it.
Got one from Bill. All the best to Jade and Jim. Thank you. Swordsman 220. I didn't know my dog worked for you, Jim. He gave my hat, so now I need to buy another one. Or another hat for my ad. Well, great. From FSD FSER. Hey, Jim. Did you know Papachu got green taped across all of over his house and thought he was owed $12 million for some reason? Yeah, you mentioned body cam. I know there's footage out there. I tried to find it. I was going to actually, put a little bit of it in. But I can't remember what video it was a part of. And I'm not sure who got the footage in the first place or if they still even have it up on YouTube. From NPC, well, Jim, it's Post's 4th birthday. Hope Graf doesn't get raped by a 300-pound woman like To Pikachu again. From Butter Glove, no message attached on that one. From Theodore Fieser the Felted, hey Jim, I have a suggestion. If you feel as though you're coming to your last stream, you should do a Super Joe where you have Kino Casino, Null, Jaden McNeil, etc., and go over your best moments like Monday Matt, Fuentes, and Bathtub Ross. Well, I thought my last stream was when I did my farewell one. I honestly have not expected to survive this long. If I'm being straight up with you. And no, I don't have any plans on doing a big celebration stream. What kind of fucking stream? No, I don't plan on
That's
doing
not
that.
really
From
his
Jeffrey
style to
Epstein,
do something
apparently
like
still
that.
alive. Hey, Jeff, long time no see. Not to intrude on your personal life, but weren't you supposed to be moving in with me? It's getting lonely down here. Sorry, Jeff. I'll get to work on that. Again, from Theodore Fieser, the Felted. Ethan Ralph is like the human embodiment of the Waffle House at 3 a.m. Chaotic, greasy, and somehow still open for business. Well, now he's going into rehab. Mexican rehab. I'm not sure how that'll work out, but we'll see. Also another one. Oh no, that was the same as a duplicate for some reason. It's Forrest. Oh my God, long-time watcher. Here's to good health and continued lulls. P.S. Would this music video be worthy of an outro? It's absolutely awful music video. It's awful music video that not enough people have seen, and I hope can bring you some joy. Oh well, I'll take a look. Hey, here's this horrible piece of shit. Would you play it, please? From Kai, I've been listening to your streams while packing pallets of work in my wage cage. Glad you're still up and kicking. I finally bought 2 hats, one for me, one for my best mate. Well, I'm glad you got a hat and a hat's hat. From Theodore Fuser, the Felted again. Hey, Jim, big fan of your streams. Wishing you the best and Jade the best. From Vulcan, to cure yourself of cancer, you must immerse yourself in the frosty piss waters of Lake Crespa and swim with the ancient dolphins from the 70s. Whoa. I'll take it under consideration. From Bald Nuts, enjoy your puppy stew tonight. Wishing you the best. And finally from Mask, hope this isn't too early to get read. Apparently not, because I've just read it. All right, let me move this out of the way. Hold on, I'll grab the little thing. I got to switch this up real quick so I can pull up the YouTube ones. You know, when I'm reading through these, I'm looking at, you know, the screen off in a specific direction. I always have this, like, subconscious, I have this fear, because I am a boomer, that I'm going to one day go through Super Chats like this for like an hour and then realize I've muted myself the entire time. Like, I sat there for an entire hour reading these, and I was completely muted. And I know eventually that really is going to happen.
You better not joke about it.
It's going to drive me, it's going to drive me up a wall. All right, hold on 1 second here while I get this loaded. Sorry, folks. Just one moment. I wish I had, like, I need to get, like, a background music thing. Jeopardy music, maybe. Something like that. Okay, I think we're good here. I got the YouTube ones ready to go. From It's... What the hell is that? Oh, okay. I think my wife is cooking. Either my wife is cooking or somebody's attempting to demolish my house with a sledgehammer. One of the two. It's a small girl, literally on the train to DC right now from Florida, hoping all goes smoothly on Monday. Thanks for the stream, sir. USA. Well, I hope you enjoy the inauguration and crazy shit doesn't happen. From Cold Beast,
Raven.
Shekels for shrimp.
Celestial Raven.
My hunt is
not
itchy.
that other Raven.
Thank you for the blessed stream. Recovery from a ruptured spleen has never been better. Hope you're doing better,
Restreaming
Jimbo.
Metokur and playing a
From
fish
highly
game.
regarded 195 blowbacks.
I just lost.
From Logan Rios. I want to rip open one of Blowback's plushies and use the perfect non-binary boy, Gussie. Dress him up in a pretty dress with Daddy Keemstar's kisses. Now, you're just making him horny now. From Fat Pop. Between you and me, I would love to commit a revolution,
Just
but, like, I
a
need
short
to work,
Saturday situation here.
Can I just say that NeuroViz is knocking it out of the park with his fucking videos? First off, that was a great parody of TikTok. Secondly, that entire series is fucking amazing. And the fact that he can work in what people are saying right back into it, justice for Jarbo, or I almost said Jarbo. I've never seen somebody, like, if you look at the descriptions too, I'm talking about, for those that don't know, there's this guy that does these AI videos. If you read through the description, he's using like 20 different fucking programs, but it's remarkable the amount of shit he can get done in such a short amount of time. Like, he's pumping them out. and they're all really good. Some Kind of Taco, make way for Blowblax's 9-inch hog from Veggie Pad. Do game developers really need community managers? Probably not. I see a bunch of people, Some Kind of Taco, You Got Felted, and a Brings card trying to spell something. We've got an N and a couple, there's some G's in there, there's an R, a couple of vowels like E's and I's. Then somebody threw in an R and an F for the hell of it. Loser in a Suit, Hi Augie, welcome to hell. From Dick Jones, Sweetie Squat. Booty Cat, the greatest hat salesman and a cool guy. Also, have you and Jade watched Apothecary Diaries? It's great.
It's been a while since you heard Jim's voice.
Is great too.
Yeah, he's been away for a while.
Diaries,
Well, he'll come back every now and then.
No, it's not a manga. It's not a manhwa. What are the Chinese one called? I could have sworn. Wasn't that like a Chinese comic? You tell me if I'm thinking of the right one, if you're still in chat. Is this the one about the chick that dies and gets reincarnated and her father is like kind of distant and then she ends up like doing medical shit, apothecary stuff?
He came back to talk about Blowblax.
I feel like vague recollections of this, if I'm thinking of the right thing.
I don't think you may not. You may or may not know him, but he was caught
it's Japanese,
with an OnlyFans, a Fansly, whatever they call him.
I'm thinking of a
was
different
caught
thing
wearing
altogether.
a dress.
It all kind of bleeds together. You read enough of these things and they all bleed together.
So the internet was exploding
I haven't watched
about
really
it.
anything new
night,
lately.
Yeah, within an hour.
From Darius
Just waiting for Metokur to wrap up here.
All hail the bottomless plushies. You got felted.
And then I gotta prep some noodles or something.
Between 1 through 70 and one number between 1 to 26. This time I'll hit it big. Okay, here you go. You got felted here. Your what would that be? Powerball, Mega Millions. I'm not sure what fucking thing it is. I'm not really a gambler. 5 numbers you said from 1 to 70. So let's see.
Desk Clerk and a few others.
32.
I want to see what happens next in that Zenshu one.
7.
And a few of the comedies.
44.
I'm a sucker for
58.
rom-coms.
And then you needed one number between 1 and 26. How about 13?
No, and the doctor one. The one with the little doctor,
from James
too.
Kirk, this past year has shown that YouTube careers are dying faster than a man with literal
Solving
cancer
mysteries.
AIDS. Very true. Wilford Brimley Rabbit, I'm not afraid to keep on living. I'm not afraid to walk the world alone. Honey, if you stay, I'll be forgiven. Nothing you can say can stop me from going home. From Uriah of the House Right, Blowblax is a whole moe that reads twatter. Granda F. Moore Blacksmith. I'm always raped by the time zone, so I'll send some cash instead. Oh, rather in addition to buying the 8th hat in case I fall asleep. Total Gok Black's death. From Brappy Hour, peace be with you. From CMTR Wizard in real life. Jim, there's a very important YouTuber tournament on post that's down to
Carl,
the
you got
quarterfinals.
it. Carl,
Can we
I
get
said
an
Carl.
endorsement for either
Don't tell Carl I
Shondo,
called you Carl.
Paco,
Nah,
Marine, or
you
Temba?
gotta be there for all 10
I don't know
shows.
who any of them are. Do you know what I've been watching lately?
Look, it's been a long week.
I listen to audiobook shit, and right now there's like a new little fad that's popping up where they're
I've
doing
streamed every day,
emergency
dude.
broadcasts.
On top of
the problem with those
in
is like
real
when people
life
do like videos on those
existence.
They'd always have the annoying sound effect in there. So somebody's doing like radio broadcasts
just wanna lay
during
back and watch
emergencies
anime,
set in like a kind of a apocalyptic situation. Those are great. Like Yellowstone blowing
Well, let's take
up,
it easy for
Ice Age hitting.
tonight.
I love that shit. I love
About as easy as I could take it.
Sci-fi stories, audiobooks, shit I could put on in the background and listen to. That's what I've been wasting my time on. Wilford Brimley Rabbit again. Jim, we need you to sing famous last words by Chemical Romance before the cancer AIDS takes you away. Not really looking to. Leather Collar, this is for the goal from Scar. My girl got a DV change on the first on me for attacking me with a folding chair.
Anime goes well. Anime night goes well. Did Sarah get the right versions this time? I think UNFW is doing it this week. Because he took over for Saru in the middle of last week.
Sonichu plushie, I heard. Somebody did send something fucking Sonichu shit to me. We're deciding how to burn it right now so I don't get cursed. And I did have somebody send me a microphone, but I'm using my shitty headset.
We killed my entire fleet of fishies.
From
My fishy
901,
fleet.
I need a hat for my hat. From moderator
When is
Marcy
Ann coming back?
Poor Augie,
After,
came back to find
after
the
this
commentary
week.
community waist deep in drama.
I don't know
again.
a specific
I
date.
clipped your super chats on my channel.
Didn't tell anyone.
From Sultan. Hey there, Jim.
This is the
Mr.
last
Hat salesman.
anime night to not be done by Ann.
Tonight's stream will make the cold sweats and body aches more bearable. Here's $25 reduced to your cancer fund and remission. Thank you for the stream. Well, I hope you get over the flu, which sucks. From Jason Webb, 2 streams in a month. Jim, does this Does this our favorite autistic genius is back? Nope. No, it does not. It just means the medicine's working. I got the good dope. From Eric Checks, I find your content incredibly funny and entertaining as a left-leaning person, especially the videos on the Bog Hog. Keep it up. I hope you prevail against cancer. Well, thank you. NPC user 1993. Did you hear World of Shirts lost his V-card? Yes, I did. Somebody mentioned that he banged a hooker or something? From Rex.
Went the Christian route.
Happy 2025, Daddy Jim.
Congratulations, World of T-shirts.
Kiss me.
Isn't he also named Josh? Why is it always Josh?
Warrior. Have some Australian dollar dues to help heal your lazy bones. Love the Otis Need streams. From, let's see, Miracle Chow. Let Bo Black speak. Bing Bing Woohoo. From Umbasa Onion. Love you, Jim. Love their caller. Buy a sweater with a gold money gem to stay warm. From Nofi. Never liked this blowbacks freak. Happy to see the internet dunking on him. Charles Salmons. Don't shut up, just take my money. Every time I think someone has told me about the worst thing to happen, somebody's behind them in line with something worse. Stop having cancer, okay? Thanks. From Ticking Pigeon. Hey, Jim. It was my birthday yesterday. Can I get a happy birthday for Paige? Thank you. Looking forward to our year of quality hats. Well, happy birthday, Paige. From Fat Chick Thriller. Is it just
Fat
wrestling
Chick
chat?
Thriller.
From Bringscart. Hey, Jim. I've been watching you since I was a literal child. I'm 21, drinking a nice Jap beer, and still turning into my favorite cancer man on long weekends. Sweetie Squad forever. Well, I hope you're enjoying the beer. From Nesquick. Okay, Chad, who had a worse sex leaks this month? Blowbacks or Destiny? Yeah, that's a good question. Let me think.
It'd have to be
Who
Destiny.
had the worst leak? You know, I mean, there is a video of Destiny giving the world's worst blowjob, which I think pretty much edges Blowbacks, kind of edges him out, doesn't it? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you here. I don't think Destiny's ever going to get a date with a dude again after that video leaked. Like, any gay guy watching that video is going to be like, that is some really abysmal blowjob skills. Like, how can you be that bad at sucking on something?
It's like unquestionably Destiny.
Like, just natural
Destiny
human
has
ability
to,
would
like,
lead you to be
okay, I
able to
guess
suck a
Destiny
little better
face
than
tanked
that.
his leaks harder
It's like he was trying to
than
wrestle him with his
Blowbacks,
teeth.
but his leaks were
I don't know what
objectively
Destiny was up
worse.
to down there.
I haven't seen. Well, I didn't even
bad.
see the Destiny
Feel sad
video.
for him. So I'm going to have
But
to go with Destiny on that one.
Theoretically, there does not exist
that's
a video
what I'm
out
gonna go
there
with.
of Blows Black's sucking cock.
Somebody in normal chat said Destiny was mostly unaffected. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think his audience cared, to be honest, did they?
Yeah, they
From
didn't.
Maester Ann. Oh,
No, they should have
2 streams
cared.
in 2 weeks means you're healthier. Sweetie Squad for life. From Gumstick.
Like, if you're
Jesus
still a
loves you,
Destiny
Jimmy.
bro now, there's nothing that
From,
he could do,
Kiki
or nothing that
with
could
a
happen
bunch
to
of
him that
numbers.
would make you
Good evening. I
dislike
wanted to know
Destiny.
if you dress up as Tate
Yeah, I'm
Man
okay
this
with not
last
saying it as
Halloween,
well.
and if you've seen the movie Windy City Heat on YouTube, about a man who thinks he's a movie star but is being pranked. No, I don't think I've seen Windy City Heat. And no, I've not been Tate Man. Not many years. From Cutie Kahootie, looking forward to the Jim Meme Coin. Let's get this to the moon this year of the Chet 2025. From Ricky Do 85, sitting on my behalf of my friend Jimmy from Fish Tank, who's a huge fan. He was curious if you've ever heard of the emerging lolcow Cryokeen from the Fish Tank community. Much love to you. No, I don't think I've heard of Cryokeen. It's another thing to look up. Hopefully there's some entertaining shit out there. From Toadster 869, that's not true. from let's see, Bling Blong Dinga. The reason why TikTok is getting banned is because the Cabal state doesn't like the Hyperborea and Gartha edits from Mayonnaise people. Nothing to do with the Lemon Emperor of this or of his nation. From Chaos Incorporated, a penny's all I got, Daddy Jim. Let's fucking go. Felt it, etc. From Michael Sambo, what's wrong with people, Jim? I don't know. It's just something in the water. From Make Station Wagons Great, have you ever gotten a YouTube play button? No, I never requested one. They gave me the opportunity, I think, when I hit 100,000, is it? But I never asked for it. Shadow Humor, Bo Blacks is a liberal. From Tama, shout out to the Shemi if you want a QA-oriented image. It's the best one. From Evil Bunny, here's a couple of Benjamins. I believe I read that one. There's one from
Andrew
Devastator.
Ditch,
No message attached.
Metokur covered him
From
on his
Rap,
last
what is your
stream
opinion on the
a
obvious
few
and
weeks
blatant
back,
desire to
but
ban TikTok just
I
because
actually
the
missed that
Jewish
stream,
cabal
so I
cannot
did not
control
see
the
it.
content?
I am not aware.
I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning was for wanting to ban TikTok. Was it that just it was Chinese or it was state owned by the Chinese, or I'll be honest with you. I don't use any of this shit. The most social media I get into is fucking Twitter. I've never got into like TikTok or Instagram or any of that shit. Which probably shows because I've been enjoying the fuck out of all these bizarre people that seem to mostly originate on TikTok. You know, so like to Pikachu, White Bowser, you know, people like that. I don't think they're really like YouTubers. They're not, you know, on Twitter and shit. So it makes me wonder like how many, like how fertile are the lands of TikTok for really bizarre people? I'm going to guess
probably pretty fertile.
From Xenogears and NRU, we'll always be thankful that you recommended Lunar to me years ago. Never would have dived into PS1's JRPG library. From Sokotan Soldier, what's going on? Did he do something bad? From Lassiel, why is it all the guys who leak their private photos all have the smallest dicks? The censoring is awful. I don't know. I don't know what compels them. From Caveman, quote unquote, allegedly. From Mask of the Dragon, bought 2 hats. Do you read Ko-Fi's
I did
sent
awful
before
in that
streams?
tank.
Well, no, but I try to read them at the end with everything else. From Sly Maverick, thanks for another banger stream, Jim. Tactical Orc. Jim, did you see that Wild Jeff stream where he alludes to potentially having extensive knowledge of consuming human flesh and bones? Pretty sure they can't find his wife because he ate her. Are you fucking with me? Let me ask. Please, people in chat, is that true? Did JF Carapi do a stream where he talked about consuming human flesh? Where would I even look for this? I know his wife disappeared and the police were looking for her. And he said he dropped her off in the woods. And then there was a video of him cleaning the house in like hazmat uniform. Did he do a fucking stream about eating people? What is that? Hex Marino 89, yes. From Zerian, yes. He actually did a fucking stream talking about eating humans.
Yeah, Casino covered it.
A
few days ago.
A little too hard.
Potato
decided to dip her in some butter and finish her off. There's no. Somebody saying Kino Casino Clips has it covered. They've got it clipped. Yeah, I have to watch that. I was unaware of that. I'll be honest with you. If Jeff did he actually do it? Oh man. Yeah, but what would he have done with her bones?
I gotta look into that guy. Praise that soon. Maybe I'll watch the previous Metokur stream because apparently there was a deep dive.
He grind it up.
I
and
missed
snort
it,
the calcium
dude.
every day for a vitamin supplement. Like, what
What was
is
I
he
doing that
with
day
it?
to have missed it?
What is this guy up to? God, I haven't really paid attention to JF in forever. Now he's talking about eating people.
Eating people and necromancy.
Somebody in chat, quote unquote, I ate my wife, JF. Just JF things. Oh, yeah, I'll have to watch that. I'm sorry. I was unaware of this. So, Tactical Orc, I am going to go watch this now. From Edgy Breaks, Jim, have you heard of the Gunacide? No, I've not. From Abyss Warrior, playing some Castle Crashers, watching a stream. This is going to be a good night for me in Sweetistan. Hope you enjoy your rest of the evening after the stream, Jimbo. Thanks for the content. Thank you. From Shelbturd, a Topikachu looks like the Grinch. Shadow Humor, School of Waste, get your hands dirty and join the trade. You know, I'll be honest with you. You probably make good money in the trades. When I found out what people who go into like engineering and stuff and the amount of time you need to put in to get like a degree, this is specific, but like a 2-year degree, an engineer's degree, and the kind of job you can get with that, and the amount of money you have to pay to get that degree compared to going in for like a 4-year and getting something, it fucking blew my mind. If I had like a time machine to go back in time, I would have done like engineering of some sort. Like the money you can make after you establish yourself in that is fucking crazy. And I know like plumbers and electricians make fucking great money too. I think, I don't know, man. This economy's so fucky. It feels like, you know how they used to say learn how to code? It's going to, you know, get in a trade is where it's going to go. And it's going to get like overwhelmed by people trying to get in. Jake Downey. What the hell, Jim? I don't see you for a month and you put Topikachu on without any sort of warning. Goatsu wasn't this bad. From Devastator, I got a little sticker there. Edwin Smith, my sister went through a bad divorce in 23. Your streams kept me sane. Thanks, Jim. Oh, wait. Are you saying you got divorced? Edwin, are you saying you divorced your sister? Did I misread this? My sister went through a bad divorce in 2023. Your streams kept me sane. Thanks. My sister went through a bad divorce. Oh, I know. It's just kind of the way you worded that made it sound like you're saying I divorced my sister, and it was.
I was about to say, were you the one married to your sister?
It was a little tough. From Caveman, Waipupu, done season day light bulbs. Very true. Gifted Monster. It was me that just sent you the Sonichu plushie, Jim. Hope it didn't curse you. From DT Dubs. Hey, Dad. Wanted to know if you could ever get a Wings 2.0 full person stream.
I know they're just having fun with it. It's kind of weird how some of them call him Dad or Father.
I don't know what there's to talk about.
Papa Jim.
I mean, he kind of just does Will Call Live, doesn't he? From Matt Aquino. Hey, Jim, have you watched, let me see, have you watched a YouTube channel called Put a Girl On? Oh, no, I read this one before. Yeah, we talked about ventrilo harassment. No, but I will check that out. See, I've got a couple things to check out. This, as well as apparently GF eating and consuming human flesh. I guess I missed that. From Scott Jackson, Ugly Sonic. From Mikkel Mansbridge, great to catch the show, but what the hell is this Tub Girl level disgusting? Welcome to the internet, Veggie Pat. Jim Diaplan, turn on a Jim stream and watch the segments on Ender Ditch and to Pikachu while eating. Thanks, Jim. From Ubasa Onion, oh, the camera's on. From Brandon Lee's Scenario, Trump says he will imprison one of the freaks you've covered your entire streaming career.
Camera's on the whole time,
minus
huh?
the dentist. Who would
I
you
didn't even
choose? Well, let's see. Some of the really bad ones are actually like bait. He's already in prison. Let's see who else. Amos, he I believe is still in jail or at least deported.
Good.
I want imprisoned. I think Ross is like in an asylum.
Good.
So like a lot of the bad ones that jump to mind right away are kind of already thrown away. Who would I put in behind bars if I could lock him up? And not the dentist, you said. I don't know. Nothing. I'd have to think about it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'd have to think about it because, like the really, like
For
I
the
said,
fuck
the
of
really
it, let's
terrible
just
ones have already
incarcerate
kind of
Mersh.
naturally
Fuck it.
found their way into
Toss
custody.
Mersh away.
From
I'm sure
Filthy
you've used his
Gaijin,
cats.
Clean It Up,
Allegedly.
Janny. From Sponge Strangler to Pikachu looks like a mix between Ian
Well,
Miles
take
Charm
Mersh away. I don't
and the
like
original animated Frodo from Lords of the Ring. A little bit. From Patrick
Hey,
Bateman.
Gears fan. The real podcast game I want to put on Steam is Bookworm. I didn't play Bookworm. Only Insaniquarium and Plants vs. Zombies, the first one?
Thanks for teaching me
Only
to
the
laugh
first
at the
one.
bad shit in the world.
Oh no, and I played Peggle.
From Guitar Gemini.
Peggle
We love you, Jim. I'm proud to be a brand new Bobby boy.
That one.
Buy a hat for your hat's hat. If any chuds want to learn guitar, I'm going to be
Yeah,
teaching
because I
everything
finished the game
learned from
earlier.
Cyrax on the channel. To Pikachu is Abu, by the
Very
way.
short game, but very fun.
Oh, so that was a dead on. Okay, all right.
Those
No
final
wrong
levels
with
get
that.
crazy
PSP
near the
Historical
end.
Society average everyday basketball American cow.
Oh,
From
Zuma.
Wolf
You know what?
Mia. We sure this is
I
not
played
a
more
guy.
than I thought I'd played.
Good question. From Don
Peggle
Breaker Drake.
Knights,
Hey, Jim.
Zuma's
Always doing
Revenge,
better
Plants
always.
vs. Zombies 1,
Also,
and
are you going to
Insaniquarium.
talk about Boblax's secret
Those are ones
Robin
we
Horsecock
played.
account? Well, we did cover it, actually. Or at least a couple of tweets from it. From Alan Smithy. I'd like to give a shout out to my fellow Okido bros. We need to watch Jim together behind the ramen shop, Okido-san Dai Shori. From Big Swingin' Rich, made 15 seconds of fame versus Topeka's lifetime of shame and type 2 diabetes. From Lime, here's the money for turtle wax to polish your shell chip. Please stay alive longer than Ralph. He doesn't have long. Well, we'll see how it goes in rehab. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? From DSP Historical Society with, what is it with the knockoff Mickey Mouse art on the wall? I don't know.
Not that DSP.
From Josh Sketch Show. God bless Jim. I hope you and Jade are doing well. If you ever want more local stuff, check out Boscher Studios 254's Mega Rage in the Thomas the Tank Engine community. Screamed at his mother and slapped his own head on a video. Okay, well, you won me over. If somebody's in a train community and is having rage attacks, I have to see this. From Nibirius, Blackbeard from One Piece, Sleep Paralysis, a Gremlin, gotta respect the Michael Roden painting on the wall. From Stephen Rochford, you found the female Ralphamale. From Stephen again, Pickard Hits 2, Electric Boogaloo. Timothy Reaper, I used to work in a hotel and this is bringing back memories. We had a spike in filthy, inconsiderate people when
Ralph
COVID
follows
bucks
through with
started
rehab.
up.
Believe it when I see
Jim,
it.
what was the name of the rap video you showed way back? The one with the black guy rapping about mech warriors and the genophage. Let me see if I can find the link here. One second. I don't know the actual, hold on. Okay. So it's what you're looking for. It's up on YouTube on the account Moon Crickets. It's Moon Cricket's Rap Apocalypse, produced by DJ Merciless. Looks like the video we watched back in the day was the one I'm thinking of is 53,000 views 4 years ago. It's all 9 minutes of glory. That's exactly what you're looking for. I'm pretty sure that's the one you're talking about, but there was a lot of weird shit. From Deem, thought I missed a stream work for, oh no, but that one been a bit wild. Thank you again. I will use it to save up for my next turtle shell. Richard Gruber, I got a bit of a sniffle, so I know how you feel. Sick nerds, rise up. From Zach, thanks for all the laughs. Favorite of all time was the Tale of Boheven stream. Whatever happened to him? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure his grandmother forced his ass to get a job. From Merlo Williams, glad to see you still kicking, boss. In addition to the 3 names you mentioned last stream, add Nick Nobody and Club Doom to the list. Sweeties, rise up and have a happy inauguration. From Tama, have a party at soygem.party. From Toxic Gecko, hey Jim, can you call my brother-in-law Adrian a Togoff? And have you seen the videos of people starting fights in Costco over Pokemon cards? An elderly black man took an elbow to the head for it. No, but you know there is a there's a large, a weirdly large, I should say, community of people that play Yu-Gi-Oh, the like trading card game, and for whatever reason, I don't know, like if you look at like the demographic breakdown, for some reason, like fighting game community, it's like a huge amount of black dudes, and in the Yu-Gi-Oh card community, it's like a huge amount of black dudes. I don't know what's with that. Now I haven't seen that as far as Pokemon go. And I haven't seen a lot of elderly men taking elbows to the heads, but there you go. As far as what is this, Adrian? You want me to call Adrian a faggot? I don't know. I'll probably get.
Whoa! Disavow, sir.
For that.
Disavow. For the purposes of anyone listening to the stream, especially Twitch admins and moderators,
to read all the chats.
The voice you're hearing right now is mine. The other voice you're hearing is in a video I'm watching. I, of course, disavow all negative, naughty no words.
99. Always love the Lolcall streams, Jim. I can't wait for the inauguration stream on Monday. From Tim Longley, happy New Year, weatherman. Hope 2025 is good to you, or at least frustratingly uneventful. Thanks so much for the years of fun and laughs. From the Clam Slam, here's for the shit show. Thank you very much. All right, let me see here. You're right. It is a lot to read, but that's fine. I am going to take one more small break and grab another drink. We're about, I'd say, 60% through reading all the super chats on YouTube. I went through Ko-Fi and Cash App already. So let me grab one more drink here so my throat doesn't die on me, and we'll work our way through the rest of them, and then call it an evening. Chat, try to find a good outro song. I know one guy super chatted earlier and said he had one, but he also said it was shit. So I don't know how good that's going to be. I don't know if I can jump to one that's pure shit. From Lord Ant-Man, one more in case I miss Monday. Well, thank you very much. All right, let me see here. What could be a good? Just throw on. I want to just do break. Yeah.
I think we'll let him read the rest of the super chats. You kind of get the gist of it. And it's almost time for me to say sayonara anyway. So I did say at the start of stream that it would be a short Saturday situation, and you bet your dingus that I'm sticking to it. But don't worry, some of you, not all of you, but some of you, will rejoin me later tonight and embracing what we got going on tonight through UNF, I believe. Anyway, yeah, I gotta make something to eat. I gotta get a tall glass of Shasta. I need a tall glass of Shasta. And yeah, goodbye aquarium game. This was fun. This what can I say to bookend this? Throwback game, early 2000s, very very fun. Are very arcadey. You're running in an aquarium, very cool. Virtual aquarium, virtual fish, but like aliens are attacking. And I never beat it growing up. I never could beat it. And you know, back then I got it with the laptop, so it was like I was using it with the touchpad as well. Little dingus couldn't get past like the second tank. I beat it today. Not like that. Not that beat it, but I completed the game. This game today using only a touchpad. That's gotta count for something, right? They usually, I bet when they made this game, they only ever expected people to play with the mouse. Now, do I recommend this game? Because it's like $2. It should be only $2 on Steam. If you have an actual mouse, wired or wireless or what, do not play this with a touchpad. By God. My index finger actually hurts. Like, perhaps you'd be hurting as well on a regular mouse, but I guarantee you'll be hurting a lot less than me. You're a brown fish. That's what was available in the shop. That was the color available. It changes per day. Trackpad Master Race, yeah, Trackpad Master Race. That's the kind of fucking computers they make you use at school.
Thank you everyone for that.
Thank you for the bubble blow.
Today. Appreciate that.
Overall, yeah, it's a great arcade game. Obviously, and it ain't nothing but something to burn. If you got, like, I don't know, time to kill, just put on, complete a level. But it gets very hard near the end. Now, again, maybe that's because I was using the touchpad, so it'd probably be easier if you use an actual mouse, but holy shit. Just oh yeah, each egg piece is now $100,000. Like, what the hell? What kind of tip's goal is that? But ultimately, I persevered. I never gave up. I never gave in. And we hit the fish goal. Can we hit the fish goal? We sure damn did. One of the 2000s Windows Pinball game stream, Vegwan. Well, I did this because it was this was actually one of the charity goals, was that I would go back and play this, because I played it once a while back for like one of the 24-hour streams, but I never got around to finishing it. So that's why I played it these past 2 weeks. I was glad to finally, you know, do what Little Dingus could not and complete the game. Get to actually see all the final pets, get to see the final boss. I still don't understand the lore behind, like, the aliens and the fish going at war with each other, but whatever. We fulfilled the childhood ambitions of doing what Billy could not, Billy Dingus. I guess the end game, if you were to actually play this long term, the end game would, of course, be grinding out this section, the virtual tank, getting these expensive 25,000 shells for one Starcatcher fish, getting the backgrounds, 15,000 shells for a background. The Bubble-lator, all this does is put bubbles in the background of your tank. Like, what the hell is this? You grind shells in the other modes, the time trial and the challenge mode, in order to grind up and, you know, get enough to, like, get the cool shit. It was fun while it lasted. And then these pets right here, like these, I don't know what these secret pets are. They're 25,000 to unlock a pet each, like 25,000 shells. Fuck you. No, really. No, really. Go fuck yourself. That's so expensive. And then you might be asking, why am I even on this mode like that, the virtual tank? Because, and this is super cool, this would have been awesome, even more awesome back in the day. You can set your fish tank as your own personal screensaver. Whoa, remember when people did screensavers? They still do. And oh, you can't change the backdrop. You gotta buy the other backdrops. God damn it. Oh, my fish! Wait, okay, that isn't one of the named fish. Yeah, it's a bloatware screensaver. But it sure looks cool, doesn't it? Will we get more PopCap games? You guys want this, you want that, you want everything. I guess the next one I'd be curious to see if I could be is, like, maybe Zuma's Revenge, or Peggle Knights. Specifically Peggle Knights. I did beat Plants vs. Zombies 1, so I got no curiosity there. I did actually make it to the end of that game. But I got so many other games I owe, so I think maybe starting next Saturday, it'll be Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. And we'll make a new theme park. Maybe with a DSP theme, maybe with some other theme, I don't know. Detractor theme, because the last park we made was DSP theme. Maybe now we make a positive detractor theme park. We can have, like, the knock coaster, the flim flam pim pam swinging ship, Piggy World. No, when I did it last time, we called it Six Dents over Renton, and it was themed around. It was themed around, like, there were 6 sections of the park, like in Six Flags, or and like each area was themed around a different dent. So we had, like, Derrick Land and Jade Land, and all the rides were themed after them. Like, we had a small little car ride, the slow-moving car ride, and I think I called that Derek's driving test, because he hadn't gotten his license by then. I should still have it. I should still have the save file for that. Well, maybe not, because that was on the other MSI. I'll check. I don't think. I want to say I have it, but I probably don't. Thinking back, the VOD for it is still up. If you go to the earliest Dingus VODs on the VOD channel, you should see it. If you're curious to see what we created, through you, the viewers participated. The viewers submitted like right names and right ideas. But I think that'll be fun to do next Saturday. Tomorrow will probably be either Brothership or Zelda, and then Mario. Monday, Donkey Kong for the inauguration restream, because Metokur is going to be streaming again Monday to look at the inauguration stuff. And then Tuesday we'll finally do Banjo Pilot. We're trying to give Banjo a rest here. We don't want Banjo burnout. But that's what I got going on, and then we'll coast the remainder of January. The ultimate goal is to like obviously deliver on the stuff I owe from the charity and wrap up the lingering playthroughs, because ideally to do all that before February starts. Kino Casino got competition on Monday. They actually don't, because they canceled their show on Monday. They know they can't compete with Metokur. They got big dogged by Metokur announcing a stream on Monday, so they moved their show to Tuesday. Yes! Get big dogged! I was saying they should stream anyway, so Metokur can give them the raid, just like they did on the election night stream. Because both of them, both Kino and Metokur streamed on election day, and Metokur finished early, because his streams are honestly never too long, so he just sent everyone over to Kino Casino. So I'm like, well, what if in our inauguration, probably going to be a big stream. They should stream regardless, and then face tank the raid. I'm stalling to avoid playing nuts and bolts. You only think that because that's exactly what I said the other day. Oh, let me focus on playing these other games so that January finishes and February begins, and it's like, oh, I'm out of time. I can't play nuts and bolts, guys. Vanjuary's officially over. But yeah, that'll be it from me. I gotta go make something to eat before UNF starts the anime. I know he's listening right now. He's like, oh, go take as much time as you need, dingus. I apologize for anyone expecting the stream to go on at 3 a.m. like I normally go. I'm sorry, guys. It's Saturday. So we're gonna roost. I guess we'll rate Tevin, because Tevin is looking at Locale Live. Maybe he'll look at Metokur also himself. I don't know. But usually Tevin restreams Metokur too. I guess he was doing the locale thing, right? Well, I mean that makes sense. You got your locale, you got your Metokur. It's buyer's market of streams to watch, and for some reason, some of you chose my stream to watch, and I appreciate that. Very meaningful. Yeah. Take it easy. Take it easy to you too. Praise that soon, even though I will be seeing you in like an hour. Big ups, Pablo. Get the music ready, and yeah, go play Insaniquarium. I swear to God, this shit's like $2 on Steam. At least it was when I bought it. If it isn't, wait for the next sale. This shit goes on sale all the time. Thank you, UNF. Take all the time you need. I take like 3 hours. Don't worry. We can't start without Dingus. Pablo, you were supposed to get the music ready. The serious Xenoblade music won't cut it. There we go. Thanks for stopping by! Sorry for the short one, but at least we beat the game. It's another one for the dominated list, which I just updated to include all the games from Expand on December. All the Banjo games so far. And now this. Big ups to the dingers, dongers, and swollen __ ones who made it to the end of the stream, like Pancake Mix, BR Joe, Commissar Authority, Praise That Soon, King, DD UNFW1, the Un11. The Mr. _Pun, Almighty _Tevin the guy, Nyak. Oh, that one guy who came in because he just wanted to see me play the fish game. Ivan Zyford, Kim Pam, Wings, Boogie lied. Boogie Woogie, why you fucking lying? Just tell the truth, you fat son of a bitch. I can't. That's my favorite of their songs, but I always forget the lyrics. Chrono, Plans, Snow. Sweet Bean 96. Exactly, Pimp Pam. Either a short stream or not streaming at all. I'm pretty sure I missed a couple days early on in the year, but I wanted to like, I don't know, treat you, treat you well, treat you nice, with some consistent style streaming here. And it's been kind of, I don't know if you can hear it, but it's been kind of hard on the physical. Not so much momentals, but definitely on the physicals. So hopefully ending early today will give me the energy I need to lie down and watch anime and not have to talk so much. Because it's like you gotta wake up, you gotta clock in, you gotta suffer, you gotta clock out, and then it's like you get a nap, and then of course you gotta do all the other stuff, and then you gotta boot up by like at least 9, and then you gotta go for like maybe 6 to 8 hours, and then you go to sleep late again, and then you wake up 3 hours from that point, and then you clock back in, and it's like, oh, this is not a way to live, guys. Thank you to everybody else who lurked, and then we'll shout out this stuff as well. I didn't already have it open? I am so despicable. I gotta get... This is gonna be ridiculous. I gotta get started on my taxes too. I got my W-2 this week. Whoa, I can't wait to punch that in. Thank you, Sweet Bean. Re-up, Tier 1, 18 months in a row. 18 months total. Commissar Authority. Re-up, Tier 1 for 3 months. Of course, thank you. Again, we're gonna raid Almighty_Tevin. Rare moment when Dingus ends the stream and Tevin is live and on the mic. I need to seize this opportunity now. Alright, I'm typing out the raid message now. Oh, I gotta type quick. My finger still hurts from all that typing I did. Not typing, all that clicking I did. I'm telling you, that game is like Cookie Clicker before Cookie Clicker. You guys remember Cookie Clicker? I never played it, but I knew of it. Boogie, woogie, boogie, boogie, why you lying, you fat motherfucker? Just tell the truth. There's a raid message. Go post it over there, 5 seconds. Bye-bye. Happy Saturday. Take it easy.